Just a warning, this manhwa will drive you absolutely crazy before you actually get hooked on it. The main character is a total underdog who tackles dungeons on crutches. Yeah, he literally hobbles into dungeons on crutches. What's the plan? Beating monsters with him. His brother, whom he sacrificed everything for, his entire life, awakens as an S rank and completely abandons him without a second thought. Bites the very hand that fed him. But naturally, down the road, he'll unlock some ridiculous ability and make everyone pay. The setup here feels identical to solo leveling. Gates appearing across the globe. Our current disaster of a protagonist works at a moving company, with gates popping up everywhere. People are desperate to relocate. Honestly, not a bad gig. You'll never run out of customers when chaos is constant. The protagonist hustles to take care of his little brother, buying things like trading cards and whatever else a teenager wants. One day, while heading out for a moving job, the two brothers noticed that one of the usually dark gates had turned blood red. Not paying enough attention to the road, they ended up slamming into something. Turns out it was straight into a demonic bird. The creature was starving and immediately charged at them. His first thought was that he'd just lost his job and his boss. But one glance sideways made everything look even grimmer. A swarm of monsters was pouring out of the gate. These gates linked to dungeons, and since no one cleared them in time, the monsters spilled out looking for a meal. The carnage was instant, hundreds gone within minutes. Looks like the moving company just started delivering people to the afterlife. Maybe pivoting to a funeral business would have been smarter. The guy, still fixated on his job, went off searching for the boss. Then suddenly he spotted a pair of massive arms wrestling the monster down. Since when did that old man start hitting the gym? Turns out it wasn't the old man at all. It was his wife doing the wrestling. Honey, are you on something? Naturally, along with the gates came powered humans too. What a totally unexpected twist. Now we're just missing Sung Jin-woo, right? But remember I said the protagonist has a brother in school. His bus flipped over. That failure of your younger brother also awakened. He is one of the few who awaken with S rank in the whole world. His name is Sung Jin-woo. Oh, I said it wrong. His name is Han Yu Hyan. So 8 years pass quickly. Now a woman who awakened powers was explaining on television that they have a system window, and with this system she can use abilities. In her case, she is the wood woman. After that, she joined a guild to do dungeons. Selling what drops inside you can get filthy rich. I'm talking at the level of Elon Musk. Having money coming out of your ears. For example, in South Korea, Han Yu Hyan became famous after awakening during high school and founding the Abyss Guild. He was always poor and lost his family early. But now at 25, he has money even to buy 1 can of Coke. Must make at least $600 clean per month. That girl who was just interviewed would soon become rich too, right? Wrong. She also hired the moving service to the afterlife. She died in the middle of a dungeon. You think life is a strawberry? Life is a very sour lemon. Now that I already explained all this portal and economy crap, let's go to what matters. People wanted to go to a dungeon, but something was wrong. The hunter who uses crutches of rank F called Han Yu Jin was also in that dungeon. As you must remember, this is the protagonist. Of course he does this to survive. But the other hunters think he is a burden. Only the group leader defends him since it is cheap to hire him. And the price is cheap because he already survived multiple failed dungeons where everyone died. He is a parasite. The hunter even says he was abandoned by his brother even when he crushed his legs. This made him furious and he went forward. But in the end he is just rank F and the other guy is rank D. The difference in strength between them is monstrous. He should at least have thrown the crutch at the guy. At least the old group leader cares a little about him. The bald guy used a bone-strengthening skill to help him for a few hours. He knows he is a burden, but he needs this to live. So he stands up shaking hands and praising the old man. It was enough to say a few words like your baldness is beautiful, that he already got all happy. In the end, what the crutch guy wanted was to shake the old man's hand to use his ability. When he influences someone, the person is added as a target and soon we will find out what it is for. So now let's go to what matters. The business is to grab the crutches now. Inside the dungeon, the party was attacked by Pokemon like bats. Yet the hunters quickly took care of them. Even so, as the guild master urged them to stay wary. Some claimed that they had nothing to fear inside a D-grade dungeon. The hunters even found it laughable that 8 years ago such miserable creatures had made them run for their lives. The miserable creature in question then left them a generous gift after dying. Upon seeing the rather big mana stone, the hunters were quite pleased. The D rank then turned to our hero and urged him to hurry up with the mining, seeing as he only got 20% of whatever he dug up. Yujin found this unfair as he didn't get that much, but the hunter reminded him that he would get nothing from the stones dropped by monsters and that his only income here was mining. At that moment the protagonist couldn't help but compare himself to Cinderella and the 2 bullies to her 2 narcissistic sisters. And with that being said, Yujin decided to suck it up while singing about how he was a damsel in distress. Now alone he began to think about his misery and how he was abandoned by his brother after losing both their parents. Shortly after becoming a hunter, his brother left the house. Our hero urged the boy to stay with him, as the outside was dangerous, but he didn't pay him any mind. After some time, as the protagonist was drafted into the military, his younger brother created Hyan his own guild, which quickly became the #1 in the nation. And just like that, the protagonist was once again abandoned. Yujin was now all alone in the world. For that reason he began to crave an awakening, thinking that it would change everything. And so our hero abandoned everything and invested his entire savings into a broker who convinced him with his sweet tongue that he could get him an awakening. Yet to everyone's shock, the older brother of the #1 Korean hunter turned out to be a meaningless F rank. Rumors began to spread about how the weakling was trying to leech off his younger brother and how he had lied to the investors. At the end of it all, the protagonist found himself the favorite target of the media, as well as under a mountain of debt. His younger brother was quite ashamed of the scandal he had caused and mocked his power. Yujin even claimed that the one who had raised him was a total disgrace. His bad luck didn't end there, as it led to a leg injury while raiding a dungeon. The younger brother didn't even lend his caretaker one of his healers to help with his injury, and pointed out how this should stop him from raiding ever again. With that being said, the one who had it all ordered the one with nothing to stop dragging his name through the mud. For that reason, the protagonist was mining like a slave nowadays. Yuhyun felt hollow inside. But in the end, he claimed he understood his brother for ditching him, as at the end of the day he couldn't fully deny the fact that he was nothing but an F-rank hunter trying to leech off his younger brother. The job, however, was particularly dangerous, and the only reason an F-rank like our hero was still alive was because of his special power. Yuhyun was known as the custodian. This allowed him to take some people into his entourage. The people in question were Yuhyun, whom he had spent his entire life caring for, as well as those who became good friends to him. His skill was easy to use, as it only required him to say 3 simple magic words in order to bring people under his care. Once their custodian, the protagonist would be able to provide his targets with all kinds of buffs. But in the end, this was never enough, as he was nothing but an F-rank hunter with F-rank powers. Yuhyun had a secret technique up his sleeve that allowed him to survive impossible scenarios, even when all of his teammates were wiped off the map. His survival had nothing to do with luck. In fact, he was only able to survive due to a hidden power that came with his title of custodian. That power alone allowed someone as weak as our protagonist to survive the literal impossible. This skill was known as Final Thanks, but as the skill in question was activated out of nowhere, our hero was left startled. In his great search for power, it suddenly filled his entire body. It didn't take our hero long to realize that this was the energy of the guild master. At that moment, his heart dropped to his feet. He rushed in panic, thinking about how this should be a safe D-rank dungeon. With the power of Final Thanks, the protagonist would acquire double the abilities and stats of the one under his wing for a short amount of time. In other words, if the one under our hero's wing was quite powerful, even the F-rank hunter could temporarily become a titan. But his power wasn't all rainbows and sunshine, as it had a pretty dark requirement to be activated. This requirement was directly linked to the one under the protagonist's custody. Eugene refused to believe that anything had happened to the guild master, when all of a sudden he stepped into a pool of blood. For Final Thanks to be activated, it required the one under his custody to lose his life. At that moment, our hero was left horrified, as his dear guild master was now a lifeless corpse on the ground. Desperate screams for help forced him to look up. The D rank from before was now inside a giant dragon's mouth. The hunter was fully aware that such a strong monster shouldn't exist inside a D-grade dungeon, and blamed it all on the curse of the F rank. And just like that, the one in red was torn to shreds. That horrifying creature was none other than the Dragon King of Venom and Curse. Rokitas, that creature who definitely didn't belong in such a low-rank dungeon, was an all-powerful, undefeated dragon that no one had ever successfully slain before. And to make things worse, our F rank, who couldn't even walk straight, was now forced to face it all alone. He was still unable to wrap his head around the fact that one of the safest dungeons was now housing a literal Tier 1 dragon. So, in order to escape, our hero used a skill that allowed him to strengthen his legs. He was now using the doubled version of his guild master's power in order to try his best to escape. His goal was simple: to flee the dungeon as fast as possible. But what seemed like a possible goal was quickly crushed by the wiggle of a tail. The dragon had blocked the exit. In front of the incoming attack, the protagonist decided to shield himself by strengthening his arms. But the beast didn't even try, and was able to easily fling him away. Yujin then crashed onto the ground. Shortly after, he started vomiting blood. Even with the enhanced power of his guild master, the protagonist was still far too pitiful to take on the three-headed dragon. Final thanks then started to pour the last moments of the boss into his head. It made him see how the hunter who bullied him tried his best to buy the old man some time. But before he could even realize it, the monster had already attacked. And just like that, blood splattered everywhere as screams echoed in the cave. Such horrendous memories left the hero horrified. His legs had now given out. Wounded and in front of the Tier 1 dragon, Yujin had no way to escape. But despite knowing fully well that he stood no chance, our protagonist wasn't ready for death just yet. Suddenly, a powerful attack hit the beast. By a twist of fate, a savior came to the rescue of our hero. It was none other than his younger brother, the S-rank hunter. Yujin hid his older brother behind a stone and urged him to stand down. But the hero tried to warn him about the three-headed beast. With that being said, the strongest hunter in Korea braced himself for the fight. He resorted to one of his powers. A storm of feathers then appeared as he used his skill, Blue Willows. With that being said, he gracefully jumped into the air and unleashed a series of quick attacks that the beast just couldn't keep up with. The prodigy then used one of his other abilities, allowing him to turn his blade black. The dark flames had been summoned. He then proceeded to channel all of that power into one point, before inflicting a devastating strike upon one of the three heads of the monster. Yujin was baffled by the speed of his younger brother, as it was the first time that he had seen an elite hunter fight. Yujin then quickly noticed the second head preparing something, and at the last minute the young man was able to evade the incoming attack. He warned him about this being a toxic poison with no known antidote. Yujin then stepped in for his older brother and used his Titan shield in order to protect him from the poison. Even so, he himself didn't come out unscathed. Seeing this, the older brother was horrified for Yujin. While the younger brother stood tall, the elite hunter then unleashed a series of powerful slashes, desperately trying to damage the beast. But to the brother's horror, the blade had started to melt. Yujin quickly realized that his brother couldn't fight at full power, seeing how he was too busy protecting him. It was at this moment that our hero realized that he was weighing the S-rank hunter down. Yujin, in a fit of anger, turned to his older brother and screamed at him for returning to the dungeon even after breaking his legs. He even blamed the carnage on him and affirmed that he was tired of making up for his mistakes. Yujin screamed at his brother to stop trying and just give up. Hearing this from his brother in such a crucial moment greatly shocked our hero. It was at this moment that he understood that his brother didn't want him as a dead weight around. Yujin, who had hoped that Yujin came to help him in the name of their brotherhood, was reminded of how useless he was, and thus he decided to confront Yujin about it. Yujin stood up on his feet. He summoned his blade while asking his younger brother if he was tired of having someone as useless as him around. And before the S-rank hunter could even realize it, the mad F-rank charged at the Tier 1 dragon and stabbed it. The attention of the beast was now fully concentrated on the little insect. Yujin claimed that since he was such a dead weight for his brother, he would rather die here and now. He even stated that by ending up in the Valley of the Beast, he would save his brother from having to hold a funeral for him. The protagonist even pointed out that the Guild of Yahello would be glad to learn about his death. And so, with that being said, as the monster rushed at him, he decided to accept his fate in peace. Yujin felt alarmed, and resorted to all of his power in order to try and save his older brother. And just like that, the powerful hunter clashed with the unslayable beast. But in the end, it was human blood that soaked into the ground. The protagonist was stunned, and after realizing what just happened, he found himself in front of his younger brother, impaled by the claws of the beast. At that moment, Yujin began to wonder where it all went wrong. In childhood, the two brothers were extremely close, and after being orphaned, they practically became inseparable. Despite the grief, the older brother always kept a smile in front of the younger one. Yujin decided to spare no effort in raising his younger brother, as back then it was only the two of them against the world. Now, as tragedy occurred once again, Yujin found himself holding an impaled Yujin. Our hero was unable to understand the sacrifice of his younger brother. Even so, the hunter was successfully able to take down one of the three heads. At that moment, the genius explained to his flesh and blood how the dragon could only stay awake for 5 hours, and that 4 had already passed. And as he pointed out that after an hour the protagonist could safely escape, this one was left extremely confused. After all, this was the same brother who didn't visit him after his injury, and even discarded him in his moment of need. Yujin, who tried pushing his brother to give up, was now giving him a gate stone, an item that would successfully allow him to escape. Yujin affirmed that Yujin should be the one to use it after they patched his injuries, but to his horror, the sad rank hunter affirmed that it would be useless, as they both knew very well that he wasn't going to make it out of this dungeon. And with that being said, Yujin finally closed his eyes. Yujin was completely stunned. At that moment it was triggered. Final thanks had been activated and would last for an entire 60 minutes. With the death of the number 1 Korean hunter, the protagonist would now be able to benefit from double his powers. And just like that, Yujin acquired immeasurable strength. As explosive power started to flow inside of his body, the beast decided to end what it had started. Yet as it tried to crush the human, the hunter used his blue willow in order to swiftly escape. Yujin successfully put some distance between him and the beast. Yujin then hugged his brother. He could sense the power coursing through his veins. With his newfound abilities, he decided to craft a weapon. The custodian now had a spear in hand. He even asked the monster if it truly wanted to attack him as he was now. As the dragon charged at him, the hero took a deep breath. He then jumped out of the way before stabbing one of the heads. He claimed that the monster was incredibly fast. After all, he was now twice as strong as the best hunter in all of Korea. With that, 1 head had been taken out and only 2 were left. Finally, the custodian was shown the memories of his younger brother and how he decided not to associate with him after discovering his F rank. Yujin was fully aware that if his brother was discovered as his weakness, those people would desperately try to target him. While under the effects of the flashback, the protagonist charged at the monster. With his incredible speed, he quickly jumped onto the head of the dragon. Now in the air, he braced himself to launch a powerful strike. At that very moment, he started to see how his younger brother asked his men to keep a close eye on him as he would be lacking protection as a hunter. When Yujin was hospitalized, Yujin was overwhelmed by wrath and demanded that those who hurt his brother be taken care of. At that moment, our protagonist unleashed a powerful slash on the dragon. On the day he kicked his brother out of his establishment, Yujin ordered his men to give him some money before driving him off. The young man was desperate to keep his custodian away from the dangers of the dungeons. Yujin hated himself for the way he was treating Yujin, but this was the only way he had to protect him. Back in the present, everything was now quiet. The 3-headed dragon had finally been slain. Even so, the winner couldn't find any happiness in victory. After all, he had just realized that he had failed to see how much his younger brother had sacrificed for him. Finally, his strength was about to reach its end, which would allow the poison of the dragon to finish off the remaining brother. But just as the protagonist decided to accept his fate, the system suddenly informed him that he had made an achievement by slaying a dragon by himself. With that, the custodian acquired the legendary title Dragon Slayer. For his incredible feat, he would now acquire 10 gate stones, 5 Tier 1 enchantment drafts, and the Red Dragon Greatsword. On top of that, the system gave him a stone that could grant him one wish. It didn't take our hero long to come up with a wish, but as he tried to wish his brother back, it turned out that the stone doesn't meddle in the affairs of the dead. With that, the grieving man deemed this item to be worthless. But only then did he come to a realization. He realized he wished to become someone even stronger than his brother, someone who could become #1 worldwide. All of that for the sake of protecting what he holds dear. And more, thus he was able to come up with a wish. Yujin desired to travel back to a time when his brother was still alive. After giving it some thought, he even wished to return to a time before his awakening. The protagonist couldn't care less if this decision was a bad one. In the end, he finally made up his mind and confirmed his wish. Just like that, the stone started to turn back time. Yujin Han's goal was to stop the countless tragedies that occurred from ever happening. After a short while, the protagonist finally woke up. He wasn't in the dungeon anymore. The custodian quickly realized that he was in the headquarters of his younger brother. Seeing how he couldn't open his status window, it seemed like time had truly turned back. The hero then took a look at his phone and confirmed that he was now 5 years in the past. Yujin recalled how, on this day, he wanted to see an awakening broker. He couldn't help but deem himself pathetic, as back then, he took out some of his savings in order to try and become a hunter, failing to see that this was a scam. It was at this moment that he realized something. Yujin, who was now supposed to enter the room, heard the door open. As the protagonist turned, he found someone eager to scold him. Upon seeing a young Yujin asking him to stop making a mockery out of him, the hero couldn't help but tear up. His brother was once again alive. Yujin Han's wish had truly been granted. Yujin was left utterly confused, only to become even more intrigued by his brother apologizing. Our hero claimed that he deeply regretted his actions. Seeing this, the younger brother assumed that the custodian had messed up big time, only for him to claim that it wasn't the case. Yujin pointed out how he had just realized that his brother was barely in his 20s. He even began blaming himself for failing to realize how much his brother had suffered alone while cleaning those terrifying dungeons. The protagonist promised to stay put from now on in order not to cause the S-rank hunter any more trouble. Yujin was deeply moved by this, and he could finally have his big brother back. Despite realizing how cringe this moment was, the protagonist couldn't help but enjoy it. Now he finally had the chance to fix his relationship with his brother so that they could become inseparable once again. Yujin then expressed his love to the boy he had raised. Having finally learned his place, he decided to behave from now on and stay away from the hunting world and the dungeons. Suddenly, the system congratulated him on becoming an awakener. Yujin had a hard time processing this. To make things even more confusing, he acquired the titles and Perfect Custodian. He also gained a new skill known as Super Nanny. According to the system, Yujin's growth rate had now been doubled, seeing how he was under our hero's custody, leaving him quite intrigued. Sometime later, the meal was placed on the stove. Yujin was almost finished cooking. Our protagonist felt extremely out of place. In the original timeline, this marked a major dispute between him and his younger brother. Yet now things were different. He was happy to have reconciled with him, but still found it weird that they were now sharing dinner. Yujin then turned his attention toward his status window. As the timeline restarted, he had received a new awakening, much different from the previous one. He had acquired the L-ranked Dragon Slayer title, which could only be granted to the one who killed the beast alone. The custodian quickly realized that this was the mark he had gotten from the beast and felt as if something was odd, as this shouldn't have happened at this time. The protagonist then quickly understood that the rank L referred to legendary, which was superior to the S rank. To make things even better, this title had 4 skills. These new powers left their wielder shocked. Our protagonist had acquired L rank resistance to poison curses, as well as 2 other skills that would make him greatly efficient against all dragons. Yujin Han had gotten quite excited. He started to think of himself as the protagonist of one of those stories where he would become the strongest in the world after traveling in time. With that being said, he started to fantasize about it. Yujin imagined Yuyun getting overpowered by the dragon. And just as they thought that they were about to get killed by the poison, something unbelievable would happen. A miraculous savior would enter the scene. Our hero would then pull off a cool big brother moment, as he was desperate to gain some aura in front of his genius of a little brother. Yujin was certain that he was now comparable to a superhero. In fact, he rushed to check his grade, thinking that he was now S-ranked or even L-ranked. Yet there was no denying the stats. Yujin was still F rank. Having realized that this wasn't one of the typical Ice Guy stories, he began to panic, thinking that he would be useless once again. He was so disappointed that he started to think that L in fact referred to loser. The custodian had acquired some new E rank buffs that were superior to his older ones, but nothing that stood out. On the bright side, his custodian title had ascended to the legendary grade. Due to that, he had acquired 3 new skills. Despite its power, Final Thanks was a skill that he wished to never see again. The first new power was known as Super Nanny, which allows the user to boost the growth rate of the target for 3 days by speaking the keywords. Yujin found it similar to his old power, but decided to check the growth rate boost. And to his shock, it turned out to be a whopping 2 times. Yujin realized that this would be greatly beneficial for Yuhin, especially when combined with the skill Who's a Good Boy, a new power that would allow the user to boost the stats of his target by speaking the keyword in front of an intelligent audience capable of understanding it. In other words, speaking the keywords in front of a crowd of 100 would grant the S-rank hunter a 100% increase in all stat points. Thus, if Yujin cheered for his younger brother in front of 100 people, his strength was bound to double. The big brother was particularly happy with this skill, as it would allow his brother, as well as the rest of his guild, to gain great power that would stun everyone. Hyan would become the #1 guild, and seeing how he was responsible for putting it on top, the hero would be revered by it as a king. But just as things started to go right for our protagonist, the keyword was revealed to be, "I love you." Out of nowhere, the older brother started to bang his head on the table, as this couldn't get any more embarrassing. He quickly realized that the keyword must have changed when the timeline. Yet every time he used the keyword on anyone he met, he was bound to have a lovely night in jail with the police. Seeing how this skill was unusable, the hero decided to check the final one. The final power would allow the protagonist to see the potential rank of an unawakened target, and awaken their full potential by chanting the keyword. But just as he was deep in his thoughts, dinner was finally done. His brother gave him some rice. Yuhin wasn't sure if Yuhin would like the food, seeing how it was made from leftovers in the fridge, but the hero's reaction said it all. Yuhin was happy to see his brother enjoy the food, and he happily stated that there was more in Japan. Yuhin didn't expect his brother to be able to cook and was, in fact, intrigued by it, as he was rich enough to eat out. Yuhin stated that it was safer, and back then he didn't have poison antidotes or curse-lifting items when he started his journey. This made the older brother realize that some people had tried to poison the younger one in the past. According to Yuhin, some must have grown envious of his great talent despite his young age. After all, most big guilds sold themselves to giant corporations for the sake of progress, while he built his empire on his own. And as Yuhin pointed out that he would have been better off joining one of the big guilds, he was suddenly grabbed by the face. Yuhin was quite angry that his brother had kept such crucial information from him. The early hunter urged the F rank not to judge him, as in the end this was the life he had chosen. The 20-year-old then expressed that his biggest regret was the fact that his relationship with his brother had deteriorated. Yuhin was forced to keep a close eye on his brother while pretending not to like him in order to keep bad people from hurting him. The young man even claimed he kept all of this a secret in order not to become a dead weight for his brother. But as it turned out, he admitted that he was wrong. Yuhin was deeply touched by his brother's apology and how he expressed his love for him, especially after he had given him the cold shoulder. Seeing his little brother act like this, the older one immediately filled up his plate, as he didn't know what else to do. Yuhin Huan was grateful to have reverse time, claiming it to be the best decision of his life. At that moment, the younger brother decided to take his leave, but before that he urged the protagonist to number, seeing as he wouldn't be answering the phone anytime soon. Way too afraid to find out what his brother truly meant by this, our hero immediately obeyed. As the guild master was leaving, Yuhin promised to clean up everything before taking his leave, but his brother didn't quite understand. Yuhin explained to him that he was to stay here. In fact, not only was our hero going to live with him from now on, but he was now even forbidden from ever leaving. Yuhin had a hard time understanding this, as somehow he had become his brother's hostage. After fathoming this, our protagonist demanded an explanation. So his brother simply pointed out that the outside was far too dangerous. Everything was now different for our hero, as he had fixed his relationship with his younger brother. In other words, he was now a walking target for his many enemies, who would be eager to kill him. Well, that meant the custodian was forbidden from exiting the house. Yet, on the bright side, he would get to live in the luxurious apartment of his younger brother. Yet unable to accept this truth, Yuhin rushed to the door, only to quickly find himself behind bars. At that moment, a mailman entered the room and urged the protagonist to sign the form so he could get the items he had requested. As it turned out, Yuhin didn't waste a second and called a moving company to empty his brother's apartment and move everything here. Yuhin didn't understand why his caretaker wasn't okay with the plan, as he had already agreed to all of this. The moment he had apologized to him and forgiven him for the cold shoulder, everything was set. According to the 20-year-old, by doing this, his brother had agreed to become his prisoner. Yet Yuhin, with a little bit of defiance left in him, affirmed that it wasn't the case. Just like that, the custodian found himself trapped in a cage of gold. At some point, he started to assume that his brother had gone mad. After that, he had reversed time. Without wasting a minute, our hero packed a bag of essentials and decided to leave the house before his brother returned. But just as he was about to exit through the front door, he suddenly stumbled upon someone. In front of this giant, gorilla-like man, our 5 foot, something protagonist could only shiver. That person was Sung Gon Kim, the right-hand man of Yuhin and an A-rank hunter with capable defensive powers. When asked if he could pass, the F-rank hunter was denied exit. Yuhin couldn't help but find this ridiculous, as his brother went as far as giving him an A-rank hunter as a warden. Our hero tried to argue his way out and claimed that the man should care less about what he did. And so, seeing this, Sung Gon Kim decided to adopt a different approach, which was intimidation, and from the looks of it, it seemed to be working very well. Now, in front of a higher-level hunter, our hero couldn't help but feel like a small rabbit in front of a giant grizzly bear. Even so, he tried his best to remain calm. Only then did one of his new skills, known as Resist Fear, kick in. With its power, the custodian stopped shaking in his boots. In fact, he wasn't afraid at all. Now, even the intimidating A-rank hunter seemed more like an oversized plushie. And so, seeing this, our twink decided to fight back. He then invoked Article 12 of the Constitution of South Korea, claiming that it was his right and privilege to enjoy freedom. And just as he began to claim that the crimes of his warden were punishable by jail, he was suddenly picked up, as the grizzly bear picked up the little bunny. The little one realized that his new skills removed his fear, but not his weakness. And so as he was carried inside like a toddler, our hero couldn't help but wander through his many skills in hopes of turning the tides. Yet as he resorted to his skills, as the twig is bent, so grows the tree, he realized something intriguing. Out of nowhere, the little bunny grabbed the face of the giant grizzly bear. There was no mistaking it. This man had the potential to become an S-rank awakener, which would make him the second elite hunter in the guild after Yuhune. Our hero was eager to exploit this potential to its fullest and began to wonder if his power could be of any help. The system informed him that even if the man wasn't under his custody, he could still unlock his full potential by speaking the keywords. In other words, he truly had a way to help. Yuhune speculated that, by becoming the custodian of the grizzly bear, he would acquire a friendly S-rank ally, as well as regain his freedom. Even so, the little bunny felt embarrassed, as he had to express his love toward the grizzly bear. And so, being unable to say it, he decided to resort to sign language. Well, he started making heart shapes. At first, the man was confused, but after understanding, he was left quite irritated, as he wasn't swinging that way. Thus, now deemed a weirdo, our hero was tossed inside, making him realize that he needed new keywords. Later that night, the younger brother finally returned. He asked his older brother about his day, as if things were obvious. Yuhune urged Yuhune to unpack his stuff already, as he had a spare room that he could use, but our hero kept complaining about being a prisoner. And so, seeing this, the elite hunter reassured the protagonist that he was bound to regain his freedom one day. Yuhune explained that at the moment, their guild had too many rivals, but things were bound to change once they amassed an undisputed amount of power. The hopes of our hero regaining freedom crumbled once again, upon learning that he could only leave this place once. Haiyan became the #1 guild. The younger brother promised to do it in the span of a year, but the time traveler knew very well that it would take him 3. Yuhune stated that his older brother wasn't totally a prisoner, as he could exit the house at any time as long as he was supervised and on a leash. The guild master then began to think that he couldn't just leave him with a bad encounter. as it would take him many days to clear a dungeon. At that moment, the custodian realized that his abilities could be of some use. Before restarting the timeline, Yuhune used to spend all of his time researching all hunters, meaning that he knew very well who would become the strongest. His plan was to find one of those hidden gems before they awakened and turn them into hunters, in exchange for becoming his bodyguard. By acquiring his own powerful people, Yuhune wouldn't be at the complete mercy of his brother any longer, and his title and skills made him a perfect scout. And with that being said, Yuhune announced to his brother that he wanted to personally find an A rank. The younger one was confused, but the older brother was determined, as he was eager to find himself an A rank or even an S rank. The most suitable target would most likely be young and naive, and to his fortune there was someone like that outside. Someone he could one day convince to become an S-rank hunter. Without wasting any time, he was there to explain his grand plan to his younger brother. When asked how he would even be able to scout an awakener, the young man claimed that he had his secrets. It didn't take the elite long to realize that his younger brother had awakened. Fearing that his brother had now acquired a scouting skill, the S-rank feared that his brother might become a center of attention. It was at this moment that the protagonist realized that being truthful to his younger brother would mean rotting in his apartment forever. And so he claimed his power to be an F-rank skill that could allow him to sense if someone had good or bad potential once a month. Yuhune judged this skill to be too weak to attract attention. In fact, according to him, this skill would quickly be overshadowed with the new awakening center around. The hero was then reminded that at this time, humans had found a way to evaluate the skills and potential of awakeners. Centers were a safe place for awakening, away from lousy scanners, and where no one judged people for their skills. Yuhune claimed himself to be lucky. According to him, with the center around, he was now even less of a target, and he begged his brother for a chance to scout an A rank. In the end, Yuhune agreed, but urged his brother to help him move all of this stuff first. Just like that, the protagonist had taken his first step to freedom, as he was now on his way to build himself a squad of powerful awakeners. He even began to fantasize about how important he would become with his squad around, and that they might become even more important than his brothers. The next day, at the registration center of the Korean Hunter Association, everyone was left shocked to see the shield of Hyan. But the A-rank hunter didn't come here alone. Everyone assumed the one he was guarding to be someone very important, and a potential S-rank about to awaken. Yet reality hit when he was labeled as an F-rank. Everyone was left disappointed and accused him of being a fraud, despite the fact that he didn't utter a word in the first place. Eugene then decided to check how much money his brother had given him to get himself some new gear, and was pleasantly surprised to see that it was over $800,000. Our hero didn't waste time and rushed to the mall. Smelling the profits, the staff began to circle around him like vultures. At first, he was offered some fancy-looking items that offered a great boost, yet not fond of the design. The protagonist demanded something simpler. Just like that, he acquired the discreet studs of Dark Fairy that boosted his magic, the manticore hide gloves that made him gain in strength and stamina, as well as the light fabric belt. With the new gear that he had bought, our custodian was now on par with a C rank. Seeing how he still had some money left, he decided to use it to purchase some potions and contracts. Later on, his bodyguard confronted him about being late, but the annoyed bodyguard showed the grizzly bear that was just roaming around inside that one building. The bodyguard urged the protagonist to be more wary of his movements and decided to take a closer look at it, to drive him home. Yet this one still had one more stop in mind. Eugene began to think about the ice witch Yerim Park, who should currently be an orphan working at a family barbecue restaurant. In the original timeline, she was one of the greatest A-rank hunters, could become a great asset for Hyan, and should currently be an unawakened 15-year-old. The hero was eager to scout her in order to make her his bodyguard, and finally regain his freedom. Sometime later at the night market, the protagonist asked everywhere about the orphan, yet no one knew about her. Eugene didn't expect there to be so many barbecue places, meaning his search was no easy task. Yet he couldn't focus with the smell of the tasty meat, which is why he offered for his bodyguard to grab a bite, only for him to refuse. The A rank tried to argue that there were many barbecue places around their guild, but the F rank claimed that he had sensed a strong presence here. This made the grizzly bear mock the little rabbit who was deluding himself by thinking he was a Jedi. But just as the custodian began to fantasize about a tasty dinner, he suddenly walked into a dispute. A young teenager was desperately trying to justify herself, In the end, she tossed her in anger and ran into the night while cursing her boss. Meanwhile, our hero was left stunned, as he had finally located the future Ice Queen. But before he could talk to her, she stormed off. Yujin asked the big guy to hold his wiener. While pursuing the girl, he started to think about how fast she was despite still being unawakened, but only then did the effects of his belt kick in. With the speed boost granted by his equipment, even the F rank could keep up with her. Yujin found himself overjoyed as he had used for the first time the greatest cheat code, money, to search all of the market at full speed, and after some he finally located the girl. With that being said, the girl finally heard him call her name. At first the teenager assumed that our hero was sent by her uncle, and so she decided to run away, as she didn't want anything to do with him. But only then was the custodian left horrified, as a car was about to hit the girl. But just as tragedy was about to strike, Yujin made his move and pushed the orphan out of the way. Just like that, the girl was saved. If it wasn't for him, the driver would have become a murderer. Stunned by the scene, a crowd started to gather. Despite the girl being safe, Yujin regretted not looking any cooler. In fact, this little maneuver just lost him some aura points. Shortly after, while enjoying meat, the protagonist pointed out that it had been a long time since he had enjoyed Korean barbecue. Seeing how he was paying with his brother's money, our hero decided to invite the girl and even offered to buy her some more. Yujin asked the girl why they weren't eating at her uncle's restaurant, so she claimed that it was nasty and the meat was tough for old people like him. Urim pointed out how this complete stranger claimed to be the older brother of Yujin Han, and when asked for the reason he wanted to see her in the place, the boy claimed that he felt her force. Thinking that he was some kind of weird geek, the girl tried to match his energy before leaving. At that moment, our hero came up with a lie, claiming that in the past her now deceased parents had helped him and his brother in their time of need. Yujin even apologized for waiting all these years to repay the favor, as it had been hard on him, but the teenager didn't mind, as he wasn't ripping her off. The protagonist then pointed out how the girl had some hidden talent within her. Yujin explained how his powers could allow him to detect future awakeners and help them grow. He even explained how the teenager in front of him could very much become a B rank, and seeing how they were being backed up by the guild of his younger brother, Urim would receive full support if she chose to become a hunter. The custodian revealed his wish to become her sponsor, and thus he offered her the chance to sign up with him and become a hunter. Urim was greatly shocked by this. This was only natural. After all the cool kids dreamed of becoming hunters one day. Now the only thing left to convince her was to put on a little show. Out of nowhere, the protagonist summoned a contract which he urged the girl to read first. The teenager was left quite impressed, and realized that the man was using something known as an inventory. Yujin explained that she too would acquire her pocket dimension upon awakening, and that the paper in front of her was made from dungeon materials. And just like that, he handed her the contract. The protagonist explained that by signing this, she would become an official hunter. Yet she would also be forced to join the guild of his younger brother, and not spill any of its secrets, but also had to become his personal bodyguard for a year. Trying to play the victim here, Yujin explained that he needed protection from an intimidating man who was trying to lock him up, only for his dignity to be hurt, when the girl pointed out how he wanted a literal child to protect him. Yujin tried to argue that there was no reason for him to be ashamed, as after awakening she would become stronger than him. Yet one asked if by signing up she would be allowed to live on her own. He was particularly confused, but he explained how she would legally get the privileges of adulthood upon becoming a hunter, and so she decided to sign immediately. At that moment, Yujin immediately stopped her, as she still hadn't fully read the paper and hadn't included her terms. This made the girl realize her mistake. Our protagonist explained that if Urim didn't fully read the document, she would one day get scammed. He explained to her how she needed to handle contracts very carefully, and since such things could be a hassle for kids, she was better off with a guardian. But as he was monologuing, the protagonist was left confused as the girl pointed out that this would be pointless if the guardian himself was a scammer. The teenager was getting frustrated, certain that regardless of the contract, she wouldn't be able to keep her money if her custodian was evil. But just as she was gathering up the courage to explain the situation to our hero, someone suddenly stormed into the restaurant. That person was none other than the girl's uncle, searching for her. The man completely ignored our hero and charged at the girl, who should have been on her ship. The uncle tried to drag his niece back to the restaurant, only to be stopped by her new sponsor, At first, the man assumed that our hero was the personal pedophile of his niece, but our broke custodian immediately denied the allegation. The uncle thought that he was dealing with a strong man, as he couldn't free himself, but little did he know this was the gear in action. Urame then began to scream at her uncle to leave her alone, only for our hero to take a good look at her and realize something. Her outfit was in a pitiful condition, and the shoes on her feet were barely holding up. Upon remembering the dispute they had in front of him, Yujin finally connected the dots. The protagonist confirmed to the teenager that she didn't need someone as low as this man to be her custodian. Urame confirmed that her uncle was a bad man. She accused him of stealing all of her parents' money, without leaving her a single cent. In front of everyone, she even brought up the time he didn't replace the pitiful umbrella he had given her for the typhoon, forcing her to use a plastic bag. As he was getting exposed as a child abuser, the man couldn't take it any longer. With that being said, he pushed the protagonist out of his way and slowly approached the little girl. Then all of a sudden the scout fell on the ground. The two of them were greatly startled, thinking that the protagonist was actually hurt. But this one didn't even say a word. The silence was then cut short as he started to scream on the ground out of nowhere. Yujin tried to play the victim, claiming that he was only trying to protect the poor teenager, as he was being portrayed more and more like a violent child abuser. The man didn't know what to say. Thus he grabbed the twink by the collar and screamed at him to cut it out already. Yujin found this to be the perfect opportunity. Without anyone noticing, he kicked the man's feet, making him fall head first into the sauce. Yujin then gave the man a genuine heartfelt warning about the soda on the floor that made him slip. The uncle desperately tried to get back up, only to be slammed into the food once again. In front of such a spectacle, the girl had a hard time holding back her laughter. Yujin had the abuser's face close to the grill and called him out on being such a horrible custodian to his own flesh and blood. But just as he was about to threaten him, a sudden explosion sound occurred. Urame assumed that this kind stranger had slammed her uncle into the table, only for him to affirm that the sound seemed to be coming from outside. Suddenly, everyone began to panic as the entire restaurant started to shake. Sung Kan Kim rushed to the custodian. He was eager to take him to safety, as a monster had appeared, and the beast was on a rampage in the streets. A dungeon break had just occurred. The horrified citizens desperately tried to run for their lives. The hunter urged the protagonist and the teenager to stay away from danger. He claimed that he would buy them some time, and punched the ground in order to use his A-rank skill, Terra Shield. In the split second, a giant wall rose between the humans and the monster. Now was the perfect chance for our hero to make a run for his life. Yet Yujin couldn't be more confused, as such an outbreak didn't happen in the original timeline. This made him think that he had overlooked this dungeon break in his past life, and so the A-rank rushed at the monster. He jumped off the wall and braced himself, before striking the creature with a powerful flying kick. But as it turns out, Sung Kan didn't even hit the main body, and with that being said, he tried his best to escape the incoming tentacles. All citizens were left horrified as the monster was about to overcome the wall, but as everyone was running in panic, the girl suddenly tripped over and fell to the ground. Her uncle didn't even think twice before abandoning her and prioritizing himself. Once again, Yoram was failed by her custodian. At that moment, the beast tried to snatch her with its tentacles. But just as it seemed like the girl was done for, someone came and shielded her from the attack. That person was none other than her sponsor. Yujin urged her to get back up already, as they needed to find a safe place at once. It was the first time in Yoram Park's life that someone had actually come back for her. After confirming that the underground shop was some kind of shelter, the adult ordered the rich child to go there at once. As for him, he needed to return to the action. It was the first time that he had seen that kind of monster, and despite one specimen not being much on its own, it could become a real problem if left unchecked. To make things worse, his bodyguard only knew defensive skills and lacked any real firepower. In other words, he wouldn't do much alone against the monster. With that being said, our hero tried to come up with a way to help. But just as he was about to go back, he was suddenly stopped. Yoram asked him to awaken her powers so she could fight by his side. Yujin stated that this would be impossible, as the contract wasn't signed yet. So the girl promised not to run away once she obtained her powers, and to be loyal. After hearing this, the custodian reminded her that she was still a child. Yujin revealed how he intended to grant her a safe awakening and not turn her into some kind of sudden superhero that would carelessly throw herself into danger. Our protagonist refused to let another child fight alone ever again, and thus he ordered her to stand back while the adults handled the situation. And with that being said, our protagonist left the teenager alone. While running towards the beast, he tried his best to come up with a strategy. Seeing how he had 5 years of experience as a hunter, it would be a disgrace for him not to think of a way to take the creature down. And just like that, he finally rejoined his bodyguard. As the grizzly urged the bunny to get to safety, the latter asked him to use his shield, which was ridiculous, as it couldn't shield the entire area. But to the A-rank hunter's shock, the F-rank claimed that it should do the trick, as he had a plan in mind. Just like that, the two of them climbed on top of the wall and braced themselves for the upcoming fight. The defensive hunter prepared all of his skills and punched the ground as hard as possible. Before the monster could even realize, a giant dome of stone had been set around it. Sungin Kim wasn't aware that his power could be used to trap an opponent. With that being said, it was time for our hero to make his move. Using his gear, he rushed to the cage. Since his shield was basically a sturdy surface, it could be easily used to create a sturdy dome. While on his shopping spree, the protagonist found some black venom pods of rank A. Seeing how he liked to stay ready, he purchased some of them. Using one of them inside a closed cage would surely be enough to take care of the monster. But just as our hero was about to throw it in, he noticed something intriguing. The cage was empty, and just as he began to wonder where the monster had run off to, something suddenly grabbed his leg, and before he could even realize it, the beast emerged from underground. His plan turned out to be a mess, as he didn't account for the monster being able to hide itself in the sewers. But just as he began to think that he was about to meet his doom, Yerim, armed with an umbrella, rushed to help him. The child started to beat the monster in a desperate attempt to free the custodian, and in the end it finally let go. As soon as his feet hit the ground, the teenager urged him to run for his life. Yojin reminded her that as a civilian she had nothing to do here, so she called him out on being nothing but an F rank. Our hero tried to argue that he was still a grown-up, so the girl reminded him that he wanted to enlist a child as his bodyguard. Yojin desperately tried to remind her that she was still underage, but the girl claimed that this was the exact reason she needed her abilities awakened. She revealed that back then, when he saved her life, she felt extremely happy, as there was finally a man who wanted to protect her. That happiness was also mixed with anger, as the teenager realized that she couldn't handle herself alone, and that she was forced to rely on others. For that reason, in order to save herself in the case of such disasters, Yojin wanted to acquire power. She didn't want to remain a helpless child forever. In fact, she refused the idea of staying a damsel in distress, in need of help. Instead, the girl desired to become powerful enough to handle herself and master her own destiny. Yerim then reminded the protagonist of his own words, and how he claimed that she had immense potential, and thus she urged him to awaken her at once. At that moment, the teenager and the custodian were a few moments away from being swallowed by the tentacles of the creature, and thus the protagonist immediately resorted to his power. Suddenly, the tentacles of the beast were repelled. At first, the bodyguard was intrigued, but confusion was quickly replaced with astonishment, as the teenager had frozen over the tentacles of the monster. Yerim Park awakened as an Asterian counter, who immediately used her freezing skill known as Frosty Sai. The teenager got overexcited and wanted to give the custodian a list of her skills, so he urged her to never do this in public. But in her celebration, she hadn't realized that the monster was trying to attack her from behind. The girl was then caught off guard as the monster had gotten a hold of her hands. The startled girl tried to shake it off, but instead smashed it against the wall. Even the experienced hunter couldn't believe their own eyes. There was no doubting it. This girl had awakened as an S rank. Yerim then decided to land the finishing blow. She asked him to stand still, and therefore handed him a spear. She imbued her power into the weapon, before launching a powerful attack. As the ice was scattering everywhere, the bodyguard had no choice but to use his shields in order to protect the custodian. The skill known as Sandals of Hermes was then activated, allowing the girl to levitate. It also granted her immeasurable speed as she then flew like an arrow at the beast. Yerim, with her new powers, easily pierced its flesh. Yujin screamed at her that she was about to kill them with friendly fire. Teenager immediately apologized. She explained that she was still unaccustomed to her own strength, due to her title of Ice Witch in the original timeline. Our hero had never expected this girl to be such a cheerful child. But just as the custodian began to wish for the girl to have an AoE skill, someone offered to give them a hand. The black flames were then quickly summoned, and the beast was burned to a crisp. The guild master had made his entrance. Upon seeing this immense firepower, the Ice Witch was speechless, as the giant beast had been incinerated with a single attack. And just like that, the burning remains fell like ashes to the ground. With this finally being over, the two powerhouses glared at each other. Our hero, who thought that his brother was here to save him, was suddenly met with a dark glare. The overprotective guild master rushed to hug his brother, who was just in danger, and promised to keep him locked up in his house forever. But Yujin reassured Yuyun that he had found a capable bodyguard. He introduced his new shield as Urim Park, the latest S-rank hunter. The teenager was somehow intimidated by the handsome guild master of Hyun. Yujin explained that the girl had signed up to become his bodyguard, but Yujin started to wonder if her parents would even allow it. Our hero decided to be truthful with his younger brother, and expressed his desire to become the legal guardian of the girl. Yujin affirmed that he would be better off as a sponsor. But the girl failed to see the difference between the two titles. Sungon explained that a sponsor would only maintain a professional relationship and wouldn't be able to legally protect her from her bad choices. As for a legal guardian, it was practically someone who takes care of a minor just like a parent. Urim Park stated to Yujin that this was a little over the top, and Yujin immediately agreed with her. But to his horror, the mind of the teenager seemed to be changing as his older brother pointed out how she was better off with him instead of her abusive uncle. At that moment, the younger brother decided to stop this madness for the sake of his custodian. The stories of powerful young awakeners abusing their legal guardians were all over the news. In other words, there was a fat chance that Urim would harass the ace rank. But the girl affirmed that she was a kind person. In a fit of anger, the young man offered himself to become her legal guardian. But the girl refused, claiming that she would rather have the older brother instead. And so, as fire and ice clashed with each other, the custodian desperately tried to stop them. Yet upon being caught between the world's strongest hunter and a newly awakened S-rank, the shoulder of our twink was ultimately dislocated. As both felt sorry for what they had done, our hero urged them to leave him be. Yujin wanted to go get a healer, yet Yujin started to wonder if he had raised him wrong. At the younger one that the girl was free to choose her own guardian, and that he should be thankful that he had earned him a new S-rank. Our hero even pointed out how, as a guild master, he needed to go with his right hand in order to take care of the damage. Yushin had no choice but to go to work while claiming that it wouldn't take him long. And so, as the guild master finally left the scene, the teenager began to complain about how she didn't expect someone this cute to be this annoying, only to be ordered to sit down in a corner. Urim, who still could control her own power, apologized for dislocating the hero's shoulder. Yushin then offered to help her put on her shoes. To make things even worse, the pair wasn't even the right size, showing just how much the uncle was a bad parent to his niece. For that reason, the custodian decided to buy her new shoes first thing in the morning. At that moment, Urim felt as if she was living inside a TV show. She claimed that this situation was similar to rom-coms. Only then the chinos saw a fly passing by and tried to kill it. The hero, who dodged the claws of death at the last minute, didn't come out unscathed. Yushin, who almost had a heart attack, pointed out that this seemed more like a movie than a rom-com. Yushin then decided to answer the teenager's question regarding why he was so desperate to protect her. According to him, the two of them weren't so different, as he too had been orphaned at a young age. Back then, he used to pray for someone who would take care of him and his brother. But as he kept on monologuing about how he might not be the right person for the job, the girl claimed that he would do the trick, despite the fact that he was nothing but an F rank who wanted to rely on a teenager for his safety. Even so, the Ice Witch expressed how she was looking forward to working with him. And just like that, the two of them finally came to an agreement. The custodian claimed that even if he couldn't give her as much love as a real parent, he still loved her very much. The moment Yaram began to laugh and found him cringe for this love declaration was the moment she came under our hero's custody. But just as it seemed like they had figured everything out, something happened. Her uncle rushed at her, claiming that he was worried about her. The man asked the girl if she had truly awakened, and as he pointed out how this could make them rich, the custodian and the new chick under his wing realized that they still needed to deal with that man. The man affirmed once again that he was greatly worried about the girl, and asked her again if she had truly awakened. And upon learning that she was now an S rank, he felt overjoyed, claiming that they were going to become rich. The uncle was then left quite shocked, as his niece claimed that she had signed a deal with a new custodian, and that she was going to move out. The man explained that this would be impossible, seeing how she was still a minor. So Eugene explained to him how the law explicitly stated that a hunter above the age of 14 was free to live on his own. But just as the man who it was, a recording from back when they had first met at the restaurant, where it seemed like he was beating up Hiro. Eugene even offered to get the live footage from the restaurant to make things even more convenient. Hiro then began to scream at the man, seeing what a bad parent he was to the girl. And as he accused him of being about to steal all the teenager's income, the man screamed that he had been taking care of her for years. Eugene moved his hand out of the way just in time in order to keep his phone to himself. At that moment, the man attacked him, as he couldn't take it any longer. But as he was about to see him in court, Urim suddenly smashed the ground with her umbrella. Both adults were left shocked. Eugene, thinking that the girl was angry, warned her that, as an awakener, she wasn't allowed to harm civilians. But all of a sudden, an innocent look sparkled in her eyes. Urim turned to her uncle and explained that violence wasn't needed, and as he explained that he was just defending himself from his camera. The girl snapped the umbrella in half, leaving him speechless. With a bright smile, the teenager affirmed that this wasn't the case at all. If anything, it was her uncle who was the in. His eyes, she had become some kind of devastating monster. As the resist fear skill was triggered, our hero pointed out how this girl was just as scary as the rest of the S ranks. Urim pointed out how she didn't need to pay her uncle back for anything. She then turned the steel umbrella into a small ball and recalled the incident when he left her without one during the typhoon. The hunter then pointed out how she could easily squash him like a bug if she wanted to. Even so, she decided to show him mercy. After all, such a pathetic man wasn't worth her time. Urim urged them to never forget how useless he truly was. The girl even claimed that if he ever dared to trouble her or her new custodian, she would make sure to give him a fate far worse than death. And with that being said, the F rank and the S rank left the scene, leaving the civilian shaking in his boots. Urim cheerfully declared that she had learned this intimidation technique from her new guardian, who realized that he might be a bad example. But in the end, he managed to get the guild a new S rank and regain his own freedom. But little did he know something unexpected was coming his way. One morning, someone burst into his room. That person was none other than his younger brother. Eugene was left startled, wondering what could be so urgent at dawn. Yuyun then demanded the items that he had purchased yesterday. At that moment, the protagonist felt ashamed of himself, thinking that he shouldn't have bought so much, but his brother only wanted the venom pods, and so he quickly handed them over. Our hero was then left intrigued as his younger brother suddenly asked him if he truly thought that he wasn't worthy of the task. Suddenly, the young man hugged his custodian. The guild master pointed out that these venom pods must be some last resort. According to him, his brother, not wanting to become a burden, wanted to use one of these pods on himself to end it all in case he got captured by the enemy. Yuyun, deeply touched by his brother's actions, claimed that he didn't need to act so selflessly. But little did he know, Yuyun had bought these in order to selfishly go conquer a dungeon solo, and seeing how he couldn't reveal his poise immunity, he decided to roll with it. And from that point on, the understanding between the two brothers just snowballed from there. A little later that day, Yu Hyun informed Yu Hyun that Director Suk went to see the uncle of their newest recruit. After some research, they had discovered that the man had wasted all of the girl's inheritance in order to save his failing restaurant. But in the end, by mixing bribes and intimidation, they got him to sign a paper forbidding him from approaching his niece ever again. Yoram didn't even want to take the wasted inheritance to court, as she just wanted to cut all ties with her uncle. But in the end, suing would be pointless, as her inheritance couldn't possibly match her income as an S-rank hunter. According to the guild master, the new recruit should have gotten a hold of her power by now, as she had spent the entire night in the training room. Yu Hyun proudly bragged that his training chamber could withstand the powers of an S rank. And yet, the two of them walked into what seemed to be a battlefield. The room that was supposedly S-rank proof had been completely obliterated. And just like that, Yu-hyun had no choice but to swallow his own words. Everything was ice and shambles. The girl was exercising her powers to the fullest. Upon landing on the ground, she focused her effort on her target and delivered a chilling punch with incredible strength. The hunter then resorted to her skill, Shadowless Day, allowing her to stretch her shadow all across the room. Her custodian was left confused, and before he could even realize it, he found himself immobilized by the girl's shadow. Yoram then used one of her new powers. Like tentacles, her shadow started to grab everything heavy nearby, including something that was almost lightweight. Now that everything had been connected to a single point, the girl braced herself and delivered a powerful stomp to the ground. The impact was so powerful that it began shattering the floor. But the real damage came with the final punch, as the last attack caused incredible destruction. With that being said, even the walls started to crumble. And just like that, the entire room was destroyed. But as the teenager was trying to catch her breath, she suddenly heard the mention of her custodian. Upon seeing that the protagonist had passed out, both Yoram and Yu-hyun were left in a state of panic. Upon coming back to his senses, the protagonist noticed something intriguing. He didn't recognize the young lady in front of him. At first, Yoram grew worried, as this meant that the man had been hit on the head, but Yu-hyun explained that he simply didn't recognize her because of her new hairstyle. Upon learning that the stylist of the guild had paid the girl a visit, our hero claimed that she was now pretty enough to start any sports drink advertisement. From now on, Yoram would have to take care of her appearance, seeing how shranks were basically celebrities who were always the stars of the news. The girl had already finished all of her paperwork and was just reviewing it all in order to make sure she didn't forget to write any of it. Apologizing for failing to realize his presence, our hero asked about her powers. The first one was Frosty Sigh, which allows her to freeze anything she wants. The second one was the Sandals of Hermes, allowing flight and a little bit of teleportation. As for the third one, it was known as Shadowless Day, which allows her to buff any stat she has while nerfing the abilities of enemies at the same time. Eugene pointed out how this power basically allows her to absorb the abilities of the target, while the teenager pointed out that she also had a fourth skill. It was known as Pale Corpses, which allows her to extract information from the dead. Both agreed that it sounded kind of creepy, while its owner wished to have awakened anything else instead. For that reason, our hero advised her to leave the necromantic power out of the papers, as there weren't any laws forcing her to register all of her skills. Eugene then started to make some adjustments to the paperwork while leaving out the buffs of Shadowless Day and the teleportation of the Sandals of Hermes. Yoram, with a wide smile, praised him for being so knowledgeable. At that moment, the younger brother intervened and firmly affirmed that his brother only became an expert in order to help him, and just like that, the adult was once again the first to break up a fight between fire and ice. Eugene even started to wonder if it would be possible to leave these two alone like that. It was safe to say that he was genuinely concerned about leaving two atomic bombs alone together. As soon as she got out of the car, everyone rushed towards the new member of Ha-Mion, Yoram Park, the latest S rank. And so while everyone was focusing on the 8th elite warrior hunter, her custodian hiding in a dark corner was watching her from afar. When asked why he was disappointing the ice witch by refusing to appear with her, our hero pointed out that he disliked the attention of crowds. In fact, according to him, once the girl became a real superstar, she wouldn't even have enough time to think about an F rank like him. Even so, he couldn't help but be happy for her. This new timeline was very different from the original, as the cold ice witch had now been replaced by a cheerful and happy teenager. Even so, this was also a subject of concern, as the dungeon break that happened in the market never occurred in our hero's first life. Yet in the end, our hero judged that it shouldn't be a problem as long as everyone was fine, and decided to scout some talents from among the people nearby. Yet, seeing how he was only seeing normies, he concluded that it would be impossible for him to scout another S rank so easily. But as he was monologuing in his head, our hero suddenly noticed something intriguing. He didn't even think twice before rushing to check it out. Eugene couldn't care less if he makes changes to the timeline, as after all he turned back time in order to transform it and save his brother. In fact, he wanted to change things for the better, for the sake of the ones that he loves. And if he ever sees a talent that is not appreciated for its true worth, he would grab it by the end. As in the end, the purpose of our hero's power might be to unlock a man's potential. The person in front of him was Myung Woo-yu, a person deemed by the system that could never surpass F rank. And yet he possesses an SS rank skill that is yet to be unlocked. Yujin recognized the man by name and asked him if he didn't recognize him as well. Myung-woo claimed that he couldn't remember him, but Yujin didn't blame him, as it had been ages since they had last seen each other. Naturally, all of this was a lie. Yujin was blown away by the powerful skill of the man known as Master of the Golden Smithy. It was obvious to the eye that this was an SS rank crafting skill that can produce very expensive SS rank items, and yet it was unheard of in the original timeline. Yujin was certain that if they used the talents of this man to the fullest, they'd be able to acquire a fortune. No one would have expected that such an underfed sack of bones could turn out to be a living lottery ticket. Yujin noticed that the man had just awakened, and as he started to monologue about how he could still make a living despite being an F rank, our hero showed him that the two of them shared the same rank and offered to go get some training together. Ningwood politely declined as his F-rank talent was basically useless, and he pointed out how he lacked the funds to pay for training. Yujin stated that he could train for free at his guild. Suddenly, the bunny was snatched by the grizzly bear, who reminded him that only guild members were allowed to access the facilities. And so, while our hero was bargaining for an exception, the man recognized the hunter as the Shield of Haiyan. He was quite intrigued, and asked the protagonist about his relationship with this man. And to Myung-woo's utmost shock, Yujin revealed how he was the older brother of the guild master. For some reason, an unknown light started to shine out of the protagonist, now looking like a saint. Yujin urged the man to come train with him at the guild, and even offered to lend him some equipment. Myung-woo asked him if he was certain about this, as he doesn't even remember him. Yet Yujin grabbed him by the hand and claimed that he simply wishes to help a good man. After all, Myung-woo too deserves to be treated like a human being. After hearing those kind words, the eyes of the man were suddenly filled with tears, and before the hunters could even react, he broke down in front of them. A little later that day, while enjoying a cup of coffee, Yujin affirmed to his friend that they didn't need to go to the vending machines, and that he could invite him to a cafe. But the man claimed that it wouldn't be necessary. Myung-woo had finally calmed down. It had been moons since someone had shown this man some kindness. Back when he was a child, Myung-woo had a talent for crafting, and was always rewarded for it. But as he grew older, everyone urged him to ditch his passion and focus on his studies, and it all snowballed from there. The genius was a terrible student, and with his terrible grades he was unhireable, and his family didn't have the funds to support him. To make things worse, at the end of a chain of endless struggles, the craftsman found himself under a giant mountain of debt. Those words got deep into the heart of our hero. After all, it was easy for him to relate to them. Humans weren't any different from before, ready to discriminate against anyone based on mere titles. Only fighters and healers were praised for their talents, as if, according to society, there was only one way to true success. All other skills were discarded, doomed to die in total darkness, which could explain why a craftsman like Myung-woo had never seen the light. But now things were different, as Yujin Han had big plans for change in mind. Now fired up with motivation, he got up and screamed at the world. Our protagonist affirmed to his friend that worrying about the opinions of others was totally pointless. In his own cringy way, he made Myung-woo understand that he should always keep his head up. Not even a second later, Yujin screamed that he was the best in the world, and that he loved himself. According to him, this was the type of mentality they should always keep in mind. And to cheer him up, Yujin revealed to Myung-woo that he had some love in his heart for him as well. Upon hearing this, the underfed one's face immediately brightened. And so, upon taking his new friend under his wing, the protagonist assumed that the most difficult part had already passed. But he didn't account for an obstacle known as Shim Young-suk, the director of the guild's HR, a wall that was rather hard to deal with. According to him, the High Young Guild couldn't afford to give free training to strangers. The director explained that only useful people to the guild could train here, and that they couldn't waste an exception on a walking, talking sack of bones. Yujin affirmed that this comment was uncalled for, so the Four Eyes explained that he was only speaking hypothetically. Our hero tried to negotiate, affirming that his friend was really talented. Director Park didn't deny the fact that Yujin must be an incredible scout, seeing how he was the one who discovered the ice witch. But then again, as he indirectly flipped him off, he pointed out how his achievement might only be due to chance. He then reminded him how he was about to get scammed just last week, and how he was a freeloader living with his younger brother. Myung-woo couldn't afford to see his friend get roasted like that. And so, like any good Disney princess, he ran like a girl to the door, leaving the director proud of himself. Later on, both F ranks agreed that the director wasn't easy to deal with. Now in a pickle, the protagonist tried to contact his younger brother for support, but the man assured him that it wouldn't be necessary. Myung-woo explained that the protagonist had already lifted his spirits by treating him like a person. He now had the necessary motivation to not give up on life and to try his best in order to survive. The crafter then pointed out how he had heard of a place that gives jobs to F ranks such as himself. From the looks of it, this job even offered transportation. As the van door opened, it welcomed the new recruit. Myung-woo smiled at our hero and bid him farewell as he went to go make an honest living to pay back his debt. But from what it looks like, the man's new gig doesn't seem honest at all. One of the delinquents asked the man to pay his debts here and now. But as soon as he handed them the check, they pointed out how this was surely not enough. This made our hero realize that those guys were in fact loan sharks, and when asked about their destination, the crooks quickly took a defensive stance as he didn't want to answer. Not knowing what to respond, our hero claimed that he simply wanted to tag along. And with that being said, due to his own foolishness, Eugene found himself in a van with Myung-woo and a bunch of Delhi delinquents. As our hero pointed out to his friend how he was entangled with some dangerous people, the craftsman pointed out how they were the only ones willing to loan him money. Eugene, who was then asked about it, claimed that he couldn't let his friend go with such people, which is why he decided to come with him. The protagonist was then startled as the one with the belly asked him if he was an awakener. So he revealed himself to be an F rank, not wanting to reveal his true self. Eugene claimed that he was a childhood friend of Myung-woo and that he simply wanted to tag along, since they were hiring F ranks. The crooks then pointed out how most guilds didn't accept F ranks and offered our hero a job mining mana stones and dungeons for them. They claimed that they couldn't care less about ranks, so Eugene happy stated that he would join them. He then expressed how relieved he was. To him they seemed pretty scary at first. Yet, while pretending that it was his first time stumbling into such a job, he quickly realized that this was a mining contract. He had previously been a victim of a scam in which F-rankers sign a contract to mine mana stones, but only get to keep 20% of what they mine. It was extremely dangerous, as there was a high chance of being attacked by a monster. At that moment, Eugene realized why he never heard of his friend in the original timeline, as he must have perished in a dungeon before realizing his potential. Eugene couldn't help but feel disgusted as the crooks explained how easy the job was. When asked about their destination, the delinquents revealed that they were going to their guild's office in Miramak. After a quick car ride, they finally reached their destination. Eugene found the name of the place rather adorable. While the crooks welcomed them inside, Eugene pointed out how this old and rotten building was filled with hope, and as he kept on monologuing like a Disney princess, he was suddenly kicked in the back, making him fall on the floor right in front of the rest of the men. Eugene didn't quite understand the reason behind this roughness, but only then did he find his friend getting viciously beaten up. The crooks apologized for dragging him into this mess but blamed him for coming along with them in the first place. And just like that, the custodian was now their prisoner. Myung-woo apologized to our protagonist for having dragged him into his own mess. And before our hero could even react, he was picked up and placed on the sofa in order to sign the contract. Eugene was ordered to place his fingerprint on the paper. The boss explained that they would be taking 80% of his income, not counting the fees, which she claimed to be a generous offer. It was then revealed that this was a magic contract and that breaking it would strike the violator with a D-rank curse for extra protection. The crooks were about to force Myung-woo to sign his contract, and so, seeing this, our hero decided to ask a favor, but the boss affirmed that he couldn't escape from here without signing. Eugene simply wanted to compare his contract with his friends, as it would be unfair to receive the same terms as someone who owes the crooks money. Upon hearing this, the crooks couldn't help but laugh at his cleverness. The boss decided to reward him by allowing him to take a look. After carefully reading it, it was revealed to our custodian that his friend would be forced to give up 90% of his income to his employers. In other words, this paper would turn him into a real slave. And thus, in order to protect him, Eugene tore the magic contract. Everyone was left stunned and started wondering why the curse wasn't taking, but little did they know the D-rank curse was being cancelled out by an L-rank skill. At that moment, the custodian charged at the boss and kicked him in the skull. Everyone was left horrified and baffled by this strength, as the young man should be F rank. Yujin then quickly smashed the boss's head into the ground, knocking him out cold. Our hero affirmed that he truly was an F rank and that he was just backed up by his gear, while the delinquents charged at him at once. Even so, he did not cower in front of them. As he pulled out his phone, the crooks claimed that calling the police would be useless. But little did they know he wasn't calling the cops, but summoning something far worse. The grizzly barged into the room. As soon as he arrived, he immediately started swinging his punches. While the gangsters thought that he wouldn't do much, seeing how he was all alone. But a single one of his punches turned out to be devastating. It sent the delinquent flying into the air before making him crash into the ground. The grizzly was here to rescue the bunny. Myung-woo was left quite confused, so our protagonist explained to him how he had called for reinforcements as soon as they got inside the car. The A-rank hunter easily found the one he was supposed to protect, as he was given a detailed location. And now the monster was working his magic, taking out every delinquent with a single punch. One of the thugs got really pissed off, and pulled out a knife from his pocket. Sung Gong Kim was now being charged at from behind. The blacksmith tried to warn him, but before he could even finish his sentence, the delinquent had already dealt his blow, only to be then left utterly baffled. The knife didn't even leave a scratch. A regular blade couldn't possibly hurt an A-rank hunter. And so, with a flick of his finger, the grizzly reminded the thug of the pecking order. At that moment, the delinquents realized who he was. The man was finally recognized as the Shield of Hail. And so, with a murderous stare, he ordered the delinquents to bow. They didn't waste a second, and peacefully complied. When asked about their punishment, our hero decided to give them a taste of their own medicine. With that being said, a golden piece of paper was pulled out. That document was an S-rank contract. Upon reading it, the boss felt scandalized, as it would be forcing him to give 90% of his profits for the next 50 years. Yujin stated that this was a lucrative offer, seeing how he didn't owe him any money in the first place. The men claimed that they would rather die than sign this, and as the boss pointed out that this would practically turn him into a slave, he found his sins suddenly raining upon him. Those contracts were found in his cabinet. There were at least 30 papers, and each was a contract with a different F rank. The man tried to argue that these didn't count, as the Awakeners had signed willingly. But as soon as Yujin pointed out how a few of them must still be alive, the delinquent was kicked in the head. Yujin understood that this man didn't value the lives of F-rankers, as according to him there were too many to count. In his eyes they were expendable. The infuriated hero affirmed to them that they were toying with human lives. He wanted to give them a taste of their own scams so they could know how heavy their sins truly were. As Yujin pointed out how they all deserved to rot inside an A-rank dungeon, one of the men tried to negotiate with him, claiming that a decade was too long for a punishment. With that, our hero felt satisfied. They were starting to see how wrong they were. Thus, they should have no problem atoning for their crimes. And with that being said, the thugs were taken away. Later on, while on a car ride, it was confirmed that the thugs were delivered to the association. Their assets had been confiscated and would now be used to compensate the victims. The underfed one then thanked his friend. Yujin explained to Myung-woo that he didn't need to thank him. After all, he was going to use him to make himself rich. But the man insisted that his life had been saved twice by his friend already. Myung-woo affirmed that he would have met a gruesome end if he hadn't met our protagonist. And before he could even realize it, the protagonist found himself getting hugged by a hobo. With that being said, Yujin, who was pretty tired, tried to get his friend off of him and urged the bodyguard to help him. Apparently, our heroes rushed to the HR department, and after whining like a child, Yujin was able to convince the director to give him a dorm as the new legal guardian of Yahello. The room in question was spacious and simply magnificent, and while the skinny one was left totally amazed, our twink explained how it had 4 bedrooms. As Myung-woo brought up how he would be living here until his training was over, our hero asked him if he knew how to clean and cook, so he claimed that his skills were limited. It was then revealed that non-guild members could only stay here as housekeepers, which is why he would need Myung-woo to pretend to be one. Our protagonist showed the homeless man that he didn't actually have to work. In fact, this was just a temporary solution until he could get back on his feet. And with that being said, the crybaby homeless man rushed to hug his friend once again. As soon as he got into bed, Myung-woo fell asleep. Yujin, who was at first thinking how his friend must be tired, found himself quickly weirded out as he mumbled in his sleep about how he wanted to have a bath with him. With that being said, he rushed to get his stuff from his brother's place while wondering about his reaction upon learning that he had moved out, only to then stumble upon a giant grizzly bear at the door. The bunny started to panic, thinking that he was about to play the trapped Rapunzel once again. His bodyguard affirmed that it wasn't like that and urged him to come with him. Sometime later, at a trendy restaurant, the server who was welcoming entering customers was quickly startled upon realizing who was at the door. Sun Kan asked him if he knew Min Hee Kim. The server affirmed that they had been informed of everything and guided the two gentlemen to the table that had been reserved for them. Our heroes were so out of place that customers thought they were a little later. The best dishes of the restaurant were laid in front of them. The server asked them to call him if they needed anything before finally taking his leave. Yujin didn't understand why the middle-aged man took him to such a youthful place. Only then were they reminded that he was still young in his timeline, and that this place had been recommended by a colleague of Sun Kan who was the same age. Yujin felt completely awkward as the man kept a straight face while listening to what is known as white girl music. Our hero then asked the man why he wanted to see him. Sun Kan took the bottle from him and decided to pour him the first cup out of respect. The man simply wanted to apologize. Yet his apology felt more like an insult as he pointed out how he had mistaken our hero for a leech, sucking on Yujin. Yet as the bear cracked a smile and pointed out how he was wrong about him, the rabbit didn't know what to say. Sun Kan pointed out how the hero went back to help him during the dungeon break. He even convinced a teenage S-ranker to sign with him and helped her with her family issues that would have been a problem for everyone. Even today, Yujin showed heroism by risking his neck for the sake of his friend. Upon hearing the reasons why the shield had decided to trust him, our protagonist understood that this was one big misunderstanding. Even so, he realized that he might be able to seize this opportunity, as this little bro date might finally allow him to speak the keywords to the A-rank hunter. And thus, Yujin clinked cups with Sun Kan Kim, as tonight he was determined to make him his. The A-rank then compared the incident with the thugs to the broker incident a few days ago and asked our hero if he also had a plan for it. Not one to show how truly pathetic he is, our twink lied and claimed that he did. Despite the danger, he explained that his brother surely would never leave him behind. But as our hero started to explain how protective the guildmaster was, the right-hand man explained that he understood his superior very well, as they shared the same pains. Seeing how his parents were never there for him, the man must have been raised by his grandfather. Even as an adult, Sun Kan would try to visit him as often as possible, and even got his power while trying to protect him during the dungeon shock. The old man had passed away last year, but until then, the guild master had provided him with a caretaker and a foreign healer in order to help as much as possible. The hunter used this as an example to demonstrate just how much his boss cared for family. For that reason, he asked our hero not to be too harsh on his overprotective younger brother, while Eugene pointed out how lucky he was to have him as his right-hand man. Both of them were glad that they got to enjoy this little chat together. After some time, Sun Kan expressed how shocked he was, as he did not expect the twink to be such a heavy drinker. But Eugene clarified that he can't hold his liquor well and that he gets embarrassing when drunk as a pretext to speak the keywords. The custodian was then left utterly shocked upon realizing that he had already drunk a lot. This was rather hard to understand. It was only then that he realized that his poison immunity was forbidding him from getting smashed. Eugene was now in a pickle, as only alcohol would give him the necessary strength to speak the keywords. And so, trying to play it cool, he discreetly reached out to his window panel. The poison resistance was now turned off. At that moment, the protagonist dropped his cup. This greatly surprised his drinking buddy. He had now turned red as he could feel the alcohol coursing through his veins. Our hero then started to feel dizzy. He didn't expect to be slapped with all of it at once. And with that being said, he fell face first onto the table. As the next morning finally arrived, Eugene woke up with a sick hangover. And as he tried his best to shake off his headache, someone brought him water to wash his face. At that moment, he realized that he wasn't alone. Upon waking up, our hero was greeted with the smile of Sun Kan Kim, and while the grizzly urged the bunny to get up for his first day of training, this one quickly got up. From the looks of it, he had spoken the keywords to him. Yet the protagonist, who was starting to panic, didn't understand why the man was in his room at the light of dawn. Eugene was now left horrified, seeing how kind and gentle the always serious man was with him. Our hero didn't know what to say. He tried to explain that he doesn't swing that way, only for a special juice that cures hangovers to be put into his mouth. His suspicious new acquaintance then offered him a massage. Eugene drew the line at the potty bowl and the email that explained this odd behavior. At that moment, the hunter realized that the protagonist didn't remember last night. After that, he suddenly collapsed on the table. Sun Gon found himself worried about him. Seeing how his drinking partner was now too drunk, he offered to get him back home, only to be then grabbed by the hand. Driven by the alcohol, our hero gathered his courage and confessed his love to the man. The grizzly bear was left utterly confused, as the rabbit repeated the same words over and over again. Sun Gon didn't know what to say. Upon learning that he had confessed to him 30 times last night, our hero apologized from the bottom of his heart. But to his utmost shock, it turned out that the man liked it. Back then, when he tried to get him back up, Sun Gon realized that this was the embarrassing drunk behavior that Eugene spoke of. Thus, as he repeated the same words again and again, the grizzly started to recall a tender past. Back then, his grandfather would also get wasted, and as he tried to pick him up, he would always tell him how much he loved him. The grandfather asked his grandson to pay no mind to those who gossiped about his parents not wanting him. As far as he was concerned, he was the greatest young man in the world. Every time the man got drunk, he would repeat the same words, and while the grandfather affirmed his love to his grandson, the boy would try to tuck him into bed. Thus, as the protagonist reminded Sun Gon Kim of his grandfather, the system considered this a response and took him under our hero's wing. But upon hearing this story, Eugene was particularly intrigued. In the eyes of his bodyguard, he reminded him of his old man. The hero felt disappointed, as he was still in his 20s. So his friend explained that, despite how strange it sounded, he gave him a feeling of safety and comfort that was only given to him by his grandfather. The man acknowledged his behavior to be weird and promised not to act like that with anyone else. Yet he asked the protagonist for permission to come and visit him often, as a way to pay tribute to his deceased grandfather. Upon recalling how the A-rank hunter was raised by his grandfather, he realized that he was practically his caretaker, and it allowed him to understand something about his skill. Perfect custodian. The L-rank skill must use the keywords to remind the target of someone they hold dear and pass on their aura to our time traveler. This made sense, as the S-rank and the homeless man were treating him like a dear parent, and the effect on Eugene must be stronger, as he practically raised him. With that, the protagonist could only come up with one conclusion that stuck in his mind all morning. As soon as the A-rank hunter left, Eugene clung to our hero and asked why the scary man was here in the first place. At that moment, the ice witch barged in, happy to learn that her caretaker was now in the neighboring dorm, only to then stumble upon her legal guardian getting cuddled by some unknown homeless man. Yunguang tried to intervene, but Yunguang reassured her that Yunguang was a friend. Our hero realized that each time he took custody of someone, he was in fact putting them under a powerful hypnosis that not even S-ranks could resist. This made him wonder why he had gotten such a skill in the first place. At that moment, he was reminded of his poison resistance, as it was still turned off. Some days had passed since then. From the looks of it, the housekeeper had greatly improved his cooking skills. Eugene stated that he didn't have to do that much, but the man affirmed that this was the least he could do for him, which the ice witch agreed with. She tried to hide the fact that she liked the food, while claiming that he needed to do much more, as not even she got to share a dorm with her caretaker. When asked about the A-rank hunter who hadn't shown his face for a few days, Eugene explained how he went raiding with his younger brother. And as he pointed out how the teenager would soon join them and become a celebrity, she started to brag about how she would soon become a billionaire. The S-rank deployed her power as she got overexcited while pointing out how she would buy a mansion just for her and her caretaker, away from the homeless man. So the custodian asked the two of them to be nicer to each other. After all, they would be going to boot camp together. Just as the child was about to throw a tantrum, our twink rushed to get the door. As soon as he opened it, Eugene was surprised to see the HR director in front of him, who pointed out that their hunter orientation training would take place today. The director explained that since their theory and structure class was late, he had to pick them up himself. Seeing this, they would be proceeding with the practical test first. According to him, there was nothing difficult about the practical. The beasts seemed harmless enough, and so according to him, the task they had was pretty even. So our heroes were scandalized. Eugene explained that they should be only fighting one monster at a time, while the S rank stated that they simply had to exterminate them all. The director said that the purpose of this test was to make them more familiar with monsters. According to him, getting attacked by a swarm of rats was the best way to gain experience. Without even giving it a second thought, the teenager charged into action in order to wipe out the enemies. In the space of a second, she managed to take out 3 monsters using her spear. But according to our protagonist, she started to enjoy herself after switching to her destructive magic. Urim then asked her custodian if the meat of the beast was delicious, so he reminded her that she wasn't a barbecue worker anymore. Meanwhile, in the control room, there was no doubt left regarding Urim being an elite hunter. Even as a beginner, her stats seemed to be off the charts. Soon as the lady arrived, she pointed out that the director might be overdoing it for the practical test. So Eugene explained that there was nothing to worry about. After all, the SES rank was having the time of her life and didn't seem to want to share her toys with the F ranks. Yet, underneath the pile of corpses that was turned into a Christmas tree, one monster that was very much alive had managed to get away. The creature immediately launched itself at the housekeeper. Our hero urged his friend to defend himself using his spear, only for the man to drop his weapon out of cowardice. Young Woo then started to run for his life. He found himself unable to take the pressure, and to his utmost horror, the monster was slowly closing the distance. But as soon as the creature launched itself, Eugene intervened just in time to get his friend out of harm's way. Our hero then firmly advised his friend to never abandon his weapon again. He then proceeded to explain that these creatures were F-rank monsters known as Fong Moles, who had really bad eyesight and only ran forward. In other words, it was easy to make them charge at the tip of the spear to kill them. Back in the control room, the director explained that one of the reasons he proceeded with the special training was the protagonist himself. He simply wanted to see the extent of his abilities, as the young man seemed like a walking encyclopedia on monsters and dungeons. Aside from his knowledge, the contract that he had signed with the teenage F-rank hunter was a powerful card up his sleeve, making him a subject of interest, as Eugene explained that despite being an F rank, he could handle that much. Young Woo then pointed out how courageous he was. He compared his fearlessness to that of an experienced hunter, making our hero realize that he had messed up. Killing the monster might reveal that he was no beginner, so he decided to act like one in order to keep his cover and join his friend in his misery. With that being said, he tossed his weapon away and started to pretend as if he was also terrified of the mole. Upon seeing this, the director started to think that he might be overestimating the custodian. After a short time, the training finally ended, and while the F rankers were worn out, the S rank felt happy as she got to exercise the skills that she had finally mastered. Seeing that it was the injured one carrying Young Woo, it didn't take a genius to figure out that he was no fighter. Yoram started to claim she was better than him, so the custodian urged her to cut it out already. At that moment, the director came to congratulate the 3 new recruits. According to him, they were able to survive the basic test. Director Sok praised the girl for her performance, but criticized the F ranks for how pathetic they were, which genuinely angered our hero. It was then explained that the 3 of them would start learning theory the next day under the care of Professor Hyun Sok. The instructor introduced herself to her 3 new students, and while the teenager found her rather young to be a professor, the protagonist immediately recognized her. That lady was a genius who went to the USA and discovered countless dungeon principles, making her the #1 dungeon researcher and earning her the sick nickname of Dr. White. As the professor pointed out, not many knew her by her nickname. He realized that she wasn't famous yet. She then pointed out how Eugene seemed very knowledgeable about dungeons, just like her uncle, a director, had said he would be. At that moment, it finally clicked. After realizing that the director and the instructor were both Sok, he realized that they were related. But the director confirmed that this wasn't nepotism. Hyun then explained how she would be working with the guild for a while as a researcher and how she looked forward to working with them. At that moment, our hero had high hopes as he might have finally gotten himself a love interest. But little did he know he was too much of a hopeless case. Meanwhile, inside a dungeon, Yoo-hyun and his team finally managed to take down the beast. The guild pointed out how this creature was a tough opponent and how they would have been toasted if their boss wasn't immune to fire damage. Yet there was still one matter to attend to, as the child of the beast was still alive. On the first day, the dungeon gates appeared on Earth. The reaction of today's civilization toward it was similar to that of a primitive ancestor in the face of fire. It came at the apex of fascination and fear. If not dealt with in time, the monsters inside the dungeon would overpopulate and storm out of the gate into our realm. Such events were known as dungeon breaks, with the first ever recorded being named the Dungeon Shock. Yet horror mixed with an array of hope, as some people around the world started to gain abilities. The mana stones discovered from this incident permitted a great outbreak in the field of modern science, as they were perfect for crafting advanced tools and energy sources. For those who awakened, they became known as hunters, with most of them today entering public or private guilds. It was then explained how most S-rankers in Korea were part of giant guilds that were backed by big corporations. What an educative lesson for our time traveler. It was considered a great reminder in his eyes. The professor then explained that hunters get ranked based on their stats and powers. Our hero couldn't help but find his instructor great at her job, seeing how she was explaining the difficult concepts with simple words as she explained how skills and abilities are awakened as a form of self-defense. He began to think of how wrong this was. He even started to recall how a certain E-rank hunter, due to her affinity with moles, was able to gain grass-based powers. And as he began to think of how skills are determined by a person's personality or environment, his teacher suddenly snapped him back to reality. The professor realized that he was giving her the same look that she gave her instructor. When she realized that he was wrong, Yujin began to explain how he was only speaking out of his own perspective. According to him, skills weren't unlocked for self-defense. Seeing how non-combat abilities are becoming more and more frequent nowadays, the first theory was only established because most skills were awakened during the dungeon breaks, but it completely disregarded the data from times of peace. Yujin then urged his teacher to pay him no mind and began to wonder if he had said too much, only for the lady to then grab him by the hand. Tion-sok was excited to see the custodian keeping track of the latest news in the skill manifestation field. For that reason, she offered him a 10-hour-long coffee date after class in order to discuss the topic further. In order to avoid attention, he asked the teenager if she had anything to ask. Yujin was curious about how big the salary of an S rank was. Out of nowhere, the teacher pulled out a money gun and left the girl overjoyed as she explained how an S rank can easily make $10 million a year. According to her, this was rather expected, as only a select few countries had more than them. The authorities count the hunters by country. Not only were they the ones entering the deadliest dungeons in order to shield humanity, but they were also the bringers of the treasures found in the S-rank dungeons, like mana stones and rare plants. Sometimes the hunter would even bring back some exotic animals. Later that day, the older brother discovered that his younger brother had brought a baby fire manticore from the S-rank dungeon home. Yujin hoped to tame the beast and use it as a mount. The monster had a single horn, rat fur, and a tail similar to that of a fox. That creature was a tier-2 monster and a unicorn subspecies, renowned for its power, speed, and fire-based skills. Fire manticores are so powerful that they could even give S-rankers a run for their money in a 1v1. As for the wild creature currently in the fridge, it was still a little cub. When asked about the taming hunters in his guild, Yujin explained that they weren't of any help. He even tried using an item known as the Mark of the Master that would make the creature easy to control, but it didn't seem very effective. The young man tried to use it to order the monster to get down on the ground, and so it immediately flinched. At first, our hero assumed that the creature was about to obey its master. But the manticore wasn't planning on showing any friendliness. And with that being said, the baby monster launched its attack from above. Yujin immediately stood in front of his custodian in order to protect him. He then resorted to his fire powers and blasted the baby monster with all of his might. Yujin tried to argue that barbecuing the creature was overkill, yet both brothers had forgotten for a split second that fire doesn't work against this breed of manticores. And with that being said, the monster landed a devastating attack on its supposed owner. This left the older brother horrified. After a long tantrum, the creature was finally neutralized. Yuhan had enough of it and tossed it inside a cage. Both brothers agreed that this creature was way too wild. The older brother doubted that it could be tamed, seeing how it was still so savage even after receiving the mark. For that reason, Yuhan pointed out that he might need to get rid of it, which made our hero think that he wanted to sell. So the guild master clarified that he meant putting it down so that it wouldn't end up in the hands of a rival. Yujin couldn't argue with the fact that this was the only way. Even so, he found it rather shameful, as this creature would make the perfect mount for his brother if tamed. Yet even in the original timeline, no one had tamed such a beast. Yujin then felt alarmed as the system explained that he still hadn't tried the keywords on the creature. At that moment, he finally understood that he could become the custodian of beasts as well. If our hero succeeded in taming the monster, he would be able to turn his brother into an unstoppable force. Yujin then asked his brother if other kids possessed mounts. He was pretty happy to learn that they only had weak steeds that couldn't possibly compare to the manticore. Thus, the custodian asked for a chance to tame the monster, as this might be their only chance to acquire a high-level mount for their guild. The monsters who were only spoken of in fables had manifested into the real world after the appearance of the dungeons, and while humanity judged most of them as creatures that must be slain, they deemed some exceptions that could be turned into allies. Most of the hype was about rideable monsters. Seeing how dungeons became more spacious as they elevated in ranks, having a fast steed could give the rider an important advantage. Our hero then added that since this creature was fireproof, it would be a waste to put it down so soon. According to him, it was the perfect steed for his brother, as another creature that could withstand his fire powers would be hard to come by. On top of being fireproof, the beast would become the highest tier mount, which would grant the great guild master even more power. Yujin expected to receive lucrative rewards in exchange for the advantages that he would provide the guild. The only thing left to do was to figure out how to befriend the creature. Our hero took a deep breath. His plan was to try and win its heart by offering it something to eat. At first he wanted to give it some cat food, but his brother revealed it to be a picky eater that would only eat monster meat. Each meal also needed to include 1 C-grade mana stone that could cost up to $8,000. In other words, every bowl of food prepared for the manticore cost a fortune. Our hero was left practically stunned, as according to him, nourishing the beast would cost them between $2.80 and $8 million per year, and as his brother pointed out that he would be taking care of feeding it. Yujin couldn't help but find the cub adorable and began to wonder how it would respond to the keywords. He compared the new keyword with the old one in the original timeline and theorized that simply expressing his affection would be enough. But before all of that, he needed to find a way to get close to it. As the Tier 2 monster attacked him, the protagonist realized that he should play with it a little bit, and thus he pulled out his B rank belt. In the past, Yujin had babysat enough dogs to understand that all of them liked to play with it. Tug. But from the looks of it, baby manticores seemed to be a little more than dogs. Yujin reassured Yujin that he wasn't harmed before pulling out the taming stone. At first the baby seemed to be on guard, but then it quickly adopted a friendly expression. As a perfect custodian, the power of the mark of the master had increased, allowing the creature to become friendlier with him. It started to show a less wary side, but High Entacre immediately fell in love with the adorable little monster. Yujin immediately started to play with it as soon as his younger brother tried to approach his new pet. He got bitten immediately. Yujin warned his new friend not to harm people. Yujin, who was scratched as he was an Astron counter, realized how much the beast liked his brother. For that reason, he asked him to take the beast under his care, as even if he failed to turn it into his pet, it could still make a very good attack dog. Befriending monsters seemed much more ethical than hypnotizing humans. If Yujin managed to play his cards right, he might be able to tame himself a squad of baby monsters. The custodian would become something like a beast master, which could be a dream come true for him. It was then revealed that the older brother wasn't going to tame the manticore inside his brother's apartment. Yujin explained that his dorm was spacious enough. In reality, he wanted to avoid living with his brother for fear of being locked up again. But only then did he notice a gloomy expression on the face of his younger brother. When he asked him about it, the guild master revealed that despite having finally reconciled, they hardly saw each other these days. Yujin was hoping to restore things back to the way they were. At that moment, our hero recalled the words of his right-hand man regarding how much his brother valued family bonds. He realized that he couldn't blame his baby brother for being so overprotective. He blamed this change in behavior on the time rewind and promised to visit him as much as possible. Yujin even promised to come back to see his baby brother after finishing basic training. With that, Our protagonist asked the guild master if he was free tomorrow night. He wanted to know if he was down to have a drink. After all, the two brothers never got to enjoy liquor together, even after Yujin became an adult. If it wasn't for the dungeon shock, the Han brothers would have enjoyed many cold beers together. After hearing this, Yujin became excited for tomorrow. Yujin then realized that he should give his new pet a name, and after giving it some thought, he decided to call the Fire Manticore Peace, as this was something that the world desperately needed. Our hero tried to convince himself that Yujin wanted to spend time with him so badly because they were brothers, and not because he was brainwashed by his skill. The next day, as a new gate appeared, the protagonist found himself stunned. While his younger brother was all smiles, Yujin had a hard time understanding what was happening. From what she knew, the guild master had no business chaperoning a bunch of beginners to the dungeon. So Yujin claimed that he was looking forward to this day. At that moment, Yujin found himself unable to deny the fact that his brother might truly be brainwashed. The two S ranks were then asked to pose together for the picture, as the press pointed out how odd it was for the guild master to go with the rookies on their first raid. So Yujin claimed that since they had gotten a new S rank, it was his job to make sure that her first dungeon raid went well, as he was one himself. Meanwhile, the F rank in the corner began to pray for the press to gobble this up. After carefully thinking about it, the two S ranks complemented each other, as they each wielded fire and ice. Combining this with a future crafting skill of the housekeeper, as well as the S rank awakening of the bodyguard, things would become just great. Later on, a beautiful assembly of swords and spears was presented. The members of Haiyan Guild were free to borrow any weapon they liked for free, but needed to return them once done. And while both F ranks were admiring the weapons provided by their huge guild, Young Woo needed to jump back upon learning that he was to pay for anything that he broke, as he wasn't aware of his own crafting potential. Yujin asked him not to worry about it, and to choose a high-rank weapon, as they should be the most durable. When asked if potions could be grabbed for free, as soon as he learned that only members of the guild could acquire them for free, our hero urged the teenager to grab enough for all of them. Urim then pulled out a disgusting-looking axe and asked her caretaker to help her pick one. He advised her to choose something smaller, seeing how she mostly fights using her skills. While being interviewed, the guildmaster got lost in his thoughts and began to think of how his brother was way too knowledgeable for a new hunter. And so, startling everyone, he smiled on camera while thinking that he must have learned all of this for the sake of helping him. And while everyone thought that this smile was some kind of great promise, Urim once again left annoyed, as there were now two unwanted guests in her raid. It was then explained how they would be clearing a D-rank dungeon, and how the gate that would close after 60 minutes would only reopen once the boss was slain. Urim clarified that they could use this very rare gate stone in order to escape in case of an emergency. Yet as he kept on explaining, he noticed something interesting. His brother had now spaced out. Not long ago, he was being treated as the lowest of the low on raids. Yet now things were different, as he was free of debt and enemies. Now, Yujin had the chance to explore dungeons with people who liked him like his brother. For that reason, he couldn't help but smile. After all, he was now certain that he had vanquished the dark future that awaited him. But little did he know, something far worse than the original timeline was yet to come. Once inside, the rookies were left baffled. It was their first time being inside a dungeon, and while Urim was taken away by the beauty of the landscape, the guild master reminded her that they weren't here on a school trip. He then urged her to stand back. Before launching a powerful fire slash, the girl was left stunned, and before she could even realize it, Yujin had completely obliterated the area, leaving a clear view. She even started to scream at him for doing something so careless. And while she continued rambling on, her custodian pointed her to the dead monsters that were concealed in the grass. It was a rule to let the strongest on the team be the one to clear the path ahead, as no one knows what awaits them in dungeons. Yujin pointed out how this was basic knowledge that should have been acquired in theory class. Urim, the bad student of the bunch, explained that she couldn't do anything because of her lack of AoE attacks. Her lack of concentration and focus in class was further pointed out, as she didn't know how leveling up provides new skills. It was then revealed how, after leveling up about 10 times, one could acquire a new power. And while the girl couldn't possibly predict what ability she could unlock, her custodian had the ability to select one for her. His goal was to let her acquire Pale Rain, as it was one of her signature moves back in the original timeline, and just like that he was able to meddle with the settings, allowing him to put her on the route to unlock this very skill. Yujin revealed his gut feeling that the girl would unlock an AoE skill, but his brother affirmed that it wasn't that simple, as his ranks needed way more EXP to level up than F rankers, making this impossible even if she wiped out the dungeon alone. Out of nowhere, the guild master pointed out how the rookie should simply mind her business while he assists his brother. And just like that, it erupted. At first, our hero patiently tried to reason with the two supposedly grown hunters in front of him, but in the end he couldn't take it any longer and decided to treat them like the children they were. Each of them blamed the other for the dispute, so Yujin screamed that they didn't need such things on their raid. He then asked each of them what their role was here. So the guild master pointed out how he was a chaperone, and the girl explained how she was here too. For that, and so he ordered them to stick to their respective tasks, as even as an F rank, he had to struggle a lot in order to level. Yujin even threatened to abandon both of them if they didn't at least pretend to be good friends in front of the camera, and with that being said, the two of them finally came to an agreement. Urim and Yujin decided to be on good terms from now on. And so, as the two titans shook hands in the friendliest of ways, Yujin felt glad that everything had been settled. Yujin asked the S rankers to stay wary and help him and Young Woo reach level 10. At that moment, the two of them had the same idea. Our hero's two most powerful brainwashed slaves started to argue among themselves about who was to carry him to level 10. At that moment, it became clear to the protagonist that these two could never work together. Meanwhile, elsewhere, someone was able to detect that the time rewinder had finally entered a dungeon. The mysterious group rushed to locate which exact dungeon he had entered. They were short on time as they could only exert their power while our protagonist was raiding. They had been searching for him for a long time. A little later, inside the dungeon, while all the beasts were peacefully minding their business, an intrigued goat looked up into the sky, only to witness his peers getting slain by an underage girl with a spear. While committing such a butchery, she didn't even break a sweat. The ice which wanted to freeze all of them in order to give the custodian the chance to land the final blow. Only then was she reminded that ice was hard to pierce through. According to Yohei Yuan, his brother was better off sinking his spear into a well-cooked piece of lamb. And with that being said, the frozen and burnt corpses kept piling up. This greatly stunned Myong-woo. As for Yujin, he rushed to collect the mana stones as unlike the well-pampered rankers, these things were still valuable to him. Hero then invited his friend to come and farm the goats with him. Myong-woo asked our protagonist if he would get something nice upon leveling up. Yujin reassured him that he would. But upon checking the stats of his friend, it was revealed that, on top of needing to reach level 10, he also had to meet a certain condition. But upon taking a look at the requirement in question, the custodian found something that left him stunned. This was rather unexpected. In the requirement description, the letter O was replaced with P in the word collect. Like that, the housekeeper finally reached level 10, yet was left utterly disappointed as he didn't get any new skills. Even in the original timeline, the system was something mysterious in the eyes of humanity, yet many considered it to be a gift from the divine. At that moment, the fire and ice still urged the F-rankers to hurry up. While being curious about how much EXP Costadine had gotten, Yujin explained that he was wrapping things up. Only then did he receive an odd message. Weird notifications kept popping up in his status window. He was particularly intrigued, as one of the messages was apologizing to him. And before he could even realize it, he found the startled S-rankers rushing to protect him. Not even 1 second later, a huge fireball was cast in their direction. They were now being attacked by a boss monster. This was rather intriguing, as no monster inside such a D-rank dungeon should be able to cast such a skill. The original boss, which was the Black Ram, truly didn't possess such an ability. But the giant bird monster that picked him up like a pebble most surely could. Seeing how the gate didn't open despite the black beast being dead, it meant that the dungeon was considering the bird as its new boss. In other words, in order to escape this dimension, the party needed to kill the bird at once. The guild master had never seen such a creature before and rushed to hand the gate stone to his brother, so that he could escape. Yet to his shock, Yujin was having a panic attack. Here he recalled the incident with the three-headed dragon and how his brother used his last breath in order to give him the key to escape, and so he quickly stopped him. Yujin affirmed that the crystal was unnecessary, and even affirmed that his brother was stronger than the creature. He revealed it to be a gold-beaked Maya, a fire-type monster as strong as an A-rank boss, which had a spare pair of wings and a soft skull. Yujin was intrigued by his brother's knowledge, so our hero affirmed that they could discuss it later. Yujin was now more determined than ever not to lose anyone in this raid. He didn't want to repeat the same mistakes over and over again. Yujin then ordered the ice witch to create a protective shield. The girl immediately obeyed. She used her frosty scythe in order to create a barrier. Yujin then put his breath in order to escape. Brother on bird hunting duty. Yujin asked Yurim to keep his brother safe, so she asked him to have faith in her. Yet, being the overprotective brother that he is, he still gave our hero the gate stone. With that being said, the guild master charged at the bird, while being urged to attack the head. Yurim tried to argue that she should be the better pick for attack, seeing how she could fly, so Yujin explained how she would be roasted in seconds. He explained that only his brother, with fire resistance, could take on the bird, and that his set of skills should fill in for his inability to fly. That moment the boss noticed the human charging towards it, and so it dived on him at once. Yujin immediately evaded the incoming wing. Now that the beast was finally on the ground, the opportunity to attack had finally come. Yujin braced himself and delivered a powerful slash. While everyone was impressed, Yujin screamed at him for attacking the wings, as he had explicitly told him that the Goldbeak Maya had a spare pair on standby. And with that being said, the bird gained altitude once again, and then unleashed a powerful fire breath. If it wasn't for his fire resistance, Yujin would have been done for. Yujin found it odd that his brother was stuck on the ground instead of charging a monster high in the sky and taking its head. And as he began to think of how he should be able to do so by riding his Blue Willow skill, he began to think that he might not have unlocked it yet. At that moment, the bird changed its target. It wasn't targeting the powerful guild master any longer, but the three rookies nearby hiding behind the shield. It was safe to say that the new recruits were starting to panic, as an overgrown dinosaur was now charging at them head first. Yurim and Youngwoo were especially terrified, doubting the ability of the shield to block the giant monster. The guild master had no time to waste. He immediately used his blue willows in order to attack the monster. His brother was happy that he had already unlocked the skill in this timeline, and was expecting him to go for the finishing move. But to our hero's utmost shock, the Sashrank hunter was doing nothing but blinding the bird. Yujin screamed at his brother that he was using his skill wrong. Yujin found himself confused as he was ordered to step on the feathers, and so he tried it, and from the looks of it, his brother was right. Just like that, the tides of the battle were turned. Yujin had now gained a footing in the air. The bird charged a powerful attack, and unleashed its devastating fire breath on him. But the fire resistance of the hunter made the flames of the monster ineffective. At that moment, Yujin went for a stab. He then gathered all of his power and focused it on the skull of the flying creature. And just like that, a great explosion occurred. Yujin found herself startled, but Yujin urged her to get a hold of herself, as she was the only thing protecting them from the explosion. And just like that, the headless chicken fell to the ground. As for its slayer, he gracefully landed on the soil. The battle was now over. Yujin rushed to check on his younger brother. Yujin immediately embraced his brother and asked him how he was able to know that his skill Blue Willows could grant him footing in the air. He had never thought of using it this way. The joy of the guild master was justified. After all, his brother had resolved one of his greatest problems, which was his inability to get off the ground. Yujin was happy and compared this mechanism to a brand new skill. Our hero found himself quite happy, as his brother seemed like an overexcited kid who just received 2 presents instead of 1. And so, while exiting the dungeon, Yujin offered to take a look at the other skills of his brother, making the girl want some of the action. After finally getting out, all were startled by the state that the guild master was in. The outside was already aware that the rank of the dungeon changed on its own, so the raiders revealed how there was an A-rank boss hiding in there. And while the S-rankers were handling all of the questions, our hero tried to be as discreet as possible. The little Barney wanted to give back his weapons quietly and get out of here without getting too much attention. But only then did he notice an enraged grizzly rushing towards him. Sun Chan rushed to the gate upon learning that the rank of the dungeon had changed, which made him worry about his custodian, and by that point he had arrived. And so, as the protagonist was generously turning down the help offered to him, Myung-woo was disappointed in himself. Later that night, our hero came to visit his younger brother. The concierge had given him some expensive alcohol so that he could share it with his brother. Judging by the sound of the running water, Myung-woo quickly guessed that his brother was currently in the shower. So in order to kill some time, he decided to play with peace. The manticore rushed to play with his tamer. First, they enjoyed a peaceful game of tug. Then the little creature ate its usual meal. And just like that, the protagonist had worn himself out. His day had been quite long. Between the spelling mistake, the panel window, and the message apologizing to him, he didn't know what to think. There was also the dungeon that changed ranks and spawned a high-ranked monster, which was something that should only happen years from now. At that moment, the time traveler came to a realization. To think that he might have caused something to happen by traveling back to the past. He feared the possibility that he might have broken something in the process. Our hero theorized that the system tried to contact him directly, as he had caused a major event to happen much earlier than expected. And just like that, he began to blame the system for all of this, as it was too confusing to begin with, and it didn't even explain anything to him. If the system had been only slightly clearer, our hero affirmed that he would have picked much better keywords. But upon clicking the button, something suddenly appeared. Yujin didn't expect this. Meanwhile, the creatures who tried to force the contact began to wonder if the item had been successfully delivered. Despite not having enough time to explain, the one with dog ears stated that the target was bound to understand what they wanted. After all, she had customized the entity to make it look like something appropriate for Earth. For that reason, the protagonist was given some kind of odd, weird book. Yujin had no clue what was going on in the minds of the creators. Judging by the pictures, they could only show the custodian the S ranks that were under his wing. The yearbook was also filled with positive messages and had 50 blank spots. At that moment, Yujin finally got out of the shower. And while he pointed out that his brother's expression seemed odd, Yujin realized that the system wanted him to become the custodian of 50S rankers. The F-rank monster was left in his cage. As soon as it broke out, it attacked the red feline. And just like that, the fight ended quickly. Its blood was splattered everywhere. On the second day there was no doubting the fact that this creature was on top of the food chain. And just like that, our hero rushed to hawk his little cub. Yet it was still as aggressive as ever. Only this time, the damage taken wasn't as bad as before. After all, Yujin had borrowed all of the strength-enhancing gear that he could find. Last night, the skill known as Monster Breeder was brought up. Yujin, who demanded to have more liquor in his cup, explained that this was a new skill that he had awakened during the raid. Naturally, this was a lie in order to cover up his custodian skill that lets him brainwash every living organism. For that reason, he had an S-rank skill that allowed him to tame monsters and help them level up. Yujin immediately pulled out the leash, thinking that it was way too dangerous for his brother to have such a skill while lacking so much in strength. Yujin immediately explained that they needed to bring this skill to light instead of hiding in the dark, and brought up the potential of a fully mature piece. According to our hero, many S-rankers would die for a proper mount, and providing everyone in the guild with one would be amazing in those huge dungeons. In other words, the skill of our hero could be a major breakthrough in the field of dungeon raiding. Back in the present, Yujin started to play with his little piece. He was well aware that the system wanted him to recruit 50 S-rankers. Yet he knew very well that it would be better to bring beasts to his side instead of hypnotizing humans. After much effort, the trainer found himself exhausted. And yet seeing how his pet didn't even break a sweat, he realized that he wouldn't become rich the easy way. Yet Yujin was fully aware that increasing the number of good mounts would improve the safety of the world, as many dungeons would appear in the future. For that reason, he couldn't allow himself to take a only. Then, once he paused out of nowhere, the director of HR was praising him for resuming training right after coming back from the raid. Seeing how the young man was on his guard, Director Sok explained that he wasn't here to kick him out of the gym. He even expressed how amazed he was. After all, under his custody, peace had grown quite a lot in a short amount of time. And thus, out of nowhere, the man bowed as a sign of respect, leaving the custodian utterly intrigued. Director Sok wanted to apologize for how he had treated our protagonist. He wasn't aware at the time of his skills, analytical mind, and genius. With that being said, the man got all clingy and begged our hero to sign up with their guild, as he would be a huge advantage for the hunting world. And so, while the owner was being assaulted, Peace couldn't help but compare the scene to a simple game of tug-of-war. Yujin was fully aware that he was no genius, as he simply relied on the info that he had gotten by being a time traveler. He also wanted to stay away from the director as much as possible, seeing how much he had harassed him back in the previous timeline. The man then begged our hero to think about it. As he started to explain how they were ready to give him everything that he desired, including the funds to feed and breed the mounts, our hero realized something. In the new timeline, things were much different, and this time the director wasn't currently perceiving him as a total waste of oxygen. At that moment, our hero got on his high horse upon realizing that he was in control. With a smug grin, he explained that his brother had already agreed to take care of the finances. Yet, the custodian couldn't deny the fact that the director's proposition was still tempting. Without wasting a second, the director immediately summoned the contract. Yet our hero had his own terms, claiming that he wanted to sign as a staff member with the guild, seeing how he planned on being a solo hunter. By doing so, Eugen would be able to sell steeds to other guilds and become filthy rich, as the director asked him to reconsider. So our hero clarified that there would be consequences if anyone not stronger than the others signed an exclusive deal with him. The protagonist was fully aware of how great and powerful his skill was, as it would make the rating of any guild much more efficient. He even compared himself to a golden egg-laying goose, and expressed how allowing one guild to keep him to itself would be a bad idea. After all, the world was full of evildoers that would rather burn an exceptional talent instead of letting someone else have it, and they could easily kill an F rank. For that reason, it would be better to allow everyone to enjoy his talent. That way, the skill of our protagonist would ensure him safety as well as a fat wallet. Yet, he promised Hyan an exclusive deal on peace if they hired him as a staff member. Our hero even demanded a monthly salary as well as some other advantages. The director couldn't help but chuckle and agreed to give him everything that he wanted. He then asked for permission to use the footage of the training as an asset in order to negotiate with the other guilds. The HR man then pointed out that he had one final question. He wanted to know if the protagonist would agree to become one of their hunters and make them the strongest guild in the world, with the most freedom. At first, Eugen wanted to give an honest answer, but he quickly realized that the director was currently filming him. Eugen explained that hiring him would be pointless. After all, they were already as much as possible from his skill, and he urged the director not to regret his decision later on. Later on, the middle-aged man couldn't help but find this amusing. According to him, the custodian was underestimating himself. Eugen clearly didn't grasp his own potential. And while the director was thinking about how our hero was stunning, the latter was proud of himself for having beaten the man in the negotiations. When a person acquires unique skills, they usually forget their place, and pride installs itself in their hearts. Eugen might not be the humblest of all. He was fully aware of his place in the pecking order and was using this to his advantage to climb up the ranks. The director started to speculate that he had failed to discover this genius because he was being overshadowed by his brother. Yet things weren't as easy as they seemed. He had already predicted that the other guilds could cause problems after discovering that they wanted to own Eugen, yet Hayo was ready for the heat. But things take a different turn if the tamer becomes a freelancer, as guilds will start to focus on him as an individual. In other words, Eugen would enter a world that was full of opportunities, but also danger. It was safe to assume that the young man still wasn't aware of how savage the world of the elite hunters truly was. Then again, the director couldn't rule out the possibility that this was a strategy to protect his brother. Regardless, the man had predicted that the protagonist would become the subject of interest for the three major guilds, as well as everyone else. And as it turns out, his prediction was right. Upon seeing the footage of the training, people grew quite intrigued. The big shots decided to pay high on a visit in order to personally evaluate their new wildcard. After much effort, the new pet house was finally ready. From that point on, Peace would be sharing the dorm of its master. At that moment, the housekeeper and his neighbor came by to visit. And while the girl found the beast adorable, the hobo was left scared. Urim rushed to pet the newcomer as it desperately tried to bite the housekeeper. At that moment, the guild master arrived in order to have a word with his brother. Eugen was at first confused, but was then left shocked upon learning that the guild masters were on their way to meet him. Eugen assured our hero that he wasn't forced to accept the invitation, but Eugen pointed out how he would come across as rude. As the younger one pointed out how he might feel out of place as an F-ranker among S-rankers, the older one couldn't argue. And so Eugen rushed to cancel the meeting, only to be quickly stopped. Yujin explained that the simple fact that the heads of the three big guilds were on their way to Heia already made them look more important. For that reason, our hero decided to make an appearance at the meeting and refused to take no for an answer from his brother. Yet, as he began to talk about how they wouldn't mind his presence, seeing how they wanted to negotiate with him, he entered a room with a weird atmosphere. All eyes were on him, and all seemed equally menacing. Yujin didn't expect them to be so intimidating. At that moment, a man wearing glasses urged our hero to give him his hand. His goal was to appraise the skills of the tamer before the start of the negotiations. At that moment, our hero realized what that meant and was left horrified. Yujin quickly pulled his hand away and started to spout some nonsense about how he wanted to keep his first time for someone special. The appraiser had caught him off guard, as things would get messy quickly if it was uncovered that he possessed skill that could brainwash people. Thus, while the master desperately tried to come up with an excuse, the little creature immediately intervened and jumped out of his arms. From the looks of it, Peace seemed to want to protect his master. All were left intrigued as the tamer desperately tried to calm the beast down. The old chairman in Minkyu Park, the head of the Hanshin Guild, found this intriguing, as no tamer skill should be powerful enough to create such a bond. This proved to everyone that the beast desperately wanted to protect its owner. For that reason, the woman pointed out how appraising the skills of the young man was unnecessary. That person was none other than Heuna Moon, the guild master of the Breaker Guild. The lady spoke politely to our hero and helped put him at ease. And while the hero was left baffled by how tall the lady was, she pointed out how she was surprised to learn that the cute head of Heuna had such a brother. This made Yujin speculate that since Urim was an S-ranker as well, she would grow up to be as big as that lady. Miss Moon then pointed out how a fully mature fire manticore had the potential to be as strong as an S-rank boss. For that reason, she asked our hero's younger brother to give her guild a fire cub if he ever found another one. Yujin accepted but firmly stated that he would only exchange it for a steed that had ice resistance. This made him seem greedy, seeing how he was looking for a mount for the ice witch. Another tan person seated at the table called out the guild master of Heian, as his guild had already bought every steed on the market. That person was none other than the guild master of MKC, Sukwon Choi, who explained that an exchange would be impossible since Yujin had monopolized the market. But as the young man pointed out how they just needed to clear dungeons for creatures worth exchanging, Sukwon was quickly irritated. He pointed out how Yujin was trying to make them his personal beast fetches and accused him of wanting to scam them with the powerful skill of his brother. The man claimed that Yujin running as a freelancer was a trick from Yujin, who had obviously called dibs on him, seeing how they were family. The Breaker Guild master tried to calm him down, as the hero explained that his brother's guild was only one of his partners. He explained that since he was unable to stand on his own, they were currently assisting him, and that this was the main reason behind this meeting. Yujin clarified that he wouldn't have bothered offering his services to the others if he also explained that there was a limited number of creatures he could tame at the same time. With that, Yujin offered everyone present in the room a huge advantage in getting the best mounts possible. He claimed that this should be enough for the negotiation and pointed out how much of an honor it was to be working with big shots like the Korean guild masters. Despite his big words, our hero couldn't help but be intimidated, and as he started to think of how he had liked the man before, while he was just a simple athlete before his awakening, he was suddenly poked in the face. Hyuna got rather as she pointed out how our hero seemed to be much more than a simple beast tamer. Seeing how he had an S-rank big brother and an S-rank under his wing, as well as a fire manticore pet, she asked if they would come along with him if he joined her guild. Yugane, who didn't expect the lady to be this appealing in person, explained that the deal only included him, while praying that his brother wouldn't have a tantrum. As soon as a calm voice pointed out how our hero had claimed himself to be the best in all of Korea. With that, the protagonist pointed out how he would officially sign with Hyuna once they became the best in all of the land. At that moment, a calm voice found this rather interesting. All eyes were quickly turned to him. Upon hearing this, Yu Gain-sung, the guild master of Siseong, understood that he could buy the tamer right now. At that moment, our hero didn't know what to say. At this point in time, Siseong was the strongest guild of hunters, with the strongest guild master which would ensure our hero's protection. But the fact that he had entered the conversation so late made him seem hostile, which increased the tension in the room. For that reason, our hero decided to refuse the offer and explained that this offer was only on the table for family. He explained that, in order to monopolize him, the rest of the guilds would have to become number one on an international scale. At that moment, Miss Moon burst out laughing, as she couldn't help but find his confidence and boldness entertaining. She even pointed out how the two brothers shared the same toughness. If it wasn't for his resist-fierce skill, the pressure would have been unbearable for the Ifranker, who felt like a shrimp among whales. Eugene was fully aware that Ifrankers had aggressive behavior as they were constantly in danger, but he didn't expect them to be this intimidating even while smiling. For that reason, he started to speculate that his younger brother couldn't handle such people and that they bullied him on a daily basis. One of them even pointed out that it wasn't surprising to see the younger brother start his own guild so boldly, as he had a daring role model. But Eugene affirmed that his brother wasn't like that at all. He claimed him to be the kindest of the two, and even the nicest person in this room. Upon hearing this, everyone was left shocked, and as they began to wonder if they were truly speaking about the same person, our hero began to wonder if he had said something wrong. In his eyes, there was no kid sweeter than his baby brother. One day, as he was going out, a child rushed to hug him. As Eugene gave his big brother a birthday present, he started to think of how, despite being the youngest of the two, he always tried to be there for him. Our hero could only remember his younger brother as a kind young man, someone who wanted to become a doctor in order to ensure his guardian an easy life. Eugene declared that even with him not being around often to raise him, as he was too busy with his jobs, his baby brother grew up to be a docile gentleman. Upon hearing this, the guild masters couldn't take it any longer. In the end, they burst out laughing all at once, as he had called Eugene Han docile. The strongest in the room desperately tried to compose himself, as he finally realized why the young man was acting uncharacteristically nice toward him. Miss Moon even pointed to the brat, who was putting on the act of the perfect gentleman in front of his caretaker. At that moment, the F-ranker screamed at the muscle mommy, seeing how she was harassing his poor baby brother. The old chairman tried to claim that he was fond of the brothers' bond, but he had almost forgotten to wipe the tears from his eyes as he left uncontrollably. With that being said, the big shots decided to wrap up the meeting. While our hero was certain that Eugene was simply putting on a tough act in front of them, the guild masters had already agreed on most of the terms even before the protagonist walked into the room. For that reason, they urged him to read the paper carefully and alert them if he found anything wrong with it. Eugene decided to give the contract a quick look. Yet while reviewing the document, he found an intriguing term that claimed that he would be owning his own building. This made the big shots realize that no one had told Eugene that they would be erecting a new building for him, where he could breed the mounts. It didn't take our hero long to realize that this incredible term was the work of the director. According to the terms, the 5 guilds would protect Eugene and his breeding-dedicated building, and fund its necessities as well. With that being said, each of the guild masters had signed the paper. Yet when it was our hero's turn to sign the contract, his brother found him with an odd grin on his face. Eugene claimed that this was due to the pressure, but in fact he was struggling to contain his joy. He still couldn't wrap his head around the fact that the big guilds were erecting him a building in one of the most expensive areas in the capital. At that moment, the little shrimp found itself at ease among the giant whales. Eugene was about to acquire his very own building that would be under the protection of the 5 strongest guilds in Korea. His first thought was to build a workshop there for his friend, and he even thought of making a lab for Dr. White so she could continue her work in Korea instead of the USA. Our hero's imagination even went wild as he imagined himself being interviewed on how he turned himself from a bum into the country's greatest billionaire. With a pretentious laugh, he would affirm that he simply had the chance of working with the best in the world. And so as he began to dream of how life would be easy from now on and how he wouldn't have to work for a living any longer, he was suddenly snapped back to reality. The guild masters were about to take their leave. The blonde one claimed that he would keep the exception that he promised his brother in mind. Yuan didn't know how to respond. Once the meeting was done, our happy hero apologized to his brother for losing himself in his own thoughts toward the end. Yuan didn't ask him not to believe everything the guild masters had told about him and affirm that he hadn't done anything that would stain his soul. Yet the brother, who knew very well that no guild master could be perfectly righteous, praised his little pet for behaving well during the entire meeting. The terms of the contract perfectly suited our hero. And just like that, the upcoming chapter of his life announced itself as something quite pleasant. Later that night, a feast was laid in front of his eyes. Myung-woo had worked extra hard in order to prepare all of these dishes. According to him, our protagonist only deserved the best in the world. Upon tasting the food, Yu-jing compared the colorful flavors to the future bright days that awaited him. Yu-jing then pointed out how his housekeeper had a lot of stuff of his own. Yet as soon as he asked him to ready himself to leave this place in the near future, his expression suddenly gloomed, and a chill ran down his spine. But before our hero could even announce the good news of the new building in his name, Myung-woo started to cry intensely and crumbled on the ground, thinking that he was being kicked out. And while the protagonist had a hard time following, the man claimed that he had expected this day to come. After all, he was nothing but a waste of space and an F-ranker. Yu-jin tried to reassure him that they were both of the same rank, but Myung-woo affirmed that they were nothing alike. Back then, our hero took a stand for him in front of the powerful loan sharks. In his eyes, Yu-jin was so exceptional that his advice was treasured by his brother, the S rank. On the other hand, the housekeeper failed to unlock a skill upon reaching level 10. Yet the time traveler knew very well that none of his feats were well earned. The custodian desperately tried to cheer up the housekeeper, only for him to misunderstand the situation even further and thank our hero for everything before deciding to take his leave. Yu-jin tried to argue that his friend had no other home, but Myung-woo would rather be homeless than abuse his kindness any further. The protagonist tried to affirm that the man wasn't abusing anything at all. Myung-woo had a major role to play in his plan to retire at a young age, and was only 10,000 unsharpened blades away from unlocking an SS skill. Even so, Yu-jin couldn't just tell him about the skill, and even if he did, there was a high chance that his friend wouldn't believe him. With that being said, he decided to adopt a different approach. Yu-jin explained that he had no right to keep the man here if he didn't want to stay any longer. He revealed that he wasn't aware of how much this was torturing Myung-woo, and blamed himself for giving him all of these chores. Even so, the custodian found it to be rather a shame, as he had some information that could really help the man. Yet Yu-jin, who wanted his friend to be free, decided not to tell him anything, as it would be obstructing his liberty. As he pointed out how this was a great secret that he wanted to share with him as a friend, the housekeeper couldn't take it any longer, and urged him to spill it already. In the end, Yu-jin judged that he wouldn't be harming anyone if he revealed a simple piece of intel to his leaving friend. Seeing how the best way to convince someone was to quote a genius or a celebrity, our hero claimed that he had learned this training method from Dr. Suk. Even so, the protagonist couldn't help but blame himself, as he was lying by using the name of Dr. White. Meanwhile, in her lab, the doctor had finished the paperwork and hoped that the rest would proceed smoothly. Yet, as she was immersed in her work, she failed to sense the dark entity lurking behind her. Back to our hero, who pulled out the knives. He claimed this to be the best training method for his friend. Yu-jin then firmly warned his friend against speaking about this in front of anyone, even Dr. White. He then pointed out that since his friend's skills were related to weapons, he should try sharpening the knives. Yu-jin obeyed without asking any further questions. Yu-jin found himself quite pleased, as the craftsman was now on the way to greatness. And just as expected, a counter had appeared. Yu-jin claimed that if his friend kept sharpening knives, he would be able to unlock a crafting skill according to the rumors, and a good one at that. He calmly tried to explain to his friend that he needed to sharpen at least 10,000 knives, only for a positive reaction to spark. Yu-jin didn't expect the housekeeper to be so into it, as he pointed out how he would finish the task in 3 months by sharpening 100 per day. Our hero then asked the hobo to put the knife down, as with it in hand, his excitement seemed more like murderous intent. Myung-woo was determined to work as hard as possible in order to pay back his friend. Yet Yu-jin knew very well that his retirement plan didn't owe him anything. With that being said, it came time to check on the second investment. The doctor was greatly excited to see our protagonist. Yet our hero quickly grew tired as his fellow dungeon nerd kept on talking for hours. She pointed out how everyone thinks that dungeons are completely random, and as you pointed out how they might be organized, Yu-jin shared his gut feeling and claimed that they lacked the necessary data in South Korea. Dr. Suk agreed that their country was way too small, only to then quickly shut herself up, thinking that she might offend somebody with her words. Things would be much easier for the researcher if she could study more dungeons. Yet most countries forbid foreigners from studying their dungeons. The doctor started to complain that she might have to join an international research team in order to continue her study. For that precise reason, 3 years from now, the doctor would leave for America, where she would discover the principle behind the spawning of dungeons. Eugene began to wish for a way to keep this walking jackpot in the country until her discovery, instead of handing her and her research to the USA. Yet the doctor wasn't out of ideas yet. Out of nowhere, she pulled out a buckwheat jelly. If the legends are correct, she would be able to use this dish by pairing it with rice wine on a moonless night in order to attract the Daka bee. The doctor was referring to the legendary hunter who has teleportation abilities. That hunter took the name of a prankster spirit from Korean mythology, as well as its drip. But even in the original timeline, people barely knew anything about him. Even so, the ghost hunter was particularly famous for his teleportation. When things were dark and everything seemed desperate, whether inside or outside of dungeons, the spirit would appear at once in order to save lives. From the human perspective, especially the gangsters, the ability to teleport anywhere was a power that wasn't to be trifled with. One day, delinquents noted something intriguing. Out of nowhere, a cosplayer appeared in their hideout. Startled by him, they quickly pulled out their guns. But just like a ghost, the first bullet phased right through him. The Daka bee captain used his teleporting abilities to evade and dodge the rain of bullets inflicted upon him. The hunter didn't even break a sweat. In the end, he was able to establish his superiority. The cosplayer then started to speak in poems, in order to warn the evildoers, claiming that he was well aware of their darkest secrets. He then promised not to unveil their sins to the light as long as he remained unharmed. And with that being said, the spirit disappeared. The spirit was hard to catch because of his powers, and having dirt on everyone, he was able to ensure the protection of the big guilds and total freedom. For that reason, the women of science wanted to attract the creature of folklore, as it might have some intel on the dungeons. To make things worse, the supposedly genius doctor was relying on info she had gotten from the internet in order to attract the spirit. As the woman was overexcited, our hero tried to snap her back to earth and urged her to ask the guild for help instead of relying on fantasies. At that moment, everything went dark. The moon had almost disappeared into the shadows of the night. Thinking that this was some kind of blackout, our hero decided to turn on his flashlight. But only then did he notice something intriguing. Dr. White seemed stunned. Tears quickly appeared on her face. Little did our hero know what seemed like an evil specter was lurking behind him. And as soon as it began to scream, panic set in throughout the lab. Dr. White immediately fainted from the shock. Even the protagonist was about to start panicking, only to be calmed down by his resist fear skill. With his mind now at ease, he realized that despite how crazy the world had gotten, ghosts were still a thing of legend. And so, having guessed the name of the culprit, he asked the Dokkaebi to stop his prank. The teleporting hunter affirmed that the protagonist had no sense of humor. He explained that he had decided to pay them a visit in order to grant the doctor's request. Even so, he didn't expect his harmless prank to make her faint. For that reason, the specter asked the custodian if they could work on being on good terms. Only then did the system reveal to our hero that he had the power to bring the masked man under his custody. The one in front of him was a person who could travel the entire world freely without being bound to a flag or a cause. In other words, he might be the solution to our hero's problems. If he was right, the spirit could provide the necessary data for the doctor, so that she wouldn't have to leave the country. The opportunity was too good to be missed. Thus, Eugene asked the ghost to stop his pranks, as they weren't startling at all. The ghost tried to argue that he had just scared him, but our hero started gaslighting him by claiming that he was just caught off guard. The Dokkaebi was then particularly irritated, as the young man claimed his pranks to be dull and childish as well. If the legends were true, the trickster spirits loved playing pranks so much that they would put their lives on the line for the love of the game. For that reason, he offered to make a bet with the ghost to see if he could actually scare him. But little did the teleporter know, he was now in front of his natural enemy. Later on at the infirmary, the doctor woke up startled, only to realize that the spirit had disappeared. She was then shocked to see the hero in front of her. Eugene then started to criticize the ridiculous outfit of the ghost in front of the doctor, only to be met with complete silence. This greatly relieved the lady, as it meant that the trickster spirit wasn't here. Even so, she couldn't help but be disappointed, as her many questions remained unanswered. Dr. White had hoped for the help of the teleporter, seeing how her research was now at a dead end. And so hearing this, the custodian claimed that he might have found a way to assist. The woman got overexcited again, thinking that he was going to join grad school. So he clarified that it wasn't anything like that. The doctor was then left stunned as he claimed that he might have a way to provide her with the data. Eugene then recalled how she had told him that her data shortage was a major problem in her research. For that reason, his actions a few moments ago might be the solution to her problem. Back then, the spirit was intrigued by the bet, so our hero clarified that he would have to become the servant of the winner for 3 whole years. The spirit couldn't help but laugh as the F rank in front of him wanted to become his master. Even so, he found the terms unfair and claimed that since he was making a bet with the brother of Eugene, the F rank should bet at least 20 years of servitude. From the looks of it, the spirit had done his homework on our hero. Dokubeja was then left startled, as our hero pulled out the contract without even giving it a second thought. For that reason, the spirit grew suspicious, as the human was rushing into a game where he was at a clear disadvantage. He quickly realized that there was a plot behind it and speculated that the F rank, who lacked skills, wanted to use items to try and win the wager. This made it clear that the spirit wasn't aware of the protagonist's skills. Eugene's victory was almost guaranteed, as his resist fear skill allows him not to cower in front of anything that is not L rank or above. Thus, he claimed that things truly weren't as simple as they seemed. In fact, our hero claimed himself to be an admirer of the Dokabe. After all, the Dokabe was someone who uses his power to rescue others. He also found the fact that he had everyone's secrets on him rather amazing. For that reason, he claimed this wager to be a win-win for him, as even if he loses the bet, he wins the privilege of becoming the sidekick of the Dokabe. At that moment, the proud spirit affirmed himself to be pretty amazing. He claimed our hero to be rather clever, as he would much rather take a crafty, intriguing personality as a minion instead of someone begging him for this privilege. Even so, Eugene clarified that he would be doing his best in order to win the bet. With that being said, the competition started, with the spirit having 3 chances to scare our protagonist, and succeeding just once would make him his minion. Back in the present, the custodian explained to the scientist that even if he couldn't reveal how, he might have a way to provide her with the necessary data. He clarified that unlike her, he wasn't a genius in the field. For that reason, he offered to split the profits equally if she managed to come up with a successful theory regarding dungeon spawns. The doctor claimed this to be a generous offer, but doubted her ability to secure the grand achievement. Yet Eugene had faith in her. As the lady pointed out that the young man was simply trying to cheer her up, he tried his best to remember today's date. And with that, he decided to declare something. Based on his gut feeling, Eugene revealed that the new A-rank dungeon that appeared near the capital was filled with either slimes or a coastal setting. This made him seem like a psychic in the eyes of the doctor, but he was simply abusing his time travel or privilege. With that, the hero urged the lady to reconsider his offer, if his hunch turned out to be right. He even affirmed that no matter what she thought, he had full faith in her research and in the fruits that they would bear. Our hero then urged the lady to ask her uncle for the rating rights to enter the dungeon. With that being said, he finally took his leave. Once outside, the custodian was relieved, as Eugene didn't unveil enough info to reveal his secret. Now the only thing left to do was patiently wait for the ghost of a scary old lady. Yet seeing how our hero was way too absorbed with his pet, his first attempt was met with failure. One day, as he returned home while carrying dull knives for his friend to sharpen, creepy hands suddenly wrapped themselves around his feet. And just like that, the ghost made our hero fall to the ground. Eugene screamed at the teleporter that he had no right to actually harm him, but the ghost didn't expect the F rank to be so fragile and actually trip over and fall. And so as attempt number 2 was a failure, now came the time for attempt number 3. In the middle of the night, as the protagonist went to the fridge in order to get some water, he was met with a creepy-looking straddle covered in blood. For that reason, he couldn't help but applaud the creativity of the spirit. Yet, as he turned around, he found himself in front of a creepy-looking creature hanging from the ceiling. Eugene was genuinely surprised, as he didn't expect a double jump scare. His resist fear skill was preventing him from being scared. Only then did he bump into someone. And just like that, Eugene tilted his head to find something actually creepy. The creepy hobo in the kitchen holding a knife. He turned to him with his cold and, while the fear of God was instilled in the heart of the specter, the young man casually greeted his housekeeper. Young will explain that since he couldn't sleep, he decided to kill some time by sharpening knives. Only then did the housekeeper notice the creature hanging from the ceiling. And just like that, the creepiest thing in the room fainted out of fear. Seeing how he had resisted jump scares 3 times in a row, Yujin was the winner of the wager. With that being said, the spirit started to cry like a baby. It then came as a shock to our hero, as the creature truly had minions that were going to mark him, seeing the wager. At one point, the screams of the whiny little ghost became unbearable. Yujin asked him to cut it out and asked him about his age, so the one with the mask revealed himself to be a decade old. According to our hero, the one in front of him wasn't actually a spirit, but only a human putting on an act. The dokebi then pointed out how the existence of ghosts was actually plausible in a world full of monsters and superpowered individuals. Yujin couldn't argue on that point, as at the end of the day, it was much easier to believe that mythology had become real than to try and understand that video game. With that being said, he finally believed that the one with white hair wasn't a human. Seeing how he was now his servant, the ghost decided to reveal everything. The dokebi claimed that he was 100 years old, and 3 years old at the same time. This greatly intrigued the protagonist. Yet he found it rather funny. As the whole dungeon mess started 3 years ago, it didn't take him long to understand that the spirit was birthed with the appearance of the system. According to the legends, dokebi are in fact objects that existed for such a long time that they gained a soul of their own. The one in question had existed but had been asleep for over a decade. He was then awakened by the power of the dungeon. Upon hearing this, our hero was left baffled, but unable to deny this story. In fact, this was the best explanation for the yokai's teleporting ability, as in the end, the system's main function was to link the different dimensions. Even so, it was still amazing for our protagonist, as there was a true dokebi in front of him. The spirit was then stunned as our hero guessed his name and from the meaning, realized that he was a watermelon that belonged to a family known as at that moment. The specter began to think that our hero was a dokebi as well, born from the crystal ball of a psychic. Yujin affirmed to the ghost that he was a human and urged him to start thinking of him as a boss. With that being said, the custodian decided to give the creature its first task. It was safe to say that the mention of the job annoyed the creature. Yujin began to complain that he was an errand boy, but the protagonist claimed that he simply wanted him to investigate the dungeons in foreign countries, as while countries were particularly secretive about their own dungeons, the teleporting and sneaky ghosts could easily pass through their defenses. When asked for the reason he should do this, Yujin explained that this would only make him an even greater hero. With the right data, they would be able to uncover the secret of dungeon spawns and make the world a safer place. By extension, whoever provided this data would become a world-renowned hero loved by all and everyone. The dokebi started to draw as he began to imagine the fame and love and the merch that awaited him upon becoming a hero. And just like that, the ghost found itself more than happy to obey the command of its master. Even so, the specter found it problematic that he had to travel to other countries, as his teleportation couldn't take him that far. Yujin, you quickly realized that these words match what was shown in the panel window. And so for that reason our stone-faced twink declared his love to the ghost in order to take him into his custody. Only for the ghost to be completely stunned. Seeing how the ghost was panicking, the protagonist explained how dokebi were creatures that thrived on love. According to the internet, these spirits would turn into beautiful women for the sake of attention. In other words, the spirit had to absorb as much love as possible. With that, Yujin confessed his love to the spirit once again and urged him to say it back. Yet Yujin quickly chickened out and ghosted our hero. Even so, the protagonist found himself excited about his new partnership with the ghost. As the next day finally dawned, a couple of four eyes rushed to our hero. Yujin was intrigued to see the uncle and the niece coming at him with wide smiles on their faces. They were overjoyed by the fact that he was right about the dungeon being filled with slime. The director explained that he had his doubts at first but was now overjoyed, as he couldn't have been more wrong. As it turns out, the slime inside the dungeon was a precious material that cost a fortune and a great source of capital for the now rich guild. Yet, as he was being adored by his new fan club, the custody issue found itself rearing its head. Yujin was pleased to learn that the doctor had accepted his offer, but joy quickly turned into horror upon hearing her creepy uncle vowing to place a tracker on him. Yujin refused to deal with the tracker on top of his overprotective brother, but the director explained that he simply wanted to protect his genius mind. Our hero tried to argue that he was no genius at all and that from now on, Dr. White would do all the predictive analysis, which is why the guild should fund her. The protagonist then ran away while claiming that he was nothing but a humble beast tamer. He couldn't care less about the praises, as at the end of the day his goal was to retire young. His predictions were only right because he was from the future, meaning that at some point, once time caught up, he would seem like a liar who knew nothing. But the mess only kept getting bigger, as the Seatooks mistook our slacker for a genius scholar who would rather focus on his work than bathe in fame. The task for each participant was to make it through the maze. It was filled with distracting toys and confusing mirror walls, making even the most trained dogs and cats take 3 minutes to escape it. As for a fire manticore, it only took a few seconds, as it was able to escape even before the end of the explanations. It was now certain that high-ranked monsters were far more intelligent than the average pet. With that being said, the commentator demanded a round of applause for their 2 guests. There was a good reason why our hero and his fire-breathing manticore were currently on TV. In fact, it was all the idea of the director. His goal was to make our hero famous, as according to him, with his genius talent, it would be impossible to keep him a secret, and thus he was better off as a star. In fact, it was safe to say that Eugene would have a safer life if he became a celebrity. In the end, the director was able to convince the protagonist to make an appearance on the show, which is why the Ice Wolf was brought as a bodyguard. Because of his past life, Eugene despised the attention of the media and feared the public talking ill about him. Yet all eyes were on Peace, as he was getting indirectly showered with compliments because of his cute little pet. The hero had a hard time keeping his smile hidden. And just like that, his opinion regarding the camera quickly changed. Now finally came the time for a break. Showing off the fire manticore was extremely satisfying. He was quite pleased to see the public fawn over Peace's cuteness, and began to think that it was his duty as its tamer to share it with the world. Eugene started to think about other ways to he even started to dream of the day his pet would become fully grown and a world star, making him famous by extension as its tamer. And as he began to fantasize about how he would make fans line up for Peace's autograph, he suddenly noticed someone above him. The lady was curious and wanted to know if the autograph in question would be just a paw print on paper. Miss Moon, who startled our hero, greeted him and asked about his younger brother. Since it was necessary for a show to have at least 3 S-rank hunters on standby in order to bring a monster on the air, Miss Moon decided to offer herself as. Soon as she arrived on set, all eyes were on her. She was intrigued by the hero, who got up without taking her hand, as he was jealous that she had stolen the spotlight. Seeing this, she assumed that she should have picked him up like a princess. According to Eugene, they should avoid all of those fancy moves in public in order not to spark any rumors. Out of nowhere, the lady asked him to become her breeding partner, causing the exact scandal that the protagonist wished to avoid. She then clarified that she wanted him to join her guild, yet Eugene explained that he would only accept the author of as the lady pointed out his fearlessness. Our hero pointed out that he was the brother of an S rank and that even the elite hunters were still humans at the end of the day. The guild master explained that while she was fond of our hero's ideology, she found it quite problematic. At that moment, Yerem arrived with some refreshments, only to then notice something intriguing. The bodyguard rushed to protect her custodian, but the guild master affirmed that she simply needed to kidnap him for 5 minutes. With that being said, the 3 of them were isolated from the rest of the world. Seeing how everything went silent, Eugene quickly realized that he was now inside a barrier. He immediately demanded an explanation, so the lady clarified that this was simply the effect of her skill and that her people would explain everything to the Ice Witch. Even so, our hero was fully aware that there was nothing simple about that. Hunamoon had great mastery over her own powers, and even Yerem, who was an S rank as well, was powerless in front of her. Now finally alone, the protagonist assumed that a secret was about to be shared, but the lady explained that she was simply being cautious before spilling the tea. Huna wanted to share some gossip about Eugene. She then expressed her concern, as it seemed like Eugene was mistaking his brother for someone else. His reaction proved her point even further. The conversation didn't even start and he was already giving her dark glares. Even so, the S rank reassured the cute little creature that she didn't come here with bad intentions. She even gave her word that she wasn't here to cause a dispute between the 2 brothers. Hunamoon then decided to be honest with our hero. She wanted him to rethink his view of his own little brother. During the meeting, they all laughed at him, as they thought that he was just joking around. Yet in their world, this wasn't just a detail that one could overlook. Hyuna wanted to know if the hero truly believed that his brother was able to become a guild master by being noble and having faith in his talent. Realistically speaking, it was practically unbelievable for an orphan who was raised in poverty by his older brother to become a perfect citizen. There was no denying the fact that Eugene perceives his brother as the embodiment of righteousness. So the S rank decided to bring up a very important detail, which was the FA, that righteous people never trample on others in order to create their own guild. With that being said, Hyuna Moon asked Eugene if he wished to know more about the hunter side of his baby brother. After awakening as a hunter, the now overpowered Hyuna Moon had to stop being an athlete and become a guild master. Yet she was only qualified to be the face, and the real leader was the sponsor of her guild, as the only two who truly managed their guilds were Hyuna-sung and the other one, who was a little bit more problematic, as it was none other than Yu Yun-han. The young man had just turned down an offer deemed as golden by the sponsor. In fact, this wasn't the first time that he had done this, making him seem like a high schooler overestimating himself for wanting to do things on his own. Naturally, this led to him having many enemies, with some even trying to poison him. That night, the lady didn't know any better and decided to go in upon learning that someone was there to take his life. Once inside, she screamed that the behavior of the culprit was utterly shameless, as no matter how arrogant Yu Yun-han was, he was still a high schooler. Back then, she thought that people trying to Yu Yun-han was utterly despicable, seeing how he was still a child. But the fiery carnage she laid eyes upon that day made her change her mind forever. It seemed like a monster had run rampant in this very room. Only then did the two hear someone begging for his life. In the middle of the chaos was the high schooler that she came to save. A horrified gangster begged for his life and promised never to bother him again. Yet the butcher couldn't care less and ended his life without giving it a second thought. Concerned, the lady approached him. Yu Yun-han was startled and turned around to deal a devastating blow, only to be quickly blocked. It was at that moment that she realized she wasn't concerning herself with a simple child, but a heartless monster. The story was covered up as a gas leak accident, with everyone involved disappearing one after the other. In the end, Yu Yun took down everyone involved in this and robbed them of their resources in order to establish his own guild. The guild master was fully aware that this truth was hard to believe, yet affirmed that she was telling no lies. She then pointed out how, according to the rumors, there was a time when the brothers got a little cold. Our hero was then asked if he didn't notice anything different about his brother after becoming an awakener. For that reason, she urged him not to lie to himself. She wanted to convince the protagonist that he was mistaken about his own brother, and that, despite things being rainbows and sunshine right now, there was no telling when the beast would attack its custodian. But as she kept on monologuing, her phone suddenly started to ring. The person calling was none other than the one being gossiped about himself. At that moment, Hyuna Moon offered Eugene protection from his own brother. With that, our hero was reminded that his brother had suffered as well. So he quickly snatched the phone out of the giant's hand. Eugene was stunned to see his brother answering the call. The young prodigy wanted to know if Hyuna had spoken ill of him in front of his brother. Eugene began to think of how his brother was a monster who had to build his empire on bones and blood, and yet he couldn't care less. There was no denying that the behavior of the young guild master was rather odd. Yet our hero himself spent 5 years in the cruel world of hunting, and he himself wasn't all that righteous. In fact, not defending the brother who sacrificed himself for him would be an unforgivable crime. For that reason, he pointed out on the phone how the tall lady had underestimated him. At that moment, Eugene decided to take revenge for his brother by speaking ill of the lady herself, and started gossiping about the most embarrassing moment of her life. Yet, as he began to detail the precise time and location of the incident, the phone was quickly snatched from his hand. She then quickly crushed it. Hyuna demanded to know how our hero had gotten such information, and as she started to shake him for an answer, he simply claimed that he had overheard it somewhere. First, the lady thought about killing him, yet that would mean depriving herself of a super mount. Eugene blamed her for starting this mess by talking about his brother. Thus, as he pointed out how they should both stay silent in order not to embarrass the other, the lady couldn't be more irritated. She started to blame herself for ever thinking that the two brothers weren't alike, But little did she know her secret was 4 years away from becoming public. In the end, she affirmed that she tried all of this thinking that he was nothing like Eugene. Even so, the woman couldn't help but be relieved, as it meant that Eugene would be able to hold his own against the other guild masters. This made our hero understand that he wasn't done with the kidnappings. As soon as they got out of the barrier, Urim screamed at the kidnapper, and as the teenager screamed at the woman, thinking that she had hurt her custodian, the good master clarified that they simply had a little chat. She then whispered in her ear to keep her mouth shut at all costs. The teenager realized that the woman was threatening the man and charged at her at once. For some reason, upon watching them, Eugene found his bodyguard and kidnapper to be rather close, since they were the only 2 female S ranks in the country. This made him wonder if his little protege would go and join the Breaker Guild after her contract with Hyen expires. Even so, this would be impossible, as the Breaker Guild was on its last legs. Neither Hyen A nor Suk Won Choi had the patience to be ordered around by suits, which is why both of their guilds would be dismantled in the future. At that moment, the idea of recruiting Hyen A into their own guild crossed our hero's mind. After all, her immense firepower would make her a good pair for Urim, and the system also wanted him to take other S rankers under his wing. After giving it some thought, having a strong female role model as a mentor would be much better for the Ice Witch than someone like him, only to realize how wrong he was as Urim took a page out of Hyen A's book and called herself his breathing partner. For that reason, as rumors started to spark about him in the minor, he urged her to get away from the bad influence. As for his appearance on television, our 25-year-old hero was labeled as Monster Daddy. This left him quite disappointed, as the adequate term was Monster Tamer, and just like that, our favorite brainwasher acquired name. A few days later, Myung-woo was shocked to learn that he would be working in a private space in the armory. Eugene had to pull a few strings in order to get his knife sharpener out of the kitchen. Seeing how he was starting to be problematic, Myung-woo would gain a lot from making friends in the armory, as the workers there might become his colleagues someday. It was safe to say that he wasn't the perfect hunter for raiding, nor did he like it, yet raiding was completely pointless in front of the future SS rank blacksmith that he was about to become. For that reason, the hobo was better off working at the armory than rotting inside of a dungeon. As soon as the door was opened, our heroes felt the heat rushing in. All of this giant workshop was the armory. It was filled with industrial-sized equipment. One needed to be at least an E rank in order to get a job in the armory. Myung-woo found himself intrigued by the mana stone nearby. He was then screamed at, as he was forbidden from touching it. The man explained that this was no public area, so our hero pointed out how HR must have already contacted them, as they were here for the private space that they had agreed to lend Myung-woo. At that moment, the huge blacksmith bowed in respect, as he clarified that he had already been filled in, as the hero started to wonder if his skinny friend could become like him. When asked if he had any experience with blade sharpeners, the hobo explained that he had used some back in his childhood. As soon as he laid his eyes upon the industrial blade sharpener, the man was left amazed. But as the fanboy was almost about to lick the extremely fast machine, the worker informed him that he was forbidden from touching it, as his toys were over there. Our heroes were then left intrigued, as they entered a room that was in complete shambles. Inside was the blade sharpener reserved for Myung-woo. The blacksmith then went on his way, since there was no need for him to explain how the machine worked. At that moment, Eugene tried to argue that this place was a complete dumpster. But only then did he notice something intriguing. All of the workers were giving them dark glares. Everyone recognized the hobo as the friend of Eugene's brother, and claimed that he only got here out of pure connections, as he was nothing but an F rank. Even so, their new co-worker didn't blame them for their thoughts, as he must have seemed like a string puller in their eyes. In fact, the man was simply grateful to have acquired some professional tools and decided to do his best in his new workplace. That moment, Eugene started to blame himself, as he had practically thrown his friend into a dumpster. He then asked his friend if he would be able to handle things on his own, seeing how he hadn't used a blade sharpener in a long time. As soon as Myung-woo stepped on the pedal, both F ranks were stunned to see that the machine actually worked. With that being said, the 9th sharpening process finally started. The hero was left quite pleased, as even with a machine involved, the knife sharpening still counted. Eugene even theorized that this hands-off sharpening was far better for unlocking his skill than resorting to a giant machine. With that being said, the hobo tied his hair. At first, the hero wanted to warn him about not hurting his fingers. But only then was he suddenly captivated by something else. As sparkles emerged out of the sharpened blade, the custodian was left completely stunned, as it was the first time that he had seen his friend being so focused. In fact, he mostly remembered him as a scaredy cat with no personality, someone who could barely take care of himself. Yet now the man seemed completely different. At that moment, the alarm rang, so our hero bid his friend farewell, as it was now time to go to training in peace. Young Woo was surprised, thinking that his friend had left a long time ago. He then offered to walk him to the door, but Yujin asked him not to worry about it and to just focus on his work. The monster daddy couldn't get his eyes off the little duckling. It felt as if he had placed a fish back into its element. There was no mistaking it. Young Woo was a natural-born blacksmith. With that being said, the custodian was now certain that he didn't need to concern himself about his friend any longer. But as soon as tomorrow arrived, it immediately proved him wrong. Young Woo hopelessly cried about his weakness in bed, as after a single day of work, his muscles hurt all over. Meanwhile, in the armory, the workers immediately noticed the absence of the one with connections. Upon learning that he had taken a sick day, one of the workers claimed that he must be putting on an act. They even claimed that he must have run off, as he discovered that this job wasn't as easy as he wanted it to be. Yet, as the tall blacksmith expressed his doubts, everyone was left confused. He counted 1,000 blades. In a single day, the only F-ranker in the building, who was now stranded in bed, had sharpened 1,000 knives on his own. After 7 days of hard work, his efforts didn't go unnoticed anymore. Everyone was watching as he kept on sharpening his knives. Young Woo was now halfway to godhood. Later that night, the table was filled with delicious-looking meals. After seeing this, Eugene assumed that the knife training had also bettered his friend as a cook. The food was so good that even the stingy teenager referred to him as her big brother. Yeo Rim wanted to enjoy these delicacies as much as possible, as there was nothing this good inside the dungeon that she would be raiding today. She then started to complain that her life as a hunter had been boring lately. Seeing how she was still underage, she was only being sent to B rank, which greatly slowed down her dream of unlocking new skills and becoming rich. For that reason, she started to plan to go on multiple raids in a single day, only for the protagonist to affirm that this was a bad idea. One could easily tell when their HP was low, but mana wasn't the same. There was a huge risk of her passing out in the middle of her raid. When asked about how much mana she had in the first place, the girl revealed that she had 102. As for her custodian, he only had 2 points on his own, and 29 from equipment. Thus, as our hero began to cry about his weakness, the girl asked the cook about his next trade. She claimed that he could make some fat earnings if he went on a raid as a chef. Yet, as she pointed out how someone as skilled in cooking as him shouldn't have to worry about being a hunter, the hero noticed something intriguing. Eugene expressed his worries about his friend exhausting himself, as he was grinding a lot at work and cooking feasts every day at home. For that reason, he decided to give him his gloves. The blacksmith was surprised, seeing how these were expensive items, but our hero agreed to lend them to him until he finished his 10,000 knives. At that moment, the eyes of the blacksmith were filled with tears. Without even giving it a second thought, he rushed to embrace his caretaker, who urged him not to use the gloves in the bathroom. After long and slow progress, one day he stated that he had ground enough knives for the afternoon. The blacksmith realized just how hot the armor he truly was. Only then was he handed one. Of the workers gave him a towel laced with a mana stone so that his body wouldn't be affected by the heat. Myung Woo felt incredibly touched by this. His work life was slowly getting better. One time, as he finally finished and called it a day, upon checking his phone, he realized that he had stayed over time. With that being said, he finally exited his room. As he realized that everyone had gone home, he noticed something intriguing. The man found himself captivated by the mana stone from before. Yet, as he was absorbed by the ore and slowly approached it, someone screamed at him to get away from it. That person was the blacksmith from before. It was then explained to Myung Woo how this was an S-rank mana stone that cost almost 800 grand. Such big high-quality ores were pretty rare, which is why it was left on standby as they studied it and found a good use for it. In fact, it was rather disappointing, as despite the guild having many blacksmiths, None of them had the necessary skill to handle the pressure item. The man then politely clarified that this was the reason his co-worker couldn't touch it, as he was an F rank who couldn't handle it. The blacksmith then brought up the fact that many of them there looked at him oddly, seeing how he entered the armory by pulling strings. Myung-woo felt ashamed of himself upon learning that all of his colleagues had actually earned their places in the armory. Even so, the blacksmith denied a simple fact. Some people needed a little more push than others in order to reveal incredible potential. The other day, Myung-woo had sharpened all of the crew's tools. According to the blacksmith, they became as good as new. No one could deny the fact that Myung-woo was a hard worker, which is why he urged him to prove himself as something more than a string puller. The F rank cruelly lacked strength, yet this problem could be easily patched up with the right gear. At that moment, the future godly blacksmith let out a wide smile, thinking that things would be much easier from now on. But just as it seemed like he would live happily ever after, a new problem erupted. Someone rushed to the armory asking for Myung-woo. The two hunters seemed to be quite anxious, as they claimed that they were here to take Myung-woo. One of his co-workers demanded an explanation. It was then revealed that there was an investigation going on. Yoo Pyeon-han had gone missing. Upon learning of his friend's disappearance, the blacksmith was left utterly stunned. Myung-woo had a hard time understanding, as the protagonist should currently be spending his day inside the guild. He even pointed out that he hadn't received any calls that would be deemed suspicious, as Yerim stormed into the room. The girl who was supposed to be inside a dungeon returned at the last moment. Upon learning of her custodian's disappearance, the agents then revealed to the ice witch that Yoo Pyeon had just arrived. Myung-woo wanted to come with them in order to help, yet the man explained that it would be best if he stayed there. After all, his set of skills was practically useless for the case. A few hours before the disaster, the now missing person was enjoying the calm, and while peace was tearing the place apart, he began to think of how he had done everything he wanted, meaning that he was now very free. Seeing how agitated the fire manticore was, its owner decided to give it some legroom to play. For that reason, he decided to go to the gym so that they could train together. And so he opened the door and explained to the person standing by that he wanted to go out. Overprotectiveness struck yet again. After signing the contract, the guilds decided to take turns sending out hero bodyguards in order to court his favor. When asked about it, the protagonist explained to today's that they needed to go to the second basement. At that moment, something pretty surprising happened. Eugene was very pleased and started to praise the little cub for pressing the right button on its own. He turned to his bodyguard, thinking that he was about to praise his pet, only to find him completely silent. The one before him was much more talkative. This made our hero think that not all people were pet lovers. Only then did people enter the elevator. They apologized for crowding it with their big luggage. Intrigued by them, the custodian used his special eyes. As it turned out, none of them had a rank high to belong to Hyan. And so, when asked about it, they explained that they were from the Bricks Guild, which belonged to Hyan. It was then explained that low-level guilds dropped loot in bulk in this place, which is why they used the training room in order to test it out. The men even joked about the fact that they were all clean, seeing how they had passed the security test. At that moment, they finally arrived at the second basement. And just like that, each of them went their respective way. Eugene couldn't help but feel that there was something fishy about them. The main reason was the fact that none of them had praised his cute pet. Even so, decided to clear all doubts from his mind, as at the end of the day, there were still some people who saw peace as a monster. As soon as they arrived at the gym, the little pet grabbed one of his favorite toys, one thing to play tug with. Yet, as he was putting on his equipment, Eugene found out that danger was lurking right behind him. As soon as he turned around, he found himself startled, as he was suddenly sprinkled with a mysterious powder. That was none other than the Watchman fruit, and while his poison immunity spared him from its effects, Peace wasn't this lucky. The powder had an immediate influence on the little pet. Its owner was then horrified as it crumpled unconscious to the ground. Before he could even react, his mouth was covered with a towel. The kidnappers were quite intrigued, seeing how the Watchman fruit should have put him to sleep as well, as they theorized that he might have some special equipment that allowed him to stay awake. Eugene recognized them as the guys from the elevator. With that being said, he decided to act at once. Eugene quickly brushed off the many questions in his mind and kicked the one with the rope. Everyone was caught off guard by his unusual strength. The protagonist then freed himself and rushed to the door. Yet, as he was about to escape and warn his bodyguard about the kidnappers, he himself was caught by surprise as he was then punched in the gut. This was a direct hit as he didn't have time to block. The bodyguard urged his colleagues to take this more seriously. According to him, Eugene must have given him some high-quality gear. Thus, the first thing to do was to strip him of it. As he lost his belt as well as his gloves, Eugene started to speculate that MKC were traitors, as they assigned him a spy instead of a bodyguard. Yet, as he was trying to brace himself in order to try and escape once again, one of the kidnappers theorized that his earrings were the reason he didn't succumb to the powder. And with that being said, they were ripped off his ears. And just like that, his mana disappeared. Upon realizing that he had used his skills many times today, he recalled how he had told Uraim about how running out of mana would make one pass out. And thus, as he passed out with his empty reserves, the kidnappers decided to shove him and his pet into a piece of luggage and smoothly escape this place. At that moment, Eugene blamed himself for ignoring all of the signs, as no good person could resist the charm of peace. Sometime later, water was splashed over his face. And with that being said, he was forcefully woken up. Our hero was intrigued as he found himself tied up. In front of him was a scary-looking man with a scar and an evil grin on his face. Eugene quickly used his abilities in order to appraise the stats of the man. The kidnapper was a B-rank hunter known as Woo Jae Kim, a name that our hero had never heard before. At that moment, the delinquent explained that he doesn't like harassing F-rankers and decided to stop beating around the bush. Woo Jae grabbed our hero by the hair and demanded the mark of the master that allowed our hero to control the fire manticore to be handed over to him. The man affirmed that no one was coming to save him, which is why he should peacefully comply. Seeing how the kidnappers wanted the mark of the master, it was safe to assume that peace was still alive but captured. The hero tried to argue that the 5 big guilds would be coming for him but the man wasn't so sure about that. After all, he had been exchanging texts with the hero's bodyguard, who was still on standby in front of the training room. In other words, no one knows that the protagonist had been kidnapped. Woo Jae explained that even when they realized what happened, it would be already too late. Seeing how they were inside one of countless containers that looked exactly the same and that they would be departing for Japan soon, Eugene assumed that the Japanese had something to do with it, so the man clarified that this wasn't exactly the case and that they were promised a huge reward. Upon learning that he was also being sold at an auction, Eugene quickly analyzed the situation. Seeing how he was very well protected in the country, the abductors who teamed up to get him decided to sell him overseas. There was no doubt that the big guilds would resort to any means necessary in order to get him back. But things would become difficult outside of Korean waters. In other words, Eugene had to try and buy as much time as possible. Out of nowhere, he started to chuckle. With a grin on his face, he explained to the kidnapper that he was no fool and that he won't be so easily scared by him. Eugene had made a mistake by revealing to him that he was important enough that they needed him in one piece. Eugene even started to mock the B rank, claiming that he got outsmarted because of his own incompetence. At that moment, the man couldn't take it any longer. And as the protagonist kept babbling on about how they were forbidden from touching him, he suddenly received a mean kick to the gut. Eugene assumed that the target had failed to grasp the danger, but Eugene was fully aware of the situation he was in. He even claimed that he had been abducted by people who were too miserable to live by the rules. And as he kept on mocking the man, he struck the wrong nerve. With that, the B rank stomped the F rank with all of his strength, making him scream in agony. Wooji just grabbed Eugene's ankle. The man then revealed how irritating it was that he wasn't allowed to rough him up any further. The real goal of the protagonist was to make the torture keep going, as he was desperate to stall for time regardless of the pain. With that being said, the kidnapper realized that he could use some help. Eugene was then slammed and thrown against the steel bars. As soon as the man started to explain that he himself was a pet owner, our hero found something viscous near his neck. His screams greatly pleased Wooji, as he was finally getting scared. That reptilian creature characterized by cursed venomous tentacles was a C-rank monster known as a critic. Its curse was so painful that almost everyone would succumb to it after half an hour. The best part about this was that even if poisoned, Eugene would still be intact enough to be sold. With that being said, the kidnapper decided to give the kidnapped man 30 minutes of alone time with his little pets and close the door behind him. Meanwhile, back at the guild, Urim stormed into yet another room. She had finally found the guild master, and just as he was about to fill her in on what MKC had said, the girl suddenly grabbed him by the collar. Urim demanded an explanation. She demanded to know how her custodian was kidnapped in the first place, if the security of their guild was supposedly unreachable. And so Urim revealed that normally this wouldn't have happened. Guild hunters, and especially those who go on raids with their guild masters, become instinctively attached to their authority like wolves to their alpha. For that reason, the guild masters decide to send some of their closest hunters in order to serve as bodyguards for the monster tamer. Yet the one that was supposed to guard him today was replaced with someone else. This swap happened at the last second. MKC was split into two factions, with one having the guild master as its head, and the other being overrun by its rich sponsors, who wanted Urim for themselves. Urim pointed out how this was a perfect example of Suchuen's inability to control his own guild, and that's but despite a war between the factions being expected. The young genius didn't foresee that the sponsors would reach out to his own low-ranked subsidiaries, who were still stronger than his F-rank brother. With that, Urim demanded to know if the guildmaster of MKC had revealed anything about the location of Urim. Urim explained that this was the reason he wished to see her, as her skill pale corpse was now needed. With that, Urim finally understood why this place was reeking of the smell of blood. The guildmaster wanted the ice witch to use her power in order to search the memories of the dead bodyguard for the sake of finding a lead to his brother. He had already informed the guild of the bodyguard that he would be taking care of his punishment. After all, scavenging the hardware of a corpse was much more efficient than an interrogation. In the end, both Fire and Ice agreed to keep this a secret from Yujin. Meanwhile, back at the container, Wu Jie found it intriguing that the bodyguard stopped messaging him. This made him suspect that they had been discovered sooner than expected. Yet this detail was now trivial, as they would be filthy rich as soon as they got the mark of the master. With that being said, the B rank decided to check on the torturing process. Yet what he found left him rather stunned, seeing how there was a curse that should have kept the now unconscious Yujin awake. Wu Jie then started to laugh, thinking that the young man was simply tired of screaming in pain. He was then even more entertained as the protagonist gave the signal to someone called Sally, and before the man could even realize it, he found himself getting attacked. The B-rank hunter dodged the surprise attack at the last second. Even so, the now confused man was still caught in the tentacles. Only then did he realize it, and he was left completely stunned. Yujin should only be able to tame juvenile beasts. With a grin on his face, the hero explained that all hunters keep some of their skills as hidden aces, and ordered the lizard to attack. The man had a hard time believing this. No one had informed him that the hero had such an ability under his belt. He didn't expect an F rank to have such a neat trick, and little did he know his pouch ran much deeper than this. Back then, when the torture process started, the protagonist found himself disgusted by the many tentacles of the creature. Due to his immunity, the curse of the lizard shouldn't be a problem, but regular attacks were still a threat to him. Despite his injured ankle, he tried his best to get back on his feet. He then pulled out a small blade from his inventory and freed himself from the rope. Yet, as the hero tried to come up with a way to stay with the beast for half an hour without dying, he noticed something intriguing. For some reason, the C-rank monster was terrified of the F-ranker in front of it. At that moment, Yujin realized that his Dragon Slayer and Rushida's Bane had been triggered, and as the system informed him that all of his skills would be multiplied by 2 against the lizard, he finally understood what was happening. Yujin remembered that he was a Dragon Slayer with 2 high rank titles that allowed him to dominate dragons. Seeing how he had gotten this ability by killing the Tier 1 3-headed dragon, it might be safe to say that he had some kind of advantage against its little cousin. Even so, Yujin still lacked any attack-related ability, and so he dropped his knife while thinking about how his custodian skill should have also been enhanced by the titles. As soon as the blade hit the ground, the monster was startled. The tamer then dubbed the salamander Sally, and offered it some C-rank mana stone powder as a treat. Back to the present, he vaguely explained to his kidnapper that he could either call this fortune or an instant bond between him and the monster. Yujin had to thank Wuji, who had provided him with a new vicious ally, and with that being said, the salamander was ordered to attack. The B-rank hunter quickly freed himself from the tentacles. Despite his skin being damaged, he affirmed that such low-rank poison couldn't affect him. But before he could even realize it, he was stabbed in the arm from behind. Wuji was now in pain and greatly infuriated, and so he quickly shook off the sneaky little thing. Even if the poison was weak, with enough of it, even the sturdy body becomes pierceable by steel. The man was now boiling with anger. At that moment, Sally was ordered to attack him once again. Now in front of the creature that was of a lower rank than him, Wuji decided to act fast. He quickly summoned his weapon. Shortly after, he affirmed that he only needed one hand in order to take care of such a monster. And so with one swing of his weapon, the salamander Sally was defeated. Wuji took a second to catch his breath and started to mock the protagonist for thinking that the lizard had a chance against him. In fact, he firmly affirmed that even an F ranker can never take down a B rank. But as Wuji thought that this was his victory, everything suddenly started to spin. Before he could even realize, he fell to the ground. The poison kept progressing inside his body. This should have been impossible, as the cursing monster that was also of a lower rank had been defeated. It was at this moment that Final Thanks had been triggered, granting our hero double the stats and skills of the now late Sally. And because of the title he had acquired as a Dragon Slayer, the power of Final Thanks itself would be multiplied by 2. Even if the monster was a C rank, quadrupling the power of its poison was still enough to overwhelm the B rank. Eugene affirmed that Wuji had no right to give him such looks, as this was simply payback. The custodian explained that he simply wanted to enjoy a peaceful life, but people kept coming to mess with him. He then proceeded to grab the head of his kidnapper. Our hero demanded to know the whereabouts of his little pets. The B-rank hunter was shivering in his boots. Yet he refused to answer and vowed to take the life of our hero after discovering what was going on. Eugene understood that he would get no answers from this man and deemed him useless, and, just like that, some kind of weird viscous matter was poured on the skull of the gangster. This was the power of a skill known as toxic ooze that was melting Wuji alive. As the one in front of him screamed in pain, Eugene coldly explained that this was something he needed to do to keep Final Thanks. And the rest of his skill is a secret. Karma had struck the B-rank hunter for having kidnapped the protagonist. Our hero genuinely wanted not to catch any more bodies in this new timeline. He even wished to leave a body behind to be put inside a coffin. Yet, with a teenager and her pale corpse skill running around, this would be impossible. Later on, the handle broke. Our protagonist was now at fault. Because of the boost he had gotten from Final Thanks, he now had a hard time controlling his own strength. Unlike in the previous timeline, the boost would last for an entire week, meaning that Eugene had to be extra careful to keep this a secret. Our hero then decided to check if he had gotten any other useful skill out of the salamander. 2 abilities immediately caught his eye, with the first granting him camouflage and the other giving him an instinct to detect and avoid anyone stronger than him. At that moment, pain struck once again. Despite the boost, his ankle was still shattered, and despite the absence of any healing skill, his power granted him the ability to keep moving. With that being said, the cloaking skill was immediately activated. Just like that, the custodian immediately turned invisible. Now finally came the time to start looking for peace. Sometime later, the traders of Haya were enjoying their time outside their room. Yet, as they kept on debating whether or not this plan would succeed, they were suddenly grabbed by invisible tentacles. The entire crew was now getting harassed without even knowing what was attacking them. At that moment, a loud bang was heard. The man demanded to know who had entered, only to see in front of him the one that was supposed to be at their mercy. Eugene quickly understood that this man was the captain of the ship, as he was the only one left alive. When asked about how he was able to escape, the hero refused to answer and simply demanded to know the whereabouts of his path. When all of a sudden, something was thrown at him. If he had been hit, that would have caused quite the damage. The crook claimed that the custodian must have escaped out of pure luck, and called him out for not escaping while he could. He then explained that Peace was trapped inside a cage, and that he had the key on him. The man was being so confident as he was a C rank in front of an F rank. Yet, as he kept on monologuing, he was suddenly slapped in the face. He desperately tried to comprehend what hit him, as the protagonist demanded the key. His lack of immediate cooperation earned him another hit. And just like that, the C rank earned himself a beatdown without even knowing where the hits were coming from. At this point, The crook was now convinced that our hero had allowed himself to be taken away. Yugen once again refused to answer and demanded the key. With that being said, he pinned the man down on the ground, before picking up his weapon shortly after. With an innocent smile, he explained that he had many other skills to use. He even used one of them on the axe in order to make it melt. The man was quickly horrified by the indirect threat. Now horrified, he agreed to give our hero the key and even told him where to find the cage. Yet before complying, the crook asked the custodian to sign this contract. That way the crook would ensure his safety after handing over the key. Yugen agreed and added a term claiming that the delinquent was forbidden from speaking about this to anyone. With that being said, the C rank was finally freed from the tentacles. The custodian then decided to go free his path at once. Yet at that moment, the crook decided to seize this opportunity. In the blink of an eye, he deployed one of his skills and charged at the hero. Grabbing him by the neck, the crook squeezed as hard as possible. He was now confident that the attacker wouldn't hurt him, as violating the contract he had just signed would inflict a strong blinding curse upon him. The man even blamed the protagonist for not being more wary, and assumed him to be a beginner that had never been inside an actual dungeon. Yet, to his utmost shock, the paper was ripped in half. With the contract having been destroyed, the system would now curse him with blindness. Yet Yugen's curse immunity spared him the worst, as he started to explain how he wasn't a beginner, and was probably the most experienced person on this ship. And with that being said, he finally gave the agonizing finishing blow. Yugen had long predicted the betrayal of the crook. Even so, he had already planned to kill him in the first place. Number one could ever suspect that an F rank caused all of this carnage, which is why people would assume that an internal conflict sparked between the kidnappers. As for the traitors, he decided to spare their lives and leave them in the hands of the guild, seeing how they hadn't witnessed his skills. Yet there was still one more problem to take care of. Yugen had to deal with the corpse of his late friend. He couldn't help but pity the poor creature. The hero was well aware that the C-rank monster would be chopped into 2 pieces and sold if left unchecked. For that reason, he decided to get rid of the body. Yugen used Sally's own power in order to put her to rest, as, if it wasn't for her, he wouldn't have made it out of this mess. And so, after a short search, the monster daddy finally located his little cub. Peace seemed to still be unconscious from the effect of the powder. The easiest thing to do would be to take the animal and escape the place. Yet this would surely raise suspicions. Thus, he judged it best to simply wait for the rescue. Now reunited with his pet, he couldn't help but find it adorable and urged it to enjoy its sleep until help finally arrived. After committing countless acts of carnage, Yugen looked at the innocent creature with tenderness. He was happy to see it unharmed, and he truly wished that it would live a longer life than him. After some time, help finally arrived. As soon as the hero and his path had been located, the agents who found him immediately relayed their coordinates. Without wasting a second, the men decided to open the cage and contact the younger brother. The hero who had just woken up felt a strong presence approaching. It didn't take him long to realize that the strong one in question was his younger brother. At that moment, Yugen finally found his missing brother. The guild master rushed to check on him. Seeing how all of his ducklings had gathered here, Yugen concluded that the entire cavalry was deployed for his sake. This was only natural. After all, seeing how valuable he was to the guild. Yet, as he tried to stand up, the pain in his ankle struck once again. Seeing this, the monsters demanded to know who hurt him, and decided to get him a healer at once. The twink tried to explain that he could move on his own, only to be picked up like the princess that he is. Yugen was touched to have such a caring younger brother, yet being carried like that completely shattered his pride as a man. After much effort, he was finally placed in the car. Yugen promised to come and see him as soon as she was done with the investigations, and urged him to take care of himself. Yugen quickly realized that she was about to read the memories of the dead, and began to think how she was still too young for such a thing. He was then quickly snapped back to Earth as his brother ordered the driver to get them to a hospital for a full check. The hero tried to explain that the healers had already helped him, yet Yugen was determined to make him see professionals. Thus, he needed to come up with an excuse. Yugen claimed that after the traumatic events of today, he wouldn't be comfortable being under anesthesia around many strangers. Just like that, he was able to get his brother to think that he was being inconsiderate and earned himself a direct trip home. Even so, Yugen was still concerned about the health of the custodian. The protagonist was then annoyed by the incredible sense of smell of the guild master, who picked up an Italian scent on him. So he claimed the smell to be the ocean and used his cloaking skill in order to mask it, and just like that, the long day finally ended. Due to its incompetence, MKC was temporarily forbidden from providing bodyguards, high and heavily reinforced security, while the rest of the guild masters decided to personally send one of their people as a bodyguard and keep a close eye on him. As for our protagonist, he began to see himself inside of a cage, and there he met an odd stranger, a stranger that was kind enough to show him a smile and even offer him some treats as a mark of friendship. Upon seeing his new friend in danger, the POV decided to act at once. Yet this act of bravery caused him to fight someone stronger than him and lost his life in the process. At that moment, the hero finally woke up. Yujin desperately tried to catch his breath. After finally calming himself down, he realized that this was no ordinary nightmare. In fact, those were Sally's last memories. Something similar had happened to him back in the original timeline. Despite having no memories of it, it made Yujin realize that it had only been a few days since he had traveled back in time. Back then, the low rankers were easily killed. Sometimes, their memories would be so intense that the traumatized hero would lock himself up with a bottle, forcing people to drag him into rehab. The protagonist then assured himself that all of the S ranks under his wing wouldn't be easily killed, with the exception of Myung-woo. Only then did he realize something intriguing. The only F rank under his custody wasn't in his bed so late at night. Meanwhile, in the armory, knives were being sharpened. The blacksmith was dedicated to his craft. Once the blade was fully sharpened, Myung-woo picked up another dull one and began to think that he only needed to sharpen 20 more knives. And while he should have been feeling joy, as he was now close to achieving 10,000, he couldn't help but feel frustrated. The blacksmith didn't know what to think. In his eyes, he was helping no one. While everyone was out there looking for the custodian, he was stuck in his workshop sharpening kitchenware. Myung-woo blamed himself for being useless. He recalled how, at the start of the incident, he offered his services only to be asked to stay in the armory, as it would be better for everyone. The agents even explained that, after a background check, they discovered that Myung-woo and Yujin had never interacted in the past, despite being friends, as claimed. Despite not doubting the friendship between them, the guild simply couldn't afford to let a total stranger handle matters concerning the brother of Yujin. On top of realizing just how useless he was, Myung-woo cried, as there was nothing actually tying him to the protagonist after all. The next day, the phone of the guild master started to ring. While he was minding his business, he picked it up, only to find his brother on high alert, as the blacksmith had left the place. Our hero was certain that his friend didn't go out for an errand, but had completely deserted the house. He even claimed that there was a giant pot of beef bones as proof of what he said. That is the dish that mothers in South Korea prepare, in case they leave the house for a long time. For that reason, Yujin was worried sick about the housekeeper, as he might get kidnapped again. Meanwhile, Myung-woo began to think about how he lacked the courage to see the protagonist. On top of his uselessness, it turned out that he wasn't even his childhood friend to begin with. With that being said, Myung-woo was now practically homeless. Only then did he notice that his shoelaces were undone. As he bowed down, his bag suddenly opened, making his stuff fall all over the ground. His bad luck struck him yet again. Only then was he approached by two small children. They were practically amazed as they noticed his hand badge. The children immediately got excited, thinking that he was one of their hunters, and claimed that becoming one themselves was their dream. Everyone's attention immediately shifted toward Myung-woo, as the kids bombarded him with questions, thinking that he was some kind of great hunter. Under the immense pressure, the man revealed that he was nothing but a housekeeper, and that despite being an awakener, he was an F rank with a small equipment buff. The words of the children cut deep as they suddenly found him boring. According to the boy's mother, F ranks had no real use, as they were too useless to make a living by raiding dungeons. Just like that, Myung-woo found himself getting indirectly bullied by kids, as they claimed that he must not earn much and called him practically useless. In his eyes, the kids were right about him, as he was certain that the new skill he would unlock upon finishing the sharpening would be utterly worthless. Myung-woo started to imagine the reaction of his friends when this happened, especially the custodian, who would claim with a smile that he was utterly disappointed. The man started to shake in fear, as Eugene might regret ever placing his hope in him. And just like that, out of nowhere, the grown man broke down in the middle of the street. When asked why he was acting like a kid, he started to complain about how he was useless. At that moment, the children decided to play the adults and began to think of a way to help him out. They grabbed by the hand and claimed that they had a special method that would let him acquire a new skill. Yet, as it turns out, the method wasn't as smooth as expected. The children first started by almost drowning the man. Then they made him jump from the second floor. At some point, Myung-woo started to pity himself even more, as even children were harassing him. The children then presented their third challenge, which consisted of crossing an 8-lane road. Yet, as the boy wanted to give the man a demonstration, he was quickly stopped. Myung-woo started to scream at the children for being so reckless and demanded to know why they were constantly putting themselves in danger. The girl explained that they were simply trying to help him. The only way for one to get a great combat skill was to awaken it while their life was in danger. At that moment, the man recalled an incident that happened to him, and confirmed that he truly did awaken his skill after a life-threatening situation. Even so, the blacksmith still had his doubts. Only then did he realize something truly frightening. As it turns out, the children had been endangering themselves on a daily basis in hopes of awakening as hunters. Myung-woo tried to persuade them to focus on school rather than doing all of this. Yet the children found it ridiculous. According to them, no one could get a good job by acquiring a degree. And as they pointed out that only becoming a hunter was the real way to earn money. The man was horrified. History was now repeating itself. In the past, society forced him to continue his studies. Now it was telling these children to become hunters. But as he was lost in his train of thought, a great explosion erupted. An announcement was then made claiming that there was a dungeon break nearby and that people were required to go to shelters. From the looks of it, the dungeon break was rather near their location. The children didn't think twice about going to check out the dungeon break, thinking that this was their chance to acquire skills. At that moment, the adult finally decided to act. He chased the children while screaming that they were acting recklessly. Meanwhile, somewhere nearby in the city, webs were being made. As the gate was finally breached, a giant spider-like monster started to roam the streets of the capital. The news started to cover the event as soon as possible. The streets were filled with giant spider monsters that were shooting their webs everywhere. From the expert's perspective, this dungeon break was the result of a portal at the mall being left unchecked for too long. Then the cameraman noted something horrifying. 2 children and a hobo appeared on television. It was discovered that this area wasn't completely free of civilians. The blacksmith greatly despised the spiders. To make things worse, all other humans in the area had already been killed. And so, while the adult and the boy were panicking, the little girl reminded them that they were here to unlock new skills. At that very moment, they were finally found by the enemy. Only the little girl stood up to face. She had gathered all of her power and braced herself to unleash her awakened S-rank skill. Yet after waiting for too long, the spider finally shook her away. Just like that, the little girl was sent flying into the air. She was left devastated. Even in the face of danger, she was only focused on the fact that she didn't unlock any S-rank skill. Just then, the blacksmith got her out of the way just in time. Young-woo decided to take the children upstairs. As he pointed out that they needed to go upstairs in order to seek help, the boy asked him if he could truly carry his sister. Yet the man affirmed that he didn't have many options. At that moment, the girl claimed there was no point in carrying her any longer. For some reason, she seemed to have given up on life. The child had awakened, yet to her horror, she was now F-rank. Only then did the boy warn them about incoming danger. The spider had quickly caught up to them. Just like that, the 3 of them were left horrified. With that being said, the legs of the blacksmith had almost given out. The girl blamed herself for this entire mess and demanded to be left to die. She explained that they would be better off without her, seeing how she was nothing but a miserable F-rank with no combat skills. And as the child began to scream that she was a failure, Young-woo found himself unable to take it any longer, and so he decided to drop her on the ground. He then proceeded to pull out a knife from his backpack. Young-woo decided to man up and hold his ground. Even so, he couldn't help but tremble. His plan was to buy enough time for the kids to escape. He screamed that at the end of the day they were still children, so they had no right to give up on themselves, much less be left behind. In fact, their lives had barely started. According to him, even if one fails as a life was still majestic enough to be explored. For that reason, he urged them to get going already and come back with backup. Young Woo asked the children not to leave each other behind and to be as quick as possible. And with that being said, the children started to make their escape. They promised to come back with some help and urged the man to stay alive until then. Yet things were far more difficult than that. Young Woo's feelings had gotten the better of him, which led to him now facing a creature that greatly outmatched him. And just like that, he was easily flicked away. The man had been thrown out of the building. He had already expected this outcome. At that moment, the blacksmith thought that he had reached the end of the line. Since the light was near, he assumed that his mind was making up images of his best friend. Yet, as he felt glad that the last thing he would see was an image of Eugen's gentle face. Out of nowhere, the hallucination got extremely close and started to speak to him. As it turns out, this was no hallucination at all. At that moment, the blacksmith couldn't help but cry. His friend had finally gotten a hold of him. Young Woo didn't know what to say. Somehow, Eugen was always there for him when he needed him the most. After this, the blacksmith's memory became somewhat hazy. He only remembers his friend defending him from the spider monster. Yet, in between the chaos, he noticed something intriguing. There was definitely something different about Eugen. Young Woo tried to bring up the tentacles coming out of his friend's back, only for him to gaslight him into thinking that they were hallucinations. The last thing Young Woo remembered was his friend knocking him out and shooting him up because he was asking too many questions. Shortly after, he finally woke up. The man quickly realized that he was now back at the dorm. From what he had seen on the news, the children he was with had been rescued. In other words, the spider incident was very real and no dream. Only then was he confronted by an angry protagonist carrying a hot plate of food. Young Woo wanted to ask our hero about the tentacles, but like any good boyfriend, he gaslight him into thinking that he must be confusing reality with his dreams. Shortly after, the housekeeper was grabbed by the collar. Eugen was furious at him for putting himself in such danger, and claimed that if he hadn't shown up on live television, he wouldn't have even known that he was there. Our hero sternly forbade his friend from running away like that ever again and causing him so much trouble. Upon learning that his friend was worried about him, the crybaby couldn't help but tear up. Eugen panicked, thinking that his friend was in pain, and offered to get a healer. But little did he know those were tears of relief. Myung Woo asked the custodian if they would be able to maintain their friendship in case he obtained a pitiful skill after finishing sharpening knives. Yet this greatly infuriated Eugen. Upon hearing this, he realized that his friend had run away for nothing. The hero explained how the scale of the skill didn't matter, seeing how he even received a full-time job offer at the armory. In fact, Eugen revealed that he should be the one asking Myung Woo to stay with him. He even claimed that everything pales in the face of his cooking. For that reason, he asked him to come and make him a meal once in a while if he ever decided to move out. Eugen claimed that he would eat anything and even offered to pay Myung Woo, who couldn't help but smile. After the city-living conversation, the blacksmith finally came to a realization. It would be pointless for him to talk down to himself. In fact, there was nothing to worry about. Back in his workshop, he tied up his hair, fixed up the grinding wheel, and started the process. While sharpening the knives, he began to think about his friend. Eugen was always there for him at the end of the day. Back then, when he had hit rock bottom, Myung Woo finally got his awakening. He had acquired his one and only E-rank skill inside of a dark and forgotten place. That day, he had plans to end it. Later on, upon registering as a hunter, he was given 700. He didn't expect much as even the receptionist urged him not to enter the hunting field, seeing how useless his skill was. It had been days since he had seen the sun. Now, with the money in hand, Myung Woo wanted to pay off his debts, as he had never expected himself to be anything. On that very day, Korea was blessed with another genius S-rank hunter. Not one to mix with the crowd, he decided to go through the back door. Myung Woo truly believed that it was his destiny to remain in the dark. He hated himself and considered himself a waste of a human being. His awakening had made him strong enough to live on for a few more days. Even so, he was convinced that there was no point in him continuing his existence. When all of a sudden, everything changed. Myung Woo was suddenly grabbed by a complete stranger. He had finally met the protagonist. At first, the man had his doubts. In fact, he didn't think himself worthy of all of this. He always felt a mixture of thankfulness and anxiety, as he wasn't very knowledgeable about dungeons, nor did he have the potential to be in S rank. And even when asked to sharpen 10,000 knives, the man didn't dare to imagine himself getting a powerful skill. Yet upon learning that the little girl had awakened as an F rank and wanted to end it all because of it, Myung-woo gained a realization. After hearing his mentality come out of a child's mouth, he realized just how wrong he was. He also understood something that was very important. Myung-woo as in had never cared about his rank. In fact, the protagonist had never pushed the blacksmith into fights he wasn't built for. He simply allowed him to do what he was good at. There is no mistaking it. Myung-woo as in had always been on Myung-woo's side, as even in his darkest hour, the protagonist kept his faith in him. Seeing how his smile was a light that got him out of the dark, the man decided to cast aside all of his worries. At long last, Myung-woo knew who he was supposed to be. He wanted to become as strong as his friend. Even if he might not ever become a strong warrior like the Ice Witch, Myung-woo refused to give up. His goal was to embrace the greatness of his own path. As soon as he finished sharpening the 10,000 knives, Myung-woo dropped the blade to the ground. He couldn't believe his eyes. Finally, the SS rank skill, Master of the Golden Smithy, had been unlocked and the Master Blacksmith had awakened, ready to pay back his best friend. The next morning, screams were heard in the armory. One of the workers was in panic as something had happened to the SR rank mana stone. She assumed that someone had stolen it. Yet her co-workers reassured her that it was the buzz that they're precious or had finally found a worthy owner. Seeing how expensive this weapon looked, its new holder assumed that all SR rank weapons must appear fancy. Urim was now floating above a lake while being filmed by drones. She was here to proceed with the first field test of the Parnamai Frostwood Trident that was crafted by the housekeeper. The selected practice target was the lake. At that moment, the teenager grew eager. She was finally about to see how powerful the trident really was. The results left her amazed. Seeing how the entire lake had been frozen, Urim found herself quite pleased. Only then did she notice something intriguing. The ice had frozen much more than a simple lake. For that reason, it was concluded that the weapon truly had SR rank ice attribute powers. Now, with the trident in hand, Korea had 16 SR rank weapons, with this one being crafted by a blacksmith instead of being discovered inside a dungeon. The test confirmed even further that this was an SR rank weapon, and Myung-woo had received the rights to his invention. When asked how strong he could make his weapons, the blacksmith confidently replied that he could make them as strong as he pleased. All were left stunned, as it turned out that after some practice, he would be able to create SS rank items. At that moment, it was speculated that they should get Myung-woo his own bodyguard. Yet, according to the report, this would be unnecessary, as this wasn't the same fragile homeless man from before. It then came as a shock to Sungkwan Kim to learn that upon awakening his skill, the man became as strong as a C rank. The ability for one to strengthen himself was rather rare. In fact, it was safe to say that there wasn't anyone like the master blacksmith. A few hours before the presentation, Yujin was left completely stunned as his friend, just upon awakening his new ability, crafted an S-rank weapon. Young-woo explained that in order to make it, he fused the mana stone from the forgery with the materials inside his stash. The stash referred to a pocket dimension that contained countless S-rank and SS-rank materials. Seeing how they simply spawned with the skill, the master blacksmith had used frostwood in it and combined it with the mana stone. On top of that, Young-woo received an instruction book that taught him how to make the trident. While the blacksmith got an overpowered skill that was clear and easy to use, Yujin only got a lower rank skill with embarrassing keywords. And so, as he started to cry about how unfair the world was, Young-woo offered him a tour of his own workshop. This greatly intrigued the protagonist. As it turned out, the name Master of the Golden Smithy wasn't just a simple title. After opening the gate to the Golden Smithy, Young-woo revealed how he could invite people to enter it. At that moment, the custodian realized that, on top of not having to worry about getting kidnapped any longer, Young-woo now had all the potential to become the main character of his own novel. Upon entering, the hero was greeted with a bright light, but after taking a good look, he was left utterly stunned by how huge and magnificent the smithy was. The pair found it rather interesting that, despite the workshop being made out of wood, it didn't get damaged with all of the heat around. Youngwoo also noticed that the fire wasn't burning without fuel. Yet, as he got closer in order to take a better peek, the fire changed its form and emerged from its resting place. Youngwoo protected his friend, who reminded him that he now surpassed him in stats. The creature in front of them was then revealed to be a fire elemental. The creature, who referred to the blacksmith as master, called itself Ismor, a being whose creator made it in his last moment. The hero was baffled that such creatures truly existed. So Youngwoo revealed that he was the co-creator of the trident, whose past master had prepared everything for him. This greatly intrigued the custodian, as this meant that Mewers wasn't the only hunter on Earth who had this S-rank skill. The old owner also left the new one flowers and a card. Mewers again used the ability to read the ancient language that was written on the card. It was a welcome note from the master before him, wishing him good fortune. Some dungeons contain ruins of civilizations that seem similar and different at the same time from those on Earth. Seeing how it was possible that intelligent life had existed in this dimension before, it was perfectly possible that a master blacksmith existed in the past. The blacksmith in question might have left his skill for generations to inherit. Yet, as the hero was lost in his thoughts, he was suddenly given the bouquet of flowers. Yujin was quickly slapped back to reality. Youngwoo affirmed that all of this was thanks to him. For that reason, the master blacksmith decided to place his faith in the hands of his best friend, claiming that he would do whatever he told him to. The outside young man seemed stunned. Yet inside, he was having his own little party, as by securing Dr. White and the master blacksmith, he was now finally set to retire young. Yet for some reason, he didn't seem very happy about it. And as he pointed out this was a bad idea, his friend was left intrigued. Yujin explained to Youngwoo that he shouldn't force himself to be anchored to him. At that moment, the protagonist decided to reveal a secret to his friend. And just like that, he finally told him that they had never truly met before. Yujin claimed to have approached him because he had mistaken him for someone else, only for him to turn out to be a complete stranger. And so, as both didn't know what to say, the protagonist tried his best to present his apology. As in the end, he was a complete stranger who had directly forced him to become his housekeeper, which is why Youngwoo should focus on living his own life from now on. At that moment, Yujin realized that he was ruining his only chance to retire young. Yet seeing his friend finally bloom was giving him all of the relief that he needed. According to our hero, the best move would be to let the blacksmith he manipulated finally spread his wings. Youngwoo didn't know what to say, and so he recalled the words of his friend regarding this skill being so overpowered that it would make him more influential than the big guilds in Korea. And so Youngwoo claimed that he was aware of first. He gave him the flowers, which might catch fire if they stayed in the workshop. The master blacksmith made up his mind and decided to live as he pleased, without worrying about anyone but himself. Back in the present, Youngwoo decided to present his first creation as a gift in front of everyone. He had generously donated it to the youngest S-rank hunter in the country. The blacksmith explained that since the high-end guild had shown him a lot of support even before his success, it was only natural to grant them the first S-rank item. Meanwhile, our hero was left pretty upset, as he had destroyed his chance of becoming a millionaire. Even so, this would be for the better, as with the master blacksmith in the spotlight, people might finally leave him alone. At that moment, the hero couldn't help but express how proud he was of his friend. Bunny then explained to the grizzly that Youngwoo must be planning on going his own way instead of staying in the dorm. Everyone would want him, seeing how he was the only hunter on Earth capable of creating such high-quality items. In other words, the man had no reason to waste his potential by staying by Yujin's side. Our hero realized that he and the star of the day weren't in fact friends for a long time, before quietly sipping on his drink. At that moment, the young contestant thanked everyone for the weapon, especially its creator. Suddenly Yujin spilled his drink as he was being thanked on live television. He was particularly stunned as the pair started to talk about him. As the blacksmith explained that out of everyone it was Yujin Han's support that meant the most. The man in question desperately tried to hide himself. Sung Gon couldn't help but smile, as the man was now being thanked like a parent who had no idea how important he was to his little ducklings. Sung Gon, Myung-woo, and Yerim all felt the same way. The three of them considered the hero as family, and by thanking him on live TV they made him seem like someone important who shouldn't be messed with. The following days after the ceremony turned out to be pretty peaceful. With the heavy security and having nothing to do, Yujin spent his time cooped up at home. The master blacksmith was spending all of his time in his workshop yet came out from time to make delicious snacks. With that, only one small detail remained to be solved. The monster had gotten lazy and refused to train. This was rather odd, as Peace was perfectly healthy. His master theorized that the cub must still be traumatized from the kidnapping they had suffered, despite having been asleep the entire time. And with that being said, he decided to go take him out to play. Soyoung Kong, the assigned bodyguard of the day, was more than happy to take the two of them to the training room. She was a genius 19-year-old A rank who had been personally recruited by Saisung's guild master from the UK. It is also important to note that in the future, she made the news with our hero's little brother. In other words, the sheer blonde was practically Yuyun's future wife. As the A rank was escorting them to the elevator, the hero could only think of how he wanted her to wife up his brother. Soyoung then revealed how surprising it was to learn that he had been kidnapped. She even revealed how she had high hopes for him, leaving him quite confused. Soyoung explained how she possessed an SS rank skill. It is known as Dragon Rider. Among the beasts, dragons were one of the most untamable races. It was practically impossible to domesticate a dragon, which was rather a shame, as it would be perfect for the A rank hunter who would gain a lot from it. The girl then started to explain how annoying it would be to let her powerful skill go to waste. She then explained how Sisung sometimes finds dragon eggs inside the dungeons, and how she would have a dragon of her own if they could make it hatch. Her wish was to have her own baby dragon, whom she would raise with a lot of love as if it were her own spawn. Yuyun found the future girlfriend of his younger brother to be rather adorable. Yet the moment was ruined as she then called him her breeding partner. That term that our hero hated a lot was now on everyone's tongue. He started to blame the tall woman for all of this mess, as the phrase became popular slang after being heard on television. Later on in the gym, the manticore refused to move. It seemed unusually lazy. His owner was very sick, while the bodyguard theorized that it must still be traumatized from the kidnapping incident. Yuyun tried to get his creature to play, as he pointed out how it was a shame that they couldn't take Peace out for a walk. Seeing how he was still a monster, Yuyun suddenly got an idea. She explained that there was a safe spot where Peace could finally get some fresh air. Yet to our hero's bafflement, the girl was referring to the garden on top of Susing's rooftop and rushed to inform the guild master. The man in charge decided to immediately send them a car. He even claimed that they didn't need permission to visit. And just like that, the guild master decided to brace himself to welcome a very important guest. Later on, they finally arrived at the magnificent garden. As our hero expressed how surprising it was to learn that this was the roof of Susing, his bodyguard explained that it had been reserved for him for the day. It was the first time Peace had been outside. For that reason, he urged it to let loose. Yuyun even reassured Peace by claiming that the A rank hunter was a friend of his. To prove his point, the girl got really close and embraced him in order to show her bond with the creature. This caught the protagonist off guard, as he didn't expect his future sister-in-law to act like that. He assumed that this must be something common in the UK and began to hope that this wouldn't cause any family drama in the future. Peace was finally feeling more comfortable in the garden. It was the first time that he had encountered this species of flower, and so the little creature in love with nature decided to let loose, leaving its owner worried about the cost of the damage. The girl explained that this wasn't a big deal and hoped that the fire manticore would one day become a good friend of the baby dragon that the hero would hatch for her. When asked about the kind of dragon she was to receive, the girl explained that it was the Tier 3 thorny winged dark dragon. This creature, named like a U-O card, was one of the toughest dragons out there, with sturdy dark scales and numerous spikes covering its body. Yet for some reason, the bodyguard claimed these creatures were adorable. The hero even started to worry about her, as in her eyes the fact that they were poisonous made them even cuter. The European then urged the agent to visit the garden more often, as it would be good for both of them. Yu-Ji-Oh wasn't against the idea. Ever since he had rewound time, he had never had the chance to peacefully enjoy nature. Seeing how it was now too dangerous for him to casually visit the woods, this place was a great replacement. It was rather annoying that he needed to go to another guild to do so, yet he was convinced that there was no chance of encountering the guild master. Only then did his skill warn him about an incoming S rank. The bodyguard was intrigued by the presence of the guild master. The protagonist couldn't be more annoyed. From the looks of it, it was obvious. Han, Jisung wanted to personally welcome their important guest. He was the owner of the #1 guild in the country, which was currently expanding itself on the international market. And until his disappearance a few years later while overseas, that man was considered to be the #1 Korean hunter, with no equal. As for the current situation with the strong hunter, it left our hero baffled. As the bodyguard decided to leave them alone, Han Jisung saw himself on a date with him. He desperately tried to convince himself that this wasn't a novel. As the guild master decided to make the manticore a gift, he then pulled out a dragon wing bone from his inventory. According to him, this was a high-tier item loved by carnivorous monsters, and from the looks of it, the fire manticore was no different. Peace immediately fell in love with the bone. As our hero was trying to judge the man, something quickly interrupted. Upon taking a bite of the cookie, he realized that despite being good, it paled in comparison to the blacksmith's baking skills. As the guild master expressed how worried he was upon learning that the hero had been kidnapped, Yujin thanked him for his concern with a smile. Yet upon being referred to as the guild master's reading partner, he began to curse Haeuna Moon once again. Haeuna claimed that he was speaking genuinely. Yujin had become a very important figure as the guardian of an S rank, the one and only beast daddy, on top of being the best friend of the he. Explained that aside from MKC, all of the guilds desperately wanted to get closer to him, and seeing how they would be eager to get on his good side, they would be more than happy to grant him any favor that he liked. In other words, Yujin Han was free to be as arrogant as he wanted, which is why he was urged to test this out. The hero politely refused and began to think about how the guild master was insinuating that he now had the power to step on people. As he tried to explain that he was still a weak F ranker, Yujin reminded him that with a powerful beast guardian, he wouldn't be defenseless. It was then revealed that the masters were debating whether it would be better to give a second-tier monster to the hero as his personal guard dog. Yujin was intrigued by the hero's surprised face, meaning that Yujin hadn't told him about it. According to the #1 hunter, MKC was responsible for paying for everything. Seeing how it was in the wrong, Yujin found that rather surprising, as no matter how overprotective the younger brother was, he should have told his elder at least that much. He then quickly apologized as his speech was starting to resemble that of the Breakers Guild master. Lately Yujin had been keeping too many secrets from his older brother, to the point where he even gave a shady answer when asked about the abduction case. Yujin was now certain that he would have been clueless if he had acquired his overpowered skills while still in his first life. There was no denying the fact that the guild master of Heian had been working in mysterious ways. Heian then brought up the fact that Yujin was now important enough to create his own guild that could become a threat to the big shots. Many of the important figures grew to respect him after the negotiations, and he even had the ability to build himself an army of beasts. Yujin pointed out that this might be against the law, so the guild master that nothing was definitive. After all, laws could only be imposed by countries and societies, which were currently seeing a big change but still managed to keep the dungeons in check. Yet dungeons were quickly increasing in quantity and quality, which is why the Bloodman theorized that it would take the world 5 years to see an immense change. And in such a world where hunters would die for an ally beast that could help them survive the dungeons, someone who could tame them like our hero would be of the utmost importance. After all, he had the power to tame S-rank and A-rank monsters. As Hyunjae advised Yujin to have a serious talk with his overprotective younger brother, who was wasting his potential like it was something genuine, the protagonist couldn't help but feel like an employee being tested by his employer. Meanwhile, back at Heian, Yurim claimed that she was unsure about an unsettling detail regarding the custodian. It all started when she used her skills in order to read the memories of a deceased traitor's bodyguard. Back then, she used this skill to try and find clues. This allowed her to see how the kidnappers theorized that Yujin, who was unconscious was able to stay awake because of an item from Heian. Yet Yurim was certain that no such item was given to the custodian. For that reason, she started to speculate that Yujin had some secrets of his own. At sunset, it was promised that a hunter of a rank or above would escort the hero back home. Technically speaking, the S-rank guild master met the criteria. Yujin began to think that a guild master should be too busy to play the bodyguard, while wondering about the bouquet. Yet, as he turned to speak to the man, he suddenly found an ominous hand reaching for him, only to quickly realize that it was in fact. According to the S-rank, someone as fragile as the beast tamer shouldn't forget his seatbelt. Yujin was trying to atone for the fact that he wasn't there for the hero when he got kidnapped. Yujin, who desperately tried to calm his heartbeat, replied with a smile. He showed the man that MKC were the only ones to blame. Yujin pointed out that if things had ended up in a worse way, Yujin might not have seen this very day, where he visits his guild. Putting that to the side, it was undeniable proof that MKC was a corrupt organization, meaning that it was the most expendable of. Yujin was left speechless. This made him speculate that, in this new timeline, MKC might end sooner than expected, despite being the first big guild to go off the market in the original one. Yujin then took a look at the driver. The time traveler had just realized that he barely knew anything about the current strongest hunter in the country. Yujin, who was speculated to be from overseas based on his appearance, was practically a ghost before his awakening, with no known relations. For that reason, the hero started to wonder if he should appraise his skills. Yujin grew curious about the skills that the strongest hunter in the country might have, which is why he decided to take a sneak peek. Even so, it took him a lot of courage to do so. He decided to make it seem like he was taking a look out of the window. Yet, just as he tried to use his skill in the most discreet way possible, a cold hand was placed around his neck. Just like the bouquet, his heart dropped to his feet. At that moment, silence reigned supreme in the car. Yujin had no idea what just happened. Even with his resist fear skill activated, he couldn't shake off the feeling that he was about to reach the end of the line, and that it would only take the S-rank hunter a simple squeeze to end it all. His expression seemed so unbothered and relaxed. It was a shock for Yujin to see himself get discovered even before using the power. Even the beast took a defensive stance. At that moment, the beast tamer asked his bodyguard if he was truly going to turn against him. Yujin replied with a simple smile, and freed the hero's neck from his grasp. The same hand was then used to pat his back. Yujin claimed to be confused as the two of them simply sat in the car. Silence. The hero, who didn't know how to reply, found himself rather annoyed by how paranoid the strongest hunter was. Meanwhile, at the reception of the guild, two middle-aged men took their seats. Yujin was pleased by their warm welcome, yet as soon as he opened the door, his date rushed out of the car. Yujin was still amazed that he made it back home. As the man tried to give back the bouquet, the director explained that they needed to announce his arrival at their guild. Now facing the director of HR, Yujin pointed out that his gear should have told him about a misunderstanding the situation. Director Suk explained that guilds were practically armies, making it extremely rare for an S-ranked guild master to visit another. And as it was explained how these rare visits ended up in conflict, Yujin began to wonder why Yujin insisted on driving him back home. Only then did he realize Hyunji just wanted to mess with Hain a little bit. The man then pulled out a flower. He gifted it to the director, while promising to always look out for Yujin. On top of the bouquet, he decided to give him yet another present. Yujin was gifted earrings that had a B-ranked shield skill imbued in them, which were to be considered a token of appreciation for wanting to cooperate with Su-young. The hero was left completely baffled, as items with skills basically cost a fortune. It then became creepier as Hyunji pointed out how this was a replacement for the studs that Yujin had stopped wearing. Hyunji insisted that Yujin accept this offering. After all, it was meant to show his desire to become good friends with him. Later on, while in the bathroom, the box containing the studs was emptied. Their new owner had decided to try them. At that moment, he asked his pet to launch itself at him at full speed. Peace quickly stumbled into the shield. Yujin was rather pleased by how convenient his new skill was. Only then did he realize that his pet smelled after his trip to the garden, and so he decided to give it a good bath. It was safe to say that the fire manticore wasn't fond of showers. Yujin began to think that his trip to Sezong turned out to be beneficial, as he had gained new studs and his pet regained its vitality. Yet, after a well-earned scolding, Yujin doubted his ability to repeat the trip anytime soon. Director Seo disliked Yujin and affirmed that if his superior was here, he would have destroyed the entire neighborhood, which the hero found ridiculous. But the man wasn't joking around and greatly feared the meeting of the two S-ranks, as Yujin once got in trouble with the law after visiting another guild. The older brother was greatly stunned by this. He began to think of how troublesome his younger brother truly was, and how he would need to acquire 50 more Madis ranks under his custody. Yujin greatly hated the system for forcing such a task upon him. At that moment, the pet couldn't take it any longer and tried to run away, yet its bath wasn't done yet. But upon catching it, the hero found something intriguing, as he was now holding some kind of plushie. His first guess was that Peace had learned some kind of cloning skill, but as it turns out, this was simply a present from the spirit who returned to his side. As it turns out, this was popular Fire Manticore merch that he had brought with him from Japan. And despite not being supposed to look like Peace, these $75 worth of items still had their charms. Yujin, the show with Peace, was now trending, which our hero didn't know about as he was currently avoiding the internet. The spirit then affirmed to its master that it had truly completed its task, and so as Yujin focused on Peace, Yujin praised him for his work. It was intrigued by the fact that he didn't write anything about the dungeon interior. As it turns out, the Daka baby can't enter dungeons. According to him, each time he tries to enter one, he simply gets repelled from it. Yujin understood that since the spirit could teleport like a dungeon, he couldn't possibly be allowed to enter another. Only then did he realize something regarding the spirit being considered a dungeon. And so, in order to quickly test this theory, he immediately rushed to hug the Daka baby. Yujin asked him not to refuse his affection. He urged him to stop being so stingy and to start teleporting while he kept holding on to him. In the end, Yujin finally agreed to grant this favor. And just like that, the teleportation began. Yujin immediately found himself above all the buildings. There was no mistaking it. The spirit's teleportation was identical to the sensation of crossing a dungeon gate. Yujin then made himself a footing in the air and started to dash through the city using his teleportation powers. His teleporting process was no different from entering a dungeon. On that night, as a driver was peacefully minding his business, a ghost holding a twink appeared in front of him out of nowhere, making the skinny one apologize. Yujin wanted to recreate the phenomenon from the last time he had entered a dungeon. His theory turned out to be right, as the status window immediately started to transform. The only time he had gotten a message from the system was when he was inside a dungeon. In other words, continuous teleportation might finally allow him to engage in conversation. At that moment, the spirit couldn't hold himself back any longer. He finally gave in to his urges and grabbed the young man by his pants, before suplexing him into the nearby concrete. In Korean mythology, Dakobis were known for their love of wrestling. The spirit was not worried about having injured his boss, who survived the fall due to his shield skill. Even so, Yujin hoped to have received a message from the system, seeing how he was suplexed. And upon opening his status window, he received a rather neutral notification, with some letters having a different color than others. This was obviously an encrypted message. The hero understood that the system wasn't particularly allowed to communicate with him, and messages could only be sent while inside dungeons. He then realized that the system could only locate him once inside a dungeon, meaning that even the system had its own limits. The spirit, who offered to get some potions, was then patted on the head. Yujin showed appreciation for his help, which allowed him to confirm his theory. The protagonist decided to visit a dungeon while dismissing the specter. He then tried to sneak in as a form of praise to the trickster spirit. At that moment, Yujin was left particularly confused, as his young master somehow reminded him of the old lady that owned his water mill long ago. For that reason, he offered to teleport his boss back home, as the latter began to wonder if the keywords could even work on his spirit. The next day, Yujin won a bid, and was now the owner of an F-rank dungeon close to the guild. In order not to be recognized, he put on a disguise. He needed to move at once, as the stealth skill from Final Thanks was about. Yujin was desperate for some explanations, which is why he wanted to talk to the system inside a dungeon. And just like that, a little later, his operation to sneak out finally started. Yujin tried his best to go unnoticed by making the most unnecessary and flashy moves. The first step of his plan had finally started. As it was backed up by his titles, he resorted to his skill gecko on the wall. The invisible man didn't go unnoticed when he pressed the elevator button on his own. But only then did it open. In a flash, the hero quickly entered the elevator as the lounge lady made her exit. Everything was going according to plan, seeing how his style swap was 4 times more effective than that of Sally. Not even a rank hunters could spot him. Invisibility powers were extremely rare and only owned by monsters, with the sole exception of Yun Yun. In other words, no one would even think that there was an invisible man inside the building. Now came the time to start the second step of the plan. As soon as one of the workers stood ready for his checkup, Yujin dashed forward at the door. He timed it perfectly and made it seem like he wasn't the one who sounded the alarm. And just like that, he dashed outside, leaving the poor worker to deal with the mess he had created. Yujin was well aware that his actions were troubling everyone, which is why he decided to behave once he lost his reptilian skills. Later, at the location of the dungeon that was protected by a barrier, Yujin began to think that the trip to the dungeon might actually be harder than the dungeon itself. It was a relief to see that there was no tight security around F-rank dungeons. The goal of our hero was to enter the dungeon for a quick chat with the system before finally returning home. Yujin did one last checkup to make sure he wasn't missing anything. He even made sure to take a gate stone with him. This was the same one that his brother had handed to him back when they were facing the boss in the last dungeon. For the sake of his younger brother, the hero wanted to live peacefully after settling things inside. Yet he wasn't so sure about it. And just like that, he finally entered the F-rank dungeon. Yujin quickly started to progress inside this Amazon-like forest. Yet, according to him, this place was more of a jungle than it was a forest. The hero started to look for the system, and as he began to complain that they should have at least given him the coordinates, the local monsters spotted him. At that moment, the yellow monkeys started their ambush. Yet things didn't go as they had planned. Yujin was more worried about the system taking a long time to find him than the monkeys. And just like that, in front of his reptilian might, the mammals began to drop like flies. While progressing through the dungeon, he tried to reach out to the system. He then resorted to one of his reptilian skills, before unleashing an acid rain upon the F-rank monsters. Shortly after, he climbed on top of a mountain of bodies and demanded answers. Yujin speculated that he was going to quickly clear the dungeon while collecting the worthless F-rank mana stones. Only then did the window panel pop up, almost startling him. The system had initiated contact using symbols. The hero quickly understood that this was a message from the system asking him not to blame himself. And as he began to wonder about all of this, another notification popped up. This was the window panel of the wish stone. Yet Yujin failed to understand how this item was related to all of this. At that moment, something intriguing began to happen. The stone couldn't be trusted, like the dead was being deleted, and before the hero could even realize it, it was replaced with an apology. At first, Yujin didn't understand, but only then did it. Click. As it turns out, the wish stone truly had the power to bring back the dead. Yujin screamed that he had always had his doubts regarding this, as time rewinding was certainly far harder than resurrecting the dead, and so for that reason, he demanded an explanation for the lies. Yet the system refused to answer. Seeing this, he decided to use a different approach. Yujin pulled out his gate stone and explained that even if a powerful monster entered this place, he had the means to escape. And so, after a quick silence, the system finally started to talk. But what our hero didn't expect was that his window panel was about to be flooded with messages. The system started to talk about how they understood his pain and how they truly wanted to give him a good explanation. It even claimed that preparations were crucial. From the messages, the protagonist understood that the system wanted him to return here after 7 days so that it could finish its preparations. This made things complicated, as with the power of Sally about to disappear, Yujin would return to being a regular F rank, and seeing how the system was worried about something, it seemed like there was another entity in action that must also be behind the southern monster in the last dungeon. In other words, the more the system tried to communicate, the more chaotic things would become. At that moment, something unsettling started to happen. Before the hero could even react, the system had been broken into shards. Yujin realized that this wasn't good, seeing how the system had sent him way too many messages. There was a fat chance he would need to fight something even scarier than the Firebird from last time. With that being said, something started to manifest itself from the crack in the system. In front of such a bright show, Yujin sensed that his opponent might be even more powerful than the three-headed dragon. Only then did he hide his eyes from the creature. He took a good look at it. Yujin was intrigued by the appearance of the cotton ball. He doubted that this creature was a monster to begin with. It was straight up adorable. Even so, Yujin decided to go back to the system and go back to the system, to stay on high alert, as the little chick might very well turn into a horrendous beast. His skills revealed the baby bird to be F rank. Yet, for some reason, there seemed to be an error in the system, and just as he began to think that he should try to ambush the bird and kill it, he noticed something horrifying. The bird was about to eat a mana stone that was covered in his poison, so he intervened at the last moment in order to save it. Only then was he horrified as he realized that he had made contact with the monster. Yujin then quickly fell in love with the cute cotton ball that started to cry. He tried to calm the little creature down and explain that he was trying to save it. Yet, as Yujin decided to reach into his inventory to find some mana stones for his new friend, the two of them were quickly spotted by a monster. Yet the threat was quickly neutralized. The little cotton ball was now under our hero's protection. From the looks of it, he would need to commit mass murder once again. With that being said, the custodian promised the bird more mana stones if it kept its beak shut. After some time, the exit was finally opened. Yujin had managed to kill the dungeon boss by accident. All along the rampage, the cotton ball had managed to every mana stone that he had gotten from the monsters. Yet it seemed to be wanting more, as it was now eyeing the boss's mana stone, which was 3 times its size. And so as he asked it to wait until he broke it into smaller pieces, the system informed him of his latest achievement. Yujin, who had fewer than 3 items on him, had managed to clear an F-rank dungeon solo, while being an Aphrid himself. This earned him the title of Miracle Rookie. At first he was simply surprised by the fact that solo achievements even existed. Only then did he find something much more stunning. By conquering an F-rank dungeon, he had earned himself an S-rank title that doubled the dungeon drops. This new title was very lucrative, yet the drops of an F-rank dungeon had no value, and the reptilian skills were about to disappear. The bird used this distraction in order to quickly swallow the giant mana stone whole. Yujin started to wonder if solo clearing stronger dungeons would give him better titles, and how he could currently solo AD rank 1 on his own. With that being said, he decided not to waste any more time and conquer as many dungeons as possible before returning to weakness. It was then that he realized that the bird had swallowed the mana stone, making it seem like a black hole. After a long day, Yujin returned home in order to relax. Peace immediately greeted its new playmate. Home suddenly became more stressful than the inside of a dungeon. Our hero's kitten was now out of control. He started to blame himself for not realizing that a feline would immediately detect the baby bird as a snack. He also didn't want to leave the glutton in the dungeon alone, as it was still a little chick. Thus, the protagonist started to wonder if he could teach Peace to be more gentle once it calmed down. As he began to think that things would get much harder in his absence while the two were alone, someone suddenly approached him. His S-rank detector quickly went off, as it was none other than his brother. Yujin quickly noticed the feather ball, and as he claimed it to be adorable, the hero revealed to him that this was a dungeon monster, which left him completely shocked. Yujin quickly showered his older brother with questions that he desperately tried to avoid. Yujin claimed that someone had abandoned the bird in the hallway, and that he decided to adopt it as he had taken pity on. Yujin tried to explain that there was something urgent they needed to talk about, only to be quickly interrupted. Yujin needed his help with his Tier 1 fire cub at once. Later on, this was reunited with its worst enemy. Yujin tried to explain to him how he should be treating the little bird as if it were their brother. And so while the hero desperately tried to get the cat away from the bird, his brother decided to cut straight to the chase. He was here to talk about the kidnapping incident, a subject he wanted to avoid, as it might be a sensitive one. Okay. Seeing how urgent this was, he grabbed Peace by the neck and launched it across the room. Yujin thought he had cured the necessary calm for a conversation. But to his shock, this greatly upset his brother. Yujin immediately began to scream at the guild master for what he had done. The S-rank hunter was being scolded for having thrown Peace. To make things worse, he didn't seem to understand how wrong his action was. Yujin tried to explain that a C-rank beast wouldn't get hurt by that much. His brother couldn't care less. The hunter desperately tried to calm down the custodian, who affirmed that high stats weren't an excuse to throw the cat like that. Yujin was furious and ordered both troublemakers to sit. He then started to talk about how the British hunter wanted to treat her future mount like her own child, while her guild master offered the manticore a high-tier treat. On the other hand, the S-rank hunter, who should be the rightful owner of the creature, had the nerve to toss it around. Yujin tried to come up with an excuse. In the end, he apologized and promised to treat his mount like his finest weapon, which greatly pissed his brother off. He explained that the only reason he was a bad owner was because he was objectifying his pet, and as the young man tried to claim that fighting together made them closer, the tamer affirmed that he needed to be friendlier. And as he pointed out he had done nothing for peace, Yujin explained how he was paying for everything. Yujin screamed that this didn't matter and that he needed to do something for the pet on a personal level instead of leaving everything to him. Yujin apologized once again, yet his brother was certain that he still wasn't grasping the situation. He had always been clueless about his surroundings and the people around him ever since he was a young boy. For that reason, the protagonist urged him to use hugs instead of words. Yet seeing how excited his brother had gotten, he clarified that he needed to hug the cat. Both the official owner and pet greatly disliked the situation, and as soon as the custodian was happy, they quickly got away from each other. Shortly after, peace turned towards its real owner. From the looks of it, the little creature was worried that it had incurred the wrath of its master by bullying the bird named Peep. Peep. Yujin quickly presented the feather lump and asked the furball if it was going to at first. It seemed like Peace was determined to make Peep Peep its next snack, but as it turns out, the feline had learned its lesson. While the tamer was absorbed by his beasts, his brother tried to persuade him to get a physical checkup, just to be safe. At that moment, he remembered something and asked his brother if he had something planned for next week. Yujin had plans to go on a raid, just the three of them, to check his brother's new skill and make him bond with his future mount. Yujin agreed. Thus, as his brother started to walk away, the guild master couldn't help but see him as a liar trying to hide a secret. After that, our protagonist cleared 2 other dungeons on his own, with the first being an E-rank dungeon that seemed like a walk in the park, and the second being a D-rank dungeon that looked more like a fishing trip. On every raid, the system would try to talk to him, and every time he would get rewarded with items and potions. He even acquired a new S-rank title by clearing the E-rank dungeon, known as Veteran F-ranker, that doubled his attack power. Yujin felt as if he was being scammed, as he had no offensive skills to begin with. His complaints seemed to have gotten through to the system, as the title he had acquired from the D-rank dungeon was slightly better. The title and perk would give him the ability to make himself hard to spot, as well as the power of sharing a title with someone who is below S rank. He tried to come up with the best way to use his new powers, yet each time the plan would involve endangering himself. Yujin then noticed the bird trying to steal the food and began to think that it was behaving like that because of system bugs. He even got a hunter with a taming skill to try and appraise it, only for it to fail, as not even the twig skill or the super nanny skill seemed to have an effect on it. Only time would unveil the real potential and nature of Peep Peep, who seemed to be under our hero's custody, seeing how much he loved him. At that moment, Peep noticed something disturbing. The other pet was trying to climb on top of him, and as soon as the bird settled itself on its head, their owner rushed to immortalize the moment. Peep Peep tried his best to pose for the picture, only to lose that nose balance and fall head first on the ground. Yujin, who finally decided to create a social media account, decided to use the first picture as his profile pic. As soon as he made his account, his adorable pets earned him an astonishing amount of followers. At that moment, the ghost made its entrance. While praising its master for his newfound fame, he explained how these pets were now the buzz of the internet and rushed to introduce himself to the glutton bird. Yujin even offered it a very expensive A-rank mana stone as a treat. Yujin started to scream at him as he was spoiling his bird rotten. The fact that the specter had mistaken his master for the old lady of the watermill meant that he was now under his custody. Everything was going according to our hero's plan. The day when the big deals finally started constructing Yujin Han's breeding building was finally here. According to the news, all staff members were awakeners, and having received a generous budget, it would take them 2 weeks to finish the project. Yujin realized that the guilds weren't cheapskates about the building, from what he had heard on television. He started to think of how busy he would be once the building was finished. The first step was to persuade the blacksmith and Dr. White to join him. He would also be receiving a contract with baby monsters for him to tame. At that moment, the protagonist realized that he had completely forgotten about his plan to retire rich and young. Even so, he decided to focus on what lay ahead and initiate contact with the system inside the dungeons once again. Even so, he couldn't help but feel that something was missing. Aside from the fact that the system had lied to him about the real powers of the Wishstone, it was also aware of our hero's actions in the original timeline. The most intriguing part of all was the fact that it asked him not to blame himself. In other words, an issue had occurred. The simple fact of direct contact with him meant that there was truly a problem at hand that might have occurred because of time travel. In the end, the hero decided to shake it off, as worrying about it wouldn't solve anything. For that reason, he decided to save the questions for the next time he met the system. Yet Yujin was a fool, as he should have prepared better for that day. Everything went into chaos, and the black flames swallowed everything. Yujin, who was now facing the blade of his own younger brother, realized something. If he had been more honest with him from the start, he might have been able to avoid all of the upcoming mess. Back to the present, where the protagonist should have expected the disaster in the future, a feast was being prepared. He apologized to the blacksmith for only being able to make eggs. Yet this one explained that he enjoys cooking. And with that being said, under a weird atmosphere, the four of them sat together for dinner. Yujin had invited his little chicks so that they could bond together. Upon taking the first bite, Yurim immediately started to praise the master blacksmith for his cooking. Yujin urged Yuhian to try one of the dishes made by Myung-woo, yet this one decided to stick with the eggs made by his brother. The hero found it rather ironic. While the fire hunter was turning the cold shoulder, the ice was trying to be warmer towards them. Yujin tried to scold his little brother for being offensive, so the blacksmith clarified that the two of them barely talked and would rarely even need to, once he went with him. Yurim found those words to be rather cold from the past. Though, when asked about it, it was revealed that the master blacksmith wanted to follow his best friend, and that he had chosen him over Hyan, who begged him to stay. Yurim was impressed, as it meant that the new building would have a breeding spot as well as a smithy. Yujin's goal was to get his brother and the legendary blacksmith, whom he had promised a penthouse, to come closer. After all, Myung-woo was the kind of man who knows how to spoil his friends. Yet to his shock, Yujin was as cold as ever. He remained quiet while doing the dishes. Yurim and Yujin began to talk about how awkward the atmosphere at dinner was. The hero was well aware that his brother wasn't exactly an extrovert, yet found it shocking that he wasn't pleased by the fact that he could now protect himself. His first thought was that his tall and handsome brother was jealous of him, yet Yurim was certain that it wasn't the case. According to her, Yujin was a little sad to see his custodian stand on his own feet. Yurim theorized that Yujin feared the fact that his bond with his brother was getting colder. But when asked to elaborate, she explained that she was only talking for the sake of it. Yurim then pointed out how stressed the guild master was. After all, the security system of his guild had been continuously showing errors for the last 3 days. Yujin started to blame himself for this. Yurim clarified that this was the guild master's fault and urged his brother to abandon him and join her, as she had forgotten that he was her boss. Later on, the hero tried to do his best to cheer his brother up, thinking that he was the reason behind his cold behavior. Yujin decided to offer his brother flowers, only to be met with an expressionless face. Things didn't go as planned. He wasn't as smooth as Hyun Jae-sung, which is why the operation had failed. His goal was to get at least a laugh out of his brother. Yet, for some reason, the young man hadn't shown any emotion in the past few days. Hyunji's was certain that a heartfelt conversation would resolve everything, but things began to snowball before they could even properly talk. Later on, Peace started to analyze his surroundings. Hyunji's asked it if it remembered the dungeon it came from. He was happy by the fact that the fire manticore had forgotten everything about its origins. And so as they kept on talking, Peace was suddenly startled. Out of nowhere, blue monkeys rushed in to attack. Peace decided to hold his ground, and just like that he started to butcher the incoming primates, leaving his owner pleased. According to Hyunji's, this was very much natural. Monsters were naturally aggressive towards those of other species, which is why it was common to make them fight each other before killing the weakened winner. Yu Jae-ao found this a good way for Peace to level up, but the guild master had to simply focus on himself. This cold behavior was starting to get annoying. Later on, while progressing through the dungeon, one of the blue monkeys jumped towards our protagonist. But before he could even take it out, it was entangled in the red wire. And just like that, it was barbecued to pieces. The same thing happened to the next monster. As for the third, it was consumed by the black flames. For the fourth attempt, it got hit in the face by a bunch of blue feathers. Yu Jae-ao couldn't tolerate it any longer. When confronted about it, Yu Jae-ao explained that he was simply helping him clear this dangerous place. Yu Jae-ao then addressed the elephant in the room and pointed out how something seemed to be bothering his brother. He wanted to know if he had anything to do with it. Yet Yahello claimed that he didn't want to waste his energy on someone who won't share his secret either. Yahello was stunned. He then pointed out how the whole secret thing was started by his brother in the first place. After all, he had heard about all of the misdeeds that his brother had done while they were apart, people he remembered. Weirdly, and so, as he continued to scream at his brother, his sword flew right by his ear in order to stab a monkey in the heart. Yahello affirmed that this secrecy was needed in order to keep the custodians safe, and for the sake of growing the guild. The guild master couldn't deny the fact that his brother had a story of his own. According to him, the only thing that was left for him to do was simply to accept the fact that his brother doesn't need his protection any longer. And so, after understanding it all, Yahello explained to his brother how it was very natural for someone to worry. Yet Yahello wasn't forced to carry the burden alone. After all, he now had enough influence that most guild masters wouldn't dare to even mess with him. Yet, according to the S-rank hunter, this wasn't the issue. And so, when asked about it, the guild master unleashed his powerful black flames and asked his brother if it was possible for him to peacefully enjoy his life. Yahello wanted his brother to slack off while he attended to his every need. In exchange, neither of them would question the other's behavior. Yahello simply wanted his brother to stop going into dungeons. Yahello recalled a similar memory that he had from his brother back in the original timeline. Yet, as he was about to talk about his brother's secret, the system became ready for a conversation. This greatly stunned the protagonist. And before he could even realize it, he started to disappear. Yahello, attracted by the light, turned around. To his shock, his brother was fading away. And before anything could be done, the protagonist disappeared, leaving nothing but his weapon behind. The system couldn't have picked a worse time to start acting ominously. A spear was all that was left behind. The powerful S-ranker was left totally confused. Before he could even do anything, his brother had suddenly vanished. Meanwhile, on the other side of the wall, the hero kept on falling. And as he started to complain about how bad the timing was, his fall suddenly stopped midair. Only then did the entity manifest itself, welcoming its honey. It was some kind of pink smiley face emoji. The other digital creatures appeared shortly after. It didn't take the protagonist long to realize that he was currently talking to the system itself. The emojis confirmed it, and as they kept calling him honey, the protagonist was left intrigued. As soon as he wanted to clarify that his name was Eugene, his mouth was quickly shut. The entity stated that upon sharing a certain amount of info, the connection would be automatically lost. And names were a huge amount of data that was best hidden. And as the emojis claimed that they needed to keep him concealed from the enemy, Eugene asked about their name. Yet, as the system claimed that they were forbidden from speaking it, Eugene began to speculate that he was going up against Voldemort. The emoji took the opportunity to apologize for the fact that they had lied to him about the wish stone. Eugene urged them not to sweat it, as in the end this turned out to be for the better for him and everyone else. He then decided to stop wasting time since his brother was waiting for him, and asked the emojis how they knew about the original timeline. He also wanted to know if time traveling caused some kind of issue. At that moment, the smiley face revealed that the important part was yet to come. According to them, it was only Earth's time that was rewound. To make things easier, they manifested trees, claiming that they were representations of dimensions and pointed him to the one that represented his realm. They then demonstrated the effect of the wish stone on it, and just like that, the giant tree shrunk back to a small plant. It was only Earth that was pushed years into the past. In other words, the time travel didn't affect the other dimensions, meaning that the dungeons were still the same in quantity and quality as before the time reset. For that reason, Earth would see its dungeon problem grow faster than before, with the entities trying to slow the process, and since the enemy was trying to gain power in the dungeons, the system desperately needed the skills of the custodian. Just like that, the yearbook manifested itself, and it immediately started to change forms. In order to save his home dimension, the custodian had to gather 50 S-rank heroes under his custody. Upon finally understanding the use of the photo album, the emojis explained that they wanted to use a form that would be familiar to him. For that same reason, they engineered the system to look like an earthly video game and spent a lot of time on its details. Yet upon learning that the status window was bound to disappear one day, the protagonist was left quite shocked. The system was in fact a form of tutorial that would limit the creativity of humans over the years. For that reason, humans believed that F rankers had no way of gaining power, even if they were currently living proof of the contrary. The emojis firmly clarified that it was in the nature of humans to change and evolve. Upon learning this crucial information, the frustrated hero immediately grabbed the emoji. Seeing how change was possible, he demanded his keyword be changed. He started to complain that his keyword was too ridiculous for such an important mission. Seeing how he needed to take 50s rankers under his custody, they had basically turned his life into some kind of weird dating simulator. The creatures explained that they simply filled in the name and description, and that he was responsible for this. Yet he blamed them for how unclear the system was. Eugen then brought up the fact that they had given his friend the hobo an inventory filled with rare items, as well as a very clear instruction manual. So it was revealed that the skill Golden Smithy was imbued with a save file from its old world. Eugen was already aware of the existence of other realms beyond Earth. And the Golden Smithy was a workshop created in one of those other dimensions before getting sent to Earth. Something as big as the smithy was rarely transferred. Yet its previous owner spared no effort in transferring it to the next world. Regardless of how high the cost was, as this was the only way to aid future generations. The entity then explained that just like zoologists, they use data from known creatures in order to fill in the blanks on newly discovered animals, resulting in accuracy. They then explained how they had never seen something like our hero's perfect custodian skill. Since it was their first time encountering such an ability, they had to make a lot of guesses in order to write down its description. The regular custodian skill itself was rather rare, as one needed to be the guardian of a born S ranker in order to acquire it. The hero already knows that, before awakening, elite hunters have the potential of being either A rank or S rank, and under the wrong circumstances they might awaken to the weaker rank. Yet there exist individuals who can only awaken as S ranks. Such individuals are extremely rare anomalies that quickly differentiate themselves from the rest of their species. For that reason, they had a hard time blending in with the rest of society, who would start to fear and love them as gods. And as they pointed out that this was the reason for the custodian title being extremely rare, Eugene began to think of how he had never once failed his brother. No custodian had lived a long life, as they become the weakness of an S ranker who might hurt them by mistake due to overprotectiveness. Yet seeing how the system wanted the human to carry out his mission safely, they gave him 5 whole years in order to gather the demanded 50s ranks. At that moment, this mighty face started to glitch. The call had reached its limit of data exchange, which is why the system decided to send the hero back after half an hour of conversation. But Eugene still had so many questions. When asked if he could let his brother know about his mission, the emojis asked him not to tell him everything. When asked about the dungeons, they explained how the rules were still the same, and how they would handle any dungeon that would appear sooner than expected. As the hero continued to bombard them with questions, the creature explained that everything would be revealed in time, before finally returning him to the dungeon. At that moment, the hero finally woke up. He immediately got up and started to look for his brother, only to then quickly notice some unusual scenery. Eugene was left quite confused, seeing how he was supposed to be in a forest dungeon rather than a hellhole. The protagonist theorized that he had been sent to the wrong dungeon. Only then did he notice something coming his way. Upon being attacked by a giant red feline, he became convinced that this wasn't the same roaring dungeon from before. Just like that, the protagonist evaded the incoming claws. Eugene started to panic and decided to check the stats of the enemy. But upon taking a look with his skill, he was left particularly intrigued, as the monster in front of him was none other than his pet, Peace. And before the custodian could even realize it, he was suddenly grabbed and carried like a sack of potatoes by the big gentleman. That person was none other than his brother. Eugene asked for an explanation, as they were no longer in the forest dungeon, only to then realize something intriguing upon seeing the corpses. Eugene had his flames consume the entire place. The hero tried to calm down his brother and urged him to put him down, only for him to claim that he wasn't angry at all. Eugene tried to turn to Peace for help, only to be quickly ignored, and as he tried to apologize, his brother couldn't take it any longer. Eugene lashed out at his brother, leaving him quite confused. Eugene simply wanted to explain what just happened, but his brother didn't want to hear any of it. At first, the worried guild master, who realized that his brother was making his way into the hunting world, decided to give him some space he could spread his wings. Yet now he was unable to remain calm, seeing how things weren't getting any better. At that moment Yujin threw his brother on the ground. He then pointed his blade at him, and claimed that he would tell everyone that his custodian had perished inside the dungeon. According to the S-ranker, there was too much risk in keeping his brother in a cage and alive. Yujin wanted to claim that his brother died at the hands of the boss monster, which would spark doubt in some as he was with an S-ranked chaperone after all. Thus, he would present the limbs of his deceased brother as proof of his death. At that moment the protagonist recalled how, according to the system, some custodians might get hurt by their overprotective S-rankers. Thus, as Yujin swore to heal his brother after amputating him, this one was left utterly panicked. Only then did the protective skill of the studs kick in. Yujin used this chance to run for his life. Yujin, who could cut through the shield like butter, hesitated. The hero claimed that he didn't want such protection and that he would rebuke his brother if he dared to harm him. The guild master quickly parried the knives thrown at him. He then grabbed his brother and pointed out that he had been hiding a few things from him. Yujin then resorted to his mark of the master. Just like that, peace entered the battle. It immediately bit the arm of its official owner. Yet the bite of such a young cub was nothing to the S-rank, who quickly took control of the situation. And just like that, he suplexed the fire manticore. Peace had been knocked out cold. Yujin lashed out at his brother for daring to harm his pet once again, only to be quickly pinned down on the ground. Yujin was convinced that this was the only way, and just like that, he went for the stabs. He revealed how at first he felt happy, thinking that they would be close like before. For that reason, the guild master, who was now demanding to know the truth, had been turning a blind eye to many things. He had a hard time believing that his brother became a tamer at level 10. And he wasn't the type to take care of peace after learning how expensive it would be. Yujin then brought up the master blacksmith and peep. Things became even crazier when Yujin entered a dungeon. The guild master then pointed out how he was powerless in front of his vanishing older brother. And just like that, he began to cry about his weakness. In the end, Yujin wasn't strong enough to amputate his brother. For that reason, decided to simply take some of his skin instead. As he was going for the stab, he promised to heal him shortly after. Fearing for his life, the protagonist asked the system to manifest itself. And just like that, a new type of window panel showed itself. Yujin was left stunned as he had never seen anything like this before. Yujin quickly got away from his little maniac and affirmed that he promised explanations. He revealed how he truly decided to raise the manticore upon seeing it, as it had the potential to become S-rank. Yujin also revealed how he had been secretly clearing dungeons on his own, with one of them being where he met the cotton ball. At that moment, the hero declared that he had been helping the creator of the system. Yujin was left stunned, and as he pointed out that he didn't want his brother to do anything that would endanger him, he got punched in the face, as this hypocrite wanted to amputate his brother. For a second, Yujin had forgotten how sturdy S-ranks were. Yujin then revealed that it wasn't his lack of trust that led him to keep this a secret. In the end, his brother was the man that he trusted the most in the whole wide world. The custodian then demanded a potion in order to heal his defeated Pokemon. He couldn't deny the fact that he had caused a lot of worry for his brother. The hero then pointed out how the weird behavior of the security system was because of him and his stealth skill, and as he revealed how he also had immunity against poison, curses, and fear, the guild master found these skills to be rather unique. From the looks of it, the system didn't want him to reveal anything about Final Thanks, his custodian title, and the timeline reset. Yujin then urged his brother to come to him if he had any more questions. He was fully aware of how confusing all of this must seem, and blamed himself for keeping it a secret. For that reason, the hero asked his brother to immediately come to him in case there was a problem, instead of keeping it to himself and putting him on a leash. And just like that, the maniac who wanted to amputate his own flesh and blood apologized like a small puppy. It was at this moment that Yujin realized that he needed to do much more than help his brother in order to keep him happy. At the end of the day, the custodian would have also burned a dungeon down if Yujin had disappeared. And just like that, the two brothers rushed to hug each other with sincere apologies. At the same time, Peace enjoyed being sandwiched by the two Han siblings. At that moment, the dungeon monster shrank back to its original size. As it turns out, it was shrinking itself on purpose in order to be cuddled by its owner, leaving him amazed. Even so, Yujin would have appreciated it if Peace had hinted at its growth. In the end, The one who didn't gain anything from the dungeon urged his brother to apologize to the cat he had just hit. Yujin was then scandalized, as he had taught Yujin to apologize properly. Watching this from afar, the creators of the system were relieved that the worst had been avoided. The lamb began to worry that it was a bad idea to reveal their secret to Yujin. And as the siren pointed out that he was Honey's best ally, who had already given his life for him, the one behind her pointed out that the blacksmith had more potential. And since Myunwoo didn't have enough time to reach his full power, there were plans to get him off Earth in case it was destroyed. The lamb pointed out that they should also try to save the protagonist. Yet, according to the siren, there was no way that a custodian would agree to leave everyone behind, meaning that this would end up being a kidnapping. The lamb felt that what they were doing was wrong. But in the end, all agreed that this was better than doing nothing, and that small sacrifices were required to achieve victory. The weird-looking bottle was then summoned. The siren explained to the lamb that this was the perfect start for her as the new member, and that they should just decorate Yujin's room while waiting. And just like that, while waiting for the destined day, the prodigal children in exile made a toast to themselves. The following days turned out to be pretty peaceful. The Han brothers had reconciled. Yujin was quite relieved to learn that his path had been growing normally. Later on, while presenting the data stolen by the Spectre to Dr. Bite, our hero asked her if she needed more, only for her to claim that this exceeded her expectations. It was the first time that someone had gathered so much important data and record time for her sake. And as she pointed out that her uncle wanted to build her a research center to become a commercial advantage for the guild, as data was hard to Yujin, decided to make her an offer. He wanted to give her her own independent lab, a new building under his name, and even offered to make its research public. The hero would even provide her with a competent staff and pointed out how, once they hit the international market, data research would become much easier. One asked for the reason he was doing so much in order to invest in her. The greedy liar affirmed, as part of his retirement plan, that he was doing this for the sake of the world. Dr. Bite then asked for permission to invite some of her friends. As the 5 of them had been studying Dungeons and Awakeners together for 2 years, and as she kept on babbling about how they would immediately rush to Korea after one phone call from her, Yujin was left standing. He had recognized the researchers as the Dungeoneers crew who would uncover the rules behind the dungeons. A few years later, and so for that reason he affirmed to the researcher that she was more than welcome to invite her friends. And just like that, the deal was sealed. This was one of the custodian's best investments. In case the spawn rate of dungeons accelerated like foretold by the system, the breathing facility alone wouldn't be enough for our hero. For that reason, he needed to focus on Dr. Seek and her research. Yujo also decided to make his debut in the stock market. He had spent all of his money on a company that would create a cure for baldness in the near future, only for it to turn out to be the worst decision he had ever made. Yujo's current priority was gathering more S-rankers. At that moment, 3 high-ranked hunters arrived at the scene. As it turns out, the 3 of them were having a girls' day out. Heuna gave Yoram a lot of advice regarding the best nearby restaurants. The 3 monsters had arrived in Korea but were still being held on the ship. And so, upon hearing this, Heuna approached Yujo in order to check on him. He claimed that nothing special had happened, despite having encountered death countless times since the last time he saw her. Miss Moon was happy to hear this and quickly grabbed him. She wanted to know if he could give her one of the 3 new monsters. As she offered to make the creature level up for him, Yoojun tried to calm down his little brother, who was about to incinerate a potential candidate for the yearbook. And so, as he was negotiating with the customer, So Young gently grabbed his hand. She tried to pull him closer while asking him if he would still raise her baby dragon even after receiving 3 new monsters. And so, as Yoojun was being affectionately tortured, Yoram couldn't help but compare him to some kind of slime. The hero was certain that he couldn't handle 50 overpowered S-rankers like those 3. At that moment, Yuhan approached his brother. He wanted to present him with a gift. This was an interpreting item that would come in handy for the custodian after he started receiving international clients. Yuhan declared that he wouldn't meddle in his brother's affairs any longer, but urged him not to endanger himself. To him, he was the most important person in the world, and while the older brother was overwhelmed by such cuteness, the ladies were utterly disgusted. Thus, now having fixed relations with his brother and being more motivated than ever, the hero decided to try his best as the cages were unloaded from the ship. Yuhan then started to think of how he couldn't just sit by and let the world crumble. At that moment, the container was opened. In the eyes of the protagonist, this was his chance to acquire an even better happy ending with his brother. But he knew things were much easier said than done. The worker then handed the new caretaker the mark of the master. He explained to how the new incoming monsters would cause him many troubles. On the way to Korea, they had received their fair share of troubles. At that moment, a monster escaped from its cage. A powerful wind emerged out of the container. And just like that, the mystical beast finally made its appearance. It was a griffin. The half-lion, half-eagle creature that only exists in legend was now a real animal, brought forth by the dungeons. Hyuna wanted a pet griffin, as they were unmatched in the air. But as Yerim found the creature adorable, Soyoung stated that dragons were still superior. At that moment, the creature decided to look down. Because of the custodian title, the powers of the mark of the master had been greatly amplified. This caused a surprising burst of affection toward the hero in the heart of the griffin. Yunus was left startled as the monster charged right at him. Horrified, his brother intervened at the last moment in order to smack down the creature and accidentally broke its neck. Just like that, the protagonist was knocked out cold. And so, as everyone focused on him, the griffin noticed something that it loved. And just like that, it immediately charged at the incoming package. Hyuna decided to step in. She created a small storm in order to stop the griffin mid-flight. Yet, to her utmost shock, it escaped her ability with great ease. Seeing how the monster seemed to have immunity against wind-based attacks, the ice witch decided to step in. The mighty severing her quickly caught up with the baby griffin, but the teenage girl was immediately smacked by its wings. The girl who had never tried to approach a pigeon before found it hard to catch the creature with its huge flapping wings. The easiest choice would be to freeze it, yet they couldn't risk killing the creature. And so, seeing this, Soyoung decided to trap it using a canvas made from dungeon materials. And just like that, she launched her attack. Shortly after exhausting everyone, the baby griffin found itself quite pleased with how it was cocooned. At long last, the rampage had stopped. It would have been much easier to take its life. At that moment, Soyoung started to realize that if her future dragon adopted some behavior, she would have a hard time taming him. In the end, humans and monsters had been mortal enemies, which is why some considered making them pets to be an impossible dream. Seeing how it had almost attacked his brother, the guild master offered to put it down at once, only to be quickly stopped. Eugene woke up. He explained that although it didn't want to harm him, the griffin might have ended up causing some injuries. After all, this little creature, with the potential to become S rank and unlock skills, must not be allowed to be around low-rank awakeners weaker than it. For that reason, the tamer urged the girl to release the beast and asked his brother not to intervene. His goal was to teach it how to behave around others. Eugene was perfectly suited for this task, as he was the weakest person here. With that being said, the custodian raised himself, and thus he asked the griffin to approach. The baby monster rushed to embrace its new caretaker, affectionately driving its claws deep into his flesh. Eugene tried his best to contain the pain, but he ended up startling the beast as he started to bleed everywhere and scream in agony. He had done this on purpose in order to show the beast how weak he was. Eugene then healed himself and gave the monster another chance. And just like that, a stunning carnage began. With great passion, the hero demonstrated his weakness, and while his brother was deeply moved by his heroism, the girl found this spectacle to be utterly stupid. After some time, the griffin finally landed gently on the hand of its new owner. It was then praised for its cleverness, seeing how quickly it learned to control its strength. Eugene then asked Yurim to hold the griffin and cover its eyes, and while she was worried that they might lose control of it once again, the hero explained that blinding it and keeping it away should be enough. After all, it had acted as such because of what was inside the other cage. Upon opening it, 2 baby shadow unicorns were revealed. These were the 2 other monsters on the ship, and since griffins feed on equine meat, it was obvious why the predator had acted as such. As for the baby griffin, eating a certain amount of it would allow him to unlock a new skill. Seeing this, Hyuna grabbed the opportunity to swap some of the monster horses owned by her guild as food for the griffin in exchange for a ride on. At that moment, Hyuna Moon was left impressed by the F-ranker. At that moment, the man approached the scared creatures. Because of his custodian title and the mark of the master, they immediately grew attached to him. Hyuna was impressed, as Eugene possessed rather unique talents and skills she had never seen in anyone. She was eager to witness his character development, not as the brother of the rival guild master, but as his own person. Before sending the unicorns to the training center, Eugene decided to give them names. But seeing how the best he could come up with for them was black and white, it was safe to say that he was a bad name giver. Meanwhile, somewhere demolished, a brutal carnage had occurred. The tracker wanted to know more. Seeing how Brix had bought her contract, seeing how she was new in this line of business, she wanted to know how someone was able to evade the high-rank binding curse on her contract. Yet the one being choked didn't have an answer. Seeing how his guild master perished during the kidnapping incident, he didn't know who destroyed the contract, and so, seeing this, the lady tightened her grip around his neck. Seeing how the man was completely useless to her cause, she decided to rip his head off his shoulders. Just like that, blood stained the ground. Seeing how her buyer had perished, the rest of his guild was practically useless. The savage lady decided to question the one they had kidnapped. It didn't take the monsters long to get used to their new homes, and after a lot of complaining, Eugene was forced to let the teenager name the unicorns Salt and Pepper. The griffin was named Blue and caused its fair share of trouble. The playful thing turned the tables just by flapping its wings. And as it continued to cause chaos while its owner was forced to clean up its mess, Peace gave it a single look. Just like that, Blue started to clean after itself, as Peace was helping the owner keep things relatively under control. As soon as the manticore met the griffin, he established the pecking order by showing him who was the boss. In the end, all three pets finally fell asleep. The hero was relieved. After all, taking care of baby monsters was no easy task. Seeing how only a bunch of them was draining his energy, he began to wonder if he could truly collect 50. With that being said, he started to count the monsters under his name. He began counting the 5 baby monsters inside the facility. Gate, Venom, his dragon Dio Valthesis, and the one the system just detected. At that moment, the hero realized that he had never acquired such a beast. One of his Dragon Slayer titles was activated, allowing him to double his stats when facing the dragon. At first, he assumed that there was a dungeon break nearby, which was intriguing, seeing how he didn't receive any alarm on his phone. When all of a sudden, something emerged from the wall.